jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ ọ̀la ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ́ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ kàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má jalè. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kárù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí mórí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun bẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níjà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkekèé ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa gbé wa níjà o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mọ́sádì ọba bá lókè o àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo.
ọkọ̀ yẹn arìnrìn-mẹ́t kan orin àyájọ́ ni orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá. Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Things that will change. Let me show you a WhatsApp. Let me read out a WhatsApp for you. Let me just show you a WhatsApp I sent to someone. Is there anybody here who can read very well? And everybody will hear him?
Yes.
This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power glad led.
No.
Okay.
Yes, just read out what he said.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for P2B, is automatically voting for Seaport in South and Southeast. The Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest, rather they would go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba Renu.
This is your content. He don't see the value of let's have something better. He reads.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
With my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the beavers. The beavers accredits people, and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumpter's meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't. That is the worst.
Right, very, very important that I explain that last track for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers. So, actually, let me play it to you again so that then I want you to listen intently. Then I'll explain just what's being said in that piece right there. Let me play it again. All right. So as I was saying, let me explain just for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers, because it's a very heavy laden sort of track. That one is loaded with so many layers of meaning. So let me explain for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers. The stanza goes, Ote niwon o won mo kankan. So Ote will be somebody that is naive, not quite a simpleton, but somebody that is naive to a situation. So when you say Ote niwon o, that is the naive. It means they don't know anything. So they are naive people, simple-minded people. They don't understand anything. So that's one. It says Ajanaku yolokere. Ajanaku yolokere. So I'm doing this to tell you then Ajanaku will be one of the we call an elephant. You can either call it it's a monstrous sort of animal, an enormous sort of an animal, which you can use to describe an elephant. So you can either say a janoku, which is a large-sized entity, usually an animal, so a janoku, or yolokere. So a large elephant, a large animal appears on the horizon. So a large animal appears on the horizon, and then you go and get a stick to chase it away. So ajanaku yolokere, elo moredani. So ore will be a cane. So an elephant appears on the horizon, and you go and bring a stick to chase it away. And then it says so it then goes on to explain to you that an elephant is too big an entity, an animal, for you to chase away or ward away with a stick. So ajanoku yolokere edo moredani, erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. And then it goes on to say, ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà, báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe. So ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà, báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe. So how do you even begin to tackle what unravels in front of you is the best way to say that. So àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání, erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù, ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà, báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe. You know, so that describes then the entity. So this is the colossal, the colossus that is Tinubu. That's what they're referencing by the way. They are saying it in riddles and nuance, but the essence of it is this juggernaut entity appears on the horizon, and you are wanting to contend with it. So how exactly are you going to contend with it? So those are the broad strokes of where that is. I'm sure I didn't explain it properly, but that's near enough, as close enough as I can get it. If you have a better understanding of it, let's hear it. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? Good day to you. I hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. We've lapsed into yet another weekend. Is this the third week now of this month? Let me see. Let me check my calendar. You know, we're nearly out of January now, and then suddenly the year starts to disappear in front of us. That's usually how it goes, isn't it? So hope you've had a glorious week. We are yet on another Friday, and then we cascade into another weekend to roll into another week. January goes, February comes, and the year continues to tip yes, let me put it that way. So all that. So good day to you. I'm all over the place actually. Let me recalibrate. You know, I still start nervously, as I always tell you, and this is the nerves trying to settle back in. So the protocol remains the same. Please click on the like button. If you have not already clicked on the like button, then please do that. For reasons of YouTube algorithm, it triggers the YouTube algorithm to propel us towards a wider audience. So that's the purpose of that. So click on the like button if you haven't done that already. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So where was the one that I was using? Yes, if you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the link, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as right there, so you can super chat towards the stream. Say hello in the comment section as well, so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back. You know, I'm not quite sure. It sounds a bit all over. I sound a bit skittish today, don't I? Not that I don't always sound skittish, but I sound especially skittish today. So hopefully it gets in and I get up. All that, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream if you feel that way inclined. And more importantly, say hello to me in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. You know I have no friends, so be my friend from the moment that the stream lasts. So saying hello first is Adana, who's it's not a man, by the way. It's not a woman, by the way. It's a man. He lives in Saudi Arabia. It says, one man, long time. I was out yesterday, so I'm not quite sure what the long time is. I'm out virtually every day. And that is Mr. Bolagun right there saying, hello, one man, greetings. So greetings to you. I keep saying hello as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence, say hello back. This is, yes, this is Ajani right there saying, thanks for being so informative. One man. So hopefully that came across in the way that it should. What he do? I don't know what Aladdin Kelly. So that's Aladdin Kelly right there. Keep saying hello in the comment section as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So we're going to. So there's a whole raft of many things to discuss. Actually, we're discussing Tinubu possibly reflecting on replacing Kashim Shettima. Is this a good idea? One, and then if he's going to replace him, who does he replace him with? Because that's a prized asset right there. The vice presidential ticket, both politically and governmentally, is a prized asset. So as Tinubu reflects on what permutates best for him for 2027, there are reports that is giving consideration to possibly shaking that frontline ticket itself, jettisoning Kashim Shettima and bringing somebody else in. But is that a good idea? And if it is a good idea, who replaces Kashim Shettima? So we'll be discussing all that. We'll be discussing a whole raft of everything as well. You know, a lot of people are jostling to replace Tinubu. A lot of people are, it plays out in the media space every single time. A lot of people are jostling to replace Tinubu, and they are jostling to replace Tinubu by convincing Nigerians that they are better suited for that post than Tinubu. So, but before you are able to convince Nigerians, at least convince yourself. So what am I talking about? The report came out yesterday that Atiku Abubakar's son, he left the PDP to join the APC. El Rufai's son also, he stayed within the, he also an APC member, one of the frontline campaigners of for Tinubu, whilst his father is with SDP, ADC, or whatever he is, El Rufai, telling us that Tinubu is the worst thing and he is a better option. But if Atiku Abubakar's son defects from the PDP to the APC, so what language then convinces that his father is best suited to be president of Nigeria? Actually, let's pick it up from here. This now addresses that. So let's pick it up from here.
Abubakar's household after his son. Welcome back to Newsday. There are definite conflicting signals coming from former Vice President Atiku Abubakar's household after his son Abba announced his decision to transfer his political allegiance from the PDP, his father's party, to the All Progressives Congress. Now, the defection was announced on Thursday in the National Assembly at Abuja, and popularly known as Abba, the younger Atiku was formally received by the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, alongside key APC leaders from the Northeast, in what party leaders are describing as a significant political realignment. Arise News analyst Dayo Shobowale joins us now to discuss this particular defection and its likely impact on Atiku Abubakar's political future ahead of 2027. Mr. Shobowale, thank you for joining us today on this topic. Yes, so, I like when the first questions are simple. How bad is this for Atiku Abubakar, or is it being overstated?
Well, why did you say how bad?
Because
why did you say how good?
okay.
It could go either way.
True.
Like he has rightly explained, the son is independent and can take whatever decision he likes. But you see, if I am to look at it from the way and manner Atiku conducts his opposition politics, you can imagine what he would have said if it had been the other way around. Maybe Tinubu's son defecting. They will have issued press releases all over. But to me, this is a simple political development. And it depends on the political worth of the son. The fact that he's Atiku's son and he claims to have a movement, which I've never heard of. I've never even known that he has a son who is politically active. You get me? So it depends on the worth. But see, if you want to make...
I think this guest, this analyst, I think it's quite wrong to say that it's just a standardized move. If Atiku Abubakar's son leaves the PDP and doesn't join his father, who's jostling to be president, then that tells you then that what does that actually tell you? If Atiku's son leaves the PDP and rather than join his father, joins Tinubu instead. So what does that tell you? One, it tells you that his own son, his own blood, the fruit of his loins, he doesn't believe that his father can win that presidency. That's what that tells us. Because of course, if he feels that his father can win that presidency, then he will join his father, not Tinubu. So that tells us that. And he also tells us that he doesn't believe that his father would make a better president than Tinubu. So for him to publicly jettison his father and go with Tinubu, it tells us then that he doesn't have that confidence in his own father. So if Atiku's son is not convinced that Atiku, his father, Atiku Abubakar, his father, can make a good president, then on what authority, on what persuasion does he convince the rest of us then that he will make a good president? How does he convince me to vote for him when his own son, by virtue of his action, is telling us that it's no good? So it's not just a casual political movement, it's a statement of intent.
Take politics out of it. You can weaponize the development against him. Perhaps maybe he's not even able to control his household, not to talk of controlling the country. In terms of controlling the country, he has shown that he cannot manage his party. Because Wike eliminated him from PDP, and he has moved to another party. And I don't think they will give him the presidential ticket there, because there are so many budding aspirants wanting to be president. So it's a personal thing for him, and he has handled it well. That he doesn't tyrannize people in his household. I will not tyrannize Nigerians. This is a very mature response. But the son, I say to me, we need to know his political worth, which I don't know.
His political worth is, I'm not quite sure if this guy understands the landscape. They are calling him an analyst, which would suggest that he's a specialist, but he doesn't understand the landscape. His political worth or not is immaterial. It's the political name that he carries that is in play. He's probably barely educated. He probably doesn't have an IQ. He's probably just an idiot, but it is immaterial. What is material is that he is Atiku Abubakar's son. So that is what gives him the relevancy that commands the attention for anybody to listen to him. So there's no other reason to listen to Abba Abubakar Atiku other than the fact that he's Atiku Abubakar's son. So that's what makes him a political entity. And that's the thing that makes him the political entity, which is the name that his father created. He publicly, at the greatest hour of need of his own father, he publicly stabbed that name in the back. So that is the moment in time there, right there. And as he said similarly, if Sheikh Tinubu had abandoned the APC to go and join Atiku Abubakar in the PDP, in the ADC, I don't even know where he is. He's crossed so many parties. If Sheikh Tinubu had abandoned APC to go and join Atiku Abubakar at the ADC, they will have a year-long public press conference. They will sing and dance about it. They will take adverts in CNN and New York Times to let the world know that even his son feels it's no good. The obedience, they will go apoplectic with joy. You know, so it's a moment in time now. And by the way, there's a lot of them, like I said, El Rufai's son, he's one of the campaigners of Tinubu, but El Rufai is telling us that Tinubu is no good. We should come and join him at SDP ADC. David Mark, the chairman of the ADC, his daughter is a rising star within the APC. Ibori, all of them, all their children are with the APC. This is what these people do, isn't it? They will slot their children into where it's most profitable whilst they lead you into a ditch. This is exactly what is going on. But there it is right there. Let's listen to that a little bit more, and then we'll go on to something else.
So it's a political non-entity, but he's the son of Atiku. And the APC has gained some mileage out of that and given a grand welcome. Let's leave it at that for now.
All right, Mr. Shibole, a very important point you raised, really asking what is the political worth of his son. Well, we do know that we've seen moves by the ruling party to systematically weaken the PDP in various ways. Would you say that this might be part of a strategy to demoralize Atiku's base for 2027?
You see, you are accusing the APC.
All right. I think the point I wanted to make with that clip has been made, but let's segue from that point to now how the ruling party is weakening the PDP. I don't even think weakening the PDP is the right turn of phrase anymore. The PDP is dead, if not buried. So let's go on from that to this one. This is Segun Shobowale interacting. And by the way, you know, Segun Shobowale has appeared on this platform about twice now. We'll bring him back again as we get closer to the elections. But this is Segun Okinbaloye interacting with Segun Shobowale So let's pick it up from here, and we go then with the theme of weakening the PDP.
Tonight on the program, we examine the state of the nation on the current administration of President Bola Tinubu, the controversies surrounding the Nigerian government's employment of foreign.
By the way, please like and subscribe. Help my ministry, as people often say on YouTube and all these streaming places. Like and subscribe if you haven't done that already. Yes, like and subscribe. We are not seeing the numbers go up. Let the numbers go up. Like and subscribe.
Lobbies. That we've not heard from the government officially about that, and the growing tension in the lead up to the 2027 election year and the politics of it. And joining us tonight is, well, should I call him a member of the PDP? Because as of now, the PDP looks like a party that has standing on two crippled legs, and one on which one never can be able to tell what the PDP looks like today, but is also the leader of the alternative, another political platform. It will be talking to us about some of these issues in the state of the nation. Chief Shagun Fewumi, thanks so much indeed.
It was nice to see you. How was your holiday?
Yeah, fan terrible of the Nigerian politics.
How was your holiday?
It was okay. Restful.
Okay.
Thank you so much indeed for joining us. So you see a member of the PDP?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay. A lot of people have thought that maybe you have chosen between one of the party with the A and the C, whether it's the one with the middle letter D or P.
I have always been someone who believes that it takes time to build political culture, and that organization go through some norming and forming, and there's a cycle in it. Once matters are before the courts, I always prefer a situation where we accept adjudication. And once the adjudication comes, then we can then decide, does the court judgment still allow us to participate, or have we gotten to the end of the road? I feel that the People's Democratic Party of Nigeria should beg the Court of Appeal to hurry up. Because once the Court of Appeal comes in with a judgment, one way or the other, I think the matters will be slightly settled.
Yeah.
Those who always like to go looking for platforms everywhere are almost already out. Those who recycle themselves so much but claim that they're the new order are almost out. But those who understand the institutional memories of how to manage democratic organizations in PDP, like me, we're still here. Albeit we're not too happy with the state of things.
So no matter what, you still stick with the PDP?
After the Court of Appeal, we will know.
That's when you decide.
Yeah, because I really want to...
But does ADC look like... Because a lot of your friends have now moved to the ADC.
My friends are even more in the APC. In 2011, when people wanted to start moving around in Ogun, I kept saying to them, is that a real issue? And some of them are really top boys in APC now, so they're my friends.
So you're likely to move to the APC?
No, I'm just coming. My immediate friends that we did PDP together, especially those of them who like to come and go, have gone again. So they've gone to the ADC. I have a lot of opinion on that, their ADC, but I think it's a bit too early. One must be careful not to injure an already injured effort.
So you think it's an injured effort?
No, I think it is injured because, you see, it takes time to purge yourself of your attitude. We are human beings.
You see, the ADC is actually not even an injured effort. It's a non-starter, is what you have to say. It's a non-starter. Because who are the people in the ADC? There are people in the political... what's that place where they put people that are about to die? Is it a convalescence or something? They're in the waiting room of God. These people, they are politically dead, political spent forces, was how Fayose described them. So if you look at the ADC, there's nobody there at all. And if he had the energy, if he had the prospects of replacing Tinubu, then you will see a lot more activities there. So if you look at the people in the ADC, they are disgruntled elements mainly. El Rufai, we all know what happened between him and Tinubu now, so we know what his grudges are. Atiku Abubakar, we all know about his ambition, so we know why he's there. Rauf Aregbesola, he tried to sabotage Tinubu getting the ticket even before Tinubu became president, so we know he's been cast adrift politically. David Mark is a non-entity, and Peter Obi, we all know what his desperations are. So it's a convalescence home for the disaffected, the disenfranchised, the desperate, and the and the ones clinging on to past glory. So there is nobody of current worth within the ADC. So that is to tell you then that it's a non-starter. Nobody believes in it. Otherwise, you see heavy hitters moving there.
Creatures of characters and habits. The habits you pick over the years and no one tells you is bad, you will use it. Look at the party. You have not even gotten past go. You already have very heavy conversations of entitlement for those who think they must be given ticket even before they join. And then those who think that, no, we must follow the new other. The kind of conversations they have.
Because that's the party a lot of Nigerians think that will rescue
No, I don't
Nigeria.
think so. I don't think so. Look, the first test they're going to have.
So, sorry, I really hate that language, rescue Nigeria. Rescue Nigeria from what and to what is the thing, and by whom is the other thing. So what's Nigeria being rescued from? Is Nigeria being misadministered, maladministered, being led adrift, being led astray? The answer will be no now, because if you look at all of the policies that Tinubu is rolling out and implementing, if you look at all of the policies, there is not a single opposition voice that tells you that those policies are wrong. They're just saying, oh, we will manage it better. It should have done this, not that. But not a single one of them has told us that the NEL fund is a bad idea. Not a single one of them has told us that the taxation reforms is a bad idea and they will cancel it when they become president. Not a single one of them have told us that they will reinstate fuel subsidy and subsidy on the Naira. Not a single one of them has said that. Not a single one of them have told us that they will cancel the Lagos-Calabar Sokoto Badagry Superhighway. So all of the things that Tinubu is doing, not a single political voice is telling us that if they became president, they would jettison it and move in a totally different direction. So not one of them has said that. So I'm not quite sure what exactly they're inviting us to jump on board of.
Will be an option. And then Ekiti, whichever comes first. And then they're going to learn that these things don't yield to the noise that they are making. As far as I know, opposition can come together and say, okay, we want to provide an alternative viewpoint. But you cannot provide an alternative viewpoint if you do not respect the fundamentals that keep the country balanced. One of the fundamentals, in my opinion, that keeps this country balanced is that we must run it on a pendulum. The demography of population in the north is big. The only way we can balance out the country is to say when power goes to the north, northerners give us a candidate, let's look at them. When it comes to the south, otherwise, we're going to be perpetually quarreling with ourselves. And I think that if they don't get that, they don't get anything. That's one. Number two, I've looked at that party very well. I know the players. I feel that they are underestimating Rotimi Amaechi. You have to count. You see, there's a.
But suddenly he has dropped in.
No, it's not dropped.
No. In public debate, Rotimi Amaechi has dropped in the pecking order because a lot of people are now.
I have to disagree with that as well. Rotimi has not dropped in the pecking order because the pecking order is not determined by the noise being put out by the obedient space. In terms of political potency, political sagacity, political dexterity, Rotimi Amaechi is more potent, more dexterous, more sagacious than Peter Obi. Peter Obi just tugs at the heartstrings and it does dog whistling politics. But Rotimi Amaechi actually plays politics at its central core. Rotimi Amaechi was the runner-up to Tinubu, if you recall, at the APC. Do you remember at the APC primaries, Rotimi Amaechi was the runners-up because he understands the politics of that delegate space and he understands that it's a money-led space. And what Rotimi Amaechi has more than anything else is money. He has a lot of money stole from the River State when he was two-term governor. A lot of money he stole when he was Minister of Transport. So the one thing that Rotimi Amaechi has is money, and he knows how to money his way onto a ticket. So the running order in the ADC is going to be Atiku gets that ticket because Atiku created the party. Rotimi Amaechi comes second, and Peter Obi will come a distant third. in the pecking order of the primaries for the presidential ticket. So now, if Peter Obi becomes a distant third, which is what the permutation should tell you would happen, if Peter Obi becomes a distant third, what leverage then does it leverage to negotiate for the vice presidential slot? You know, because it carries the potency of the Igbo votes, but Rotimi Amici carries the potency of political dexterity and a lot of money. And so Atiku will have to weigh whichever way he sways. But certainly, you know, Peter Obi doesn't stand a chance now if they run a primary. Everybody knows that.
I'm talking about Atiku, Peter Obi.
Listen, I've done campaigns at that level, looking for a ticket. I've run campaigns for PDP when we're trying to get presidential ticket, and we got it twice. I should know how to read in between the lines. Let me tell you why I say those who underestimate him have a problem. That party will be made up of those who are coming from PDP and some of the elements that are coming from the CPC factor of Muhammadu Buhari and APC. And then if they say they want to go...
all right, so look at what Shegun Showme is saying there. So this is it's speaking to the ADC primaries. So who are the component parts of the ADCs? A lot of them are crossovers from the PDP. A heavyweight moved from the, a chunk of PDP moved into the ADC. So that's one. And then a chunk of APC also moved. So which chunk of the APC moved to ADC? So a chunk moved from the PDP to the ADC, which is to say they followed the article into that space. And then a chunk moved from the APC to the ADC. But now, which chunk moved from the APC to the ADC? The chunk that moved from the ADC to the APC, well, for the APC to the ADC, is the CPC wing of the APC. So who is the CPC wing of the ADC? The CPC wing of the ADC is the Atiku, it's the Buhari faction. So it's the Abubakar Malamis and people like that, the heavyweight conservative north. That was the wing that moved. So how is the heavyweight conservative north? And these are the people that go to form the delegates to determine who gets the ticket for the ADC. So how will the conservative north and the loyalist PDP people that moved with Atiku, how would they vote for Peter Obi to get the ticket over Atiku? So just think about it. So the window does not open by any permutation.
Throw it open. Why do they know that the CPC end of it? Where do they know they will go? If they say they want to zone it, where do they know they will go? If Rotimi doesn't back down, I'll be shocked if he doesn't pull an upset. There are only two people that I think that can win that thing on their own strengths. With due respect, Atiku can, because the northern numbers are always there to help him. But if the people that have been ministers together with Rotimi, the Pantamis of this world, the El-Rufais of this world, if they insist that they want to make a stake, if you underrate Rotimi, you underrate him at your peril. But hey, it's their business. They should go sort whatever.
But those who think that the most dangerous opposition that Bola Tinubu could get and the APC in 2027 is Peter Obi.
No, man. Look, you see, in 2023, the people who were sitting in authority at governor's level in the Southeast, they were not that inspirational. You have to go back and look at the people that are sitting there now. Some of those leaders are delivering on value and they're delivering on assignment. They are inspirational leaders. None of those people can Peter run over like that. It's not as easy as that.
So Peter may not be able to get the figures.
Let me just
he got over 90% in the whole of South.
Let me land my thought. We created that movement, albeit at the back end, believing that we should be able to thaw the glass ceiling so that our Southeastern brothers can know that we can get this done. Unfortunately, his inability to tame the excessive bigotry and the anger and the quarrels and all of his people has kind of like made a lot of people have a bit of a pushback. Hey, we'll see. They're going to have to count the votes. They're going to have to count the primary. And if you remember 2015, before they would do the primaries that they did in Lagos, you can always sometimes imagine that some people can pull out an offset. If you remember the primary of 2023, Rotimi Amechi came second. Never mind that the vice presidential candidate was also on that. So I've not spoken to Rotimi that much, but you know these things, I love to do it. So these analysis are analysis that I really
we believe that the ADC is structured for Atiku Abubakar. That is a machinery for Atiku Abubakar.
Atiku Abubakar is already pulls apart of anybody when it comes to contest. You can't be running elections, doing primaries. You got to let.
So the only thing Peter Obi should be looking forward to is getting a vice presidential ticket.
I think that
in the ADC.
Listen, I think that those who always think that the last election is going to mirror the next elections are jokers. You can't always do 1 + 1. You have to go back again, remeasure it, do the analysis afresh, do the benchmark afresh, do the polling afresh, and it will throw a different thing. Look at the Southeast now. A lot of their leaders are beginning to ask themselves, hey, is that the best we got to offer here? Some of their leaders are beginning to say, okay, come to think of it, why do we have to always be outside the ruling party? Some of them are beginning to say, what about the projects that we're even getting and some of the things that's going on in the country? Some of them are beginning to say, hey, what's this guy?
And by the way, what Segun Showunmi is saying, what he's saying is true. We've been seeing, we did a session yesterday actually when one of the chieftains in the Southeast, when he came out to speak to these sort of narratives, the Southeast are getting a little bit fed up of this ethnic jingoism that Peter Obi is using to isolate them out of the mainstream of the Nigerian political play. You know, they're getting fed up of it. The ethnic Igbo all the time, which is excluding them from the mainstream. And they want to go into the mainstream. And they are also saying, if you go back and watch our session yesterday, what came out quite clearly is that the heavyweight backbone of the Southeast, they don't really buy into the Peter Obi narrative. He talks at the heartstrings of the everyday person, because the everyday person is very much led by ethnic jingo. But the more marinated in politics sort of stalwarts of the southeastern political space, they don't really buy into this relentless ethnic jumping up and down that Peter Obi has been doing now for the last 3 years. They're getting fed up of it. And I think those signals are coming out clear.
Saying sometimes when you speak, you have to speak sense, you have to speak capacity, you have to speak knowledge, you have to speak how, you have to speak when, you have to speak what. You can't just be parroting prose. If you do it for too long, people are going to sit through it, and you can't be more brilliant than what makes you more qualified than Rotimi. All right, what makes you more qualified than Atiku?
Let me.
So that's the question being asked actually. Because if you weigh their record against each other, then you want to ask the question, what qualifies Peter Obi, more than somebody like, let's not even go Atiku, let's go toe for toe, record for record, Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi was the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. He was then went on to be a 2-term governor in that state, and then he went on to be a Minister of State for Transportation. He delivered the Lagos-Ibadan rail service. He near delivered the Katsina, what we call the one that goes into the J Republic, that rail service as well. So he has a track record that he can present as records of achievement. He has, and by all reports, when he was the governor of our River State, he was quite successful. So what qualifies Peter Obi more than Rotimi Amechi? His records it pales in comparison now. In terms of them listing, we still till today, till right now that we're speaking now, we still don't know what exactly Peter Obi claimed he did in Anambra State. We don't know now. When you try to interrogate his record, you get attacked, you get bullied, you get shouted at, you get called names. Nobody knows what he claims to have done now. He said he saved money. Which money did he save? Willie Obiano told us he saved no money. He said he built whatever. Soludo told us he did nothing. He said he invested in beauty and kept the rest of the money in his bank. So what exactly did he do? If anybody knows what that guy did in Anambra State, come and tell us. What legacy did he leave in Anambra State that lasts till today? So you cannot even, Peter Obi doesn't even come close to the record of Rotimi Amechi, never mind Tinubu or Atiku. His own narrative is just one long, never-ending ethnic saga. It's the only thing is ethnicity. Outside of it, if Peter Obi wasn't an Igbo man, the Igbos would laugh. They would stone and laugh. If he came out, if Peter Obi was an Hausa man or Yoruba man, the Igbos will mock him to death. You know, he offers nothing.
I'm amazed that Nasir El-Rufai is not even talking about that contest. What makes them more qualified than him? So when you want to go into a coalition of that nature, you can't come onto the table in an entitled manner. It's a deal killer.
Right. Let me take you off quickly.
Oh, yeah, take me off that. I don't like you asking me about them. I like to talk about our party. Yeah. The ones that have a chance. PDP and APC.
Oh, really?
You'll see.
Which what is going on?
Do you know the kind of groundswell that PDP has in the background? You just have to wait until the blow the whistle. Let PDP get out of court and let one part of it be stable and watch and see what it means to have a 27-year asset in grassroots politics. Then you will know that PDP, once you say power, people will answer. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I guarantee you can never rule them all.
But when you're talking about the APC and the chances, do you think that with the state of the nation, the handling of the country under the Bola Tinubu and the APC government, that they stand a chance in 2027?
You know, media, journalists, owners of bylines, people that own platforms like you have to cool down now. It's not enough for you to normalize the conversation of the beer parlor. You have to look at data. You just had my sister there talk to you. She's from Ogun. I know her. She used to be the one that was in charge of ease of doing business. Now she's the Minister of Trade. And you can see the kinds of intentional things they're doing. All of these things are not going to the dustbin. You can't have a government that is giving people money at the local government. All the local structures have their monies. The states have their money. The system in Nigeria is not designed in such a way that the president will just come with the money and just throw money into the system and everybody will start scrambling for it. The things that should make people access the ability to fend for themselves, to make money and all of that is being done. The infrastructure is heavy. You can't deny that. Look, I'm not here to talk about them per se. I'm just saying, don't ever think that your governors are fools for going there. You can't be having 30 governors go into a political party and you just wake up in the morning and think that they are fools. Politics will always be politics. Everybody is struggling to be the darling bird of the...
All right, let's just speak to what Segun Shomi said there for a moment, because that's a hot button topic right there. A lot of governors now, the APC now controls 30 governors. They did not come into government with 30 governors, but we've had an avalanche of defections from various parties, mainly the PDP to the APC. So why are we seeing those defections? So a lot of people are claiming, the opposition, especially the obedient space, they are claiming that Tinubu is strong-arming these people and forcing them to join the APC. But no, that's not true now. You know, that's not true. What these people are doing is they are reading the political landscape and they are deciding then where their political future will be best served. So a lot of them, they have the realization that Tinubu is most likely, almost certainly going to win the 2027 elections, and there is nothing that tells us that Tinubu is not going to win that election. Either if they do a rigging election, Tinubu will win it. If they do a free and fair election, Tinubu will win it. Any type of election that we have in 2023, Tinubu will win it. Because Tinubu is taking the country on a journey, and the country understands that journey that Tinubu is taking them on. If you look at the NEL funds, for instance, we have about 800,000 students on the NEL fund at the moment. So those 800,000, they will graduate in the next 4 years. I think 4 years is the average for tertiary institutions in Nigeria. So in 4 years, and by the way, can people click on like and subscribe? We are not seeing numbers going up. We are not going against Peter Obi necessarily. We're speaking to the pragmatism of the realism of politics. Outside of the noise, what logic portends? You know, what logic sequences? You know, what makes sense? Outside of the screeching and the squealing and the ethnic dog whistling, the reality of politics is what we're speaking to. So not necessarily against Peter Obi or any tribe or for or against, but the pragmatism of it, what the data tells us is what we're leading with. So if you look at what the data is telling you, there's no reason why Nigerians would not vote for Tinubu. Tinubu is building the Lagos-Calabar superhighway, is building it at a record speed. Will that singular project propel the Nigerian economy? I think universally we all know yes. So people want to see that completed. That's one. Tinubu, as I was saying, is graduating. It will be graduating at least 800,000 at tertiary institutions and about 3-4 million at artisanal institutes like polytechnics, technical schools, etc. over the next 4 years. So 800,000 comes into the labor market, but then another maybe 1 million and 1 million plus, they go in the next year. So over the course of Tinubu's 8 years, if he serves 8 years, Tinubu will infuse into the Nigerian market a highly skilled labor force, close to about 30 million people. 30 million highly skilled labor force, just as a matter of its initiative that NELF on the loan. And then the tax reforms, you know, that would expand the economy. It will make more funds available to the government, and it will put more pressure on the government to deliver. Everybody knows this. You know, everybody knows this now. So there is no reason why people would vote against Tinubu, is what I'm saying, because the opposition are not even saying that his policies are wrong. So if they don't disagree with his policies, then what reasons are they suggesting then that we jettison him and go with them? So there is no reason to believe that Tinubu would not win. And all of these governors know this as well. So the market always favors the first movers. So they are moving early now to show allegiance and solidarity to Tinubu, so that post the 2027 elections, when the people when the dust settles and things are being audited, then they can then go with their CV and say, look, I jumped quickly to come and join you because I had faith in you. So then they secure their own political future. So that's the game that is in play. And plus, a lot of them actually even believe in what that guy is doing. Because for the first time, we're actually seeing things being done in that country that favors the people. Infrastructural development, improvement in electricity, educational reform, health reform, local government autonomy, all of these things, all are people-centric policies. And the governors understand that. So there is no reason, there's no argument that argues Tinubu out of office. So whether it's a free and fair election, the argument presents that Tinubu should continue, and whether they want to do a rigging election, Tinubu can outrig them. So there's nothing, not a single thing that removes Tinubu out of office. And the governors know this. So that's why they are moving early before the election. So it's just a very simple thing. But let's carry on. Let's carry on with Shegun Showomi.
Their party, but I don't mean to say that they have won a year. There will be always angles by which you can, kind of make them lose and how you can make them win. But if you think that they are easy to beat, go and beat them, let me see.
So you think Tinubu is going to have a smoother ride than he had in 2020?
I think the conversation on the table for the president, if he wants to hear, is that he must ask himself one question. What is he going to do with those northerners who backed him in the first instance? Because Bola Tinubu must understand that he didn't win any of the urban northern numbers. If you look at the data, you see he lost urban Kano, urban Kaduna, urban everywhere. He won in the rural area. Those rural votes that gave him those numbers in the north, he needs to go back to them.
Are they not the ones who are crying? They are suffering?
No. Everybody is suffering. Everybody's crying.
Are you suffering too?
Dude, look, when you are reforming a nation, you can insist that you want to continue same of same and get the outcome that you all hope to get, or you can accept that, okay, let's start doing some incremental changes and see that we can get it done. They're not perfect, There's enough things to criticize, but if you're asking me strictly on the way the science of elections are and how it usually goes, if you underestimate them, you underrate them at your peril.
You're one of those who think that employing lobbyists, and I've seen people who have come after that, your opinion, that you have a major problem, diplomatic problem, political problem that would have thrown your country into a disaster. And lobbying and getting people to lobby for you is not a crime. It's in fact is a standard in engagement globally. But you have a problem with the figure.
No, I don't.
You have a problem with the idea of employing lobbyists.
No. Listen, Sharon. I've been to the State Department 4 times, invited. I was there before they designated. I was there before even the Trump one. I was there just before they started taking their hard decision of coming to even do the airstrike. And I'm in contact with top leaders there. You know why? Because at the point in summer, I was so worried about the way the insecurity in the country was going. I started reaching out to old allies. Guys, what is the solution to this problem? And I am right there in the middle of this conversation. What I wanted to say is not that countries don't have lobbyists. Everybody does. Israeli has, everybody has lobbyists. But you don't really come onto the table, employ a lobbyist, and 5 minutes after you do that, is all over the media. For the lobbyist thing to work, it's almost as if people don't even know. They just hush it. And then you're doing all the wheeler dealing at the back. First of all, how did us get to that level? Second point.
The thing is, I'm not quite sure that it was the government that released that information that lobbyists have been employed to counterweight the lobby of the Biafrans in the American space. I think that news, it was leaked by whoever was within the system that is internally sabotaging. So I'm not quite sure that it was the government that actually volunteered that information.
I don't think that when you have the type of challenge we have now, there are really pathways to solve this problem. Far better than they can ever imagine. We can give them people, can tell them names, we can tell them personality that they know are the ones that are driving that process. The challenge I see here is that, what are you even asking them to lobby for? Are you going to reduce a nation like Nigeria to a country where whenever any country bullies us, they're going to carry our money and go and start throwing it to their own citizens so that their citizens will not tell us they're doing something and we're not going to get any movement? What would have been better would have been, one, convince yourself on
it's not just any country, though. It's the United States, which is the country that rules the world. So you have to be within, you have to get internally into that structure as much as possible in order to insulate yourself and also access whatever benefits there are. So in fact, it should have been part of our foreign policy accoutrement, one of the toolkits in our foreign policy, that we employ as expensive and as high up a lobby group as possible in the United States to have the constant ear of the American government. This is what Israel did, have always done, and we see the impact of that on Israel. So we should have followed that strategy a long time ago. So they're even late to the party, never mind not having to do it.
They need to scale up on the work on the inside, which ironically they are doing. Then two, do a re-imaging for the country. You won't come and start saying there's going to be lobby President Trump. You do a re-imaging for the country, increase the branding of the country, the messaging of the country.
They are trying to do a re-imaging of the country, and part of the re-imaging is this dirty December culture and all of these international Nigerians always celebrating the country in whichever form. Although the dirty December this year, it didn't go too well with the Anthony Joshua situation and the Chimamanda something, but the country is being rebranded, even though some people are aggressively trying to demarket the country as well. So it's a balancing act. As some of us try to raise the country up, there are elements that are forcing it down. So we raise it up, and then it's striking that equilibrium between being raised up and being brought down. We know the elements that are bringing it down. When Peter Obi goes to Ghana and tells the Ghanaians that his own country, the country he wants to rule, is the worst country in the world, and then you see his followers, they go around all of social media just demarketing the country to whichever. I've seen them in South African spaces on TikTok. They're all over the place just ruining the country's name. So you cannot market a country that much if its own citizens are intent on sabotaging the image of the country.
And you change attitude on the inside. Then you also have to come back in country and look at the people like you, byline owners and all that, and tell the gentlemen, we have an...
And by the way, if you have not already liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. You can see the numbers we're trying to hit in the course of this session. So if you are not, we want at least 15 new subscribers in the course of this session. So if you are not already subscribed and you have no reason not to subscribe, just click on that red subscription button and then make sure that you're subscribed. You only have to do it once. Click on subscribe. And if you have not clicked on like, then please click on like as well. It's so important. It's for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. The more likes and subscribes we get, the more YouTube recommends us to even more people. The more people that we have on board, the wider and richer the conversation is. So it's to all of our mutual benefits that you like and subscribe. It expands the conversation both in quantity and quality just from liking and subscribing. So please do that.
Existential problem now. We all now have to come to the table and come up with a strategy for our country. You can't be throwing money like that. Some of the best communication companies in the world today that have the great access to some of the best partners abroad, they're already here. Why would you take that kind of money and throw it away? Then how are you going to ever lobby people on issues that require reorientation in your country? If people wake up every morning and they're killing themselves, they're kidnapping themselves, they're stabbing themselves, it's going to go away. So, well, I think that maybe the figures are even exaggerated. I'm not sure the federal government will ever give that kind of money like that. I think Nigerians are just the people who just go shopping.
Some people say $9 million, some say $6 million.
Nobody can give that kind of money. Probably what people are doing is that they're probably estimating what will be the total amount spent over a period. But I'm sure that the government will not do that. That's number one. Number two, I think that the Trump administration is a particularly different kettle of fish. Some of my friends, oh God, some of my friends are even in Abu Dhabi as we speak. And they're doing things for other countries in Africa that we know own the playbook they run. And we're Nigerians. How do you want us to feel when our own people are just crumbling and stumbling and just going around the circle? You make it worse when you think that the United States of America is playing a narrative war with you. They're not. That's not the game. They're not having an argument on he said, she said with you. They're asking for specifics. Those specifics must be done by you.
I think those, if you look at the handling and the result we are seeing, now, it was supposed to be Trump coming gun blazing. And that scared a lot of people. But it's now the American government, even giving the Nigerian government equipment and warfare equipment to fight the war. Isn't that working already?
Listen, nobody ever told you the United States of America is interested in coming to your country, gun blazing, stealing your mineral. That's not it. Their position is simple. The world cannot look by while people are dying here and you're struggling with it. Some of the shuttle diplomacy you've done has also brought them to have a better understanding. And some of us have also contributed massively to that re-characterization that, look, don't call our country the Muslim Christian, but that's not who we are. Don't make us a Fulani hater country. We're just one country that have some issues. If you want to help in a decent manner. And we have started seeing that the pushback is there. But what we're saying is, if you pay a lobbyist, and it's one that is going to start getting, name and shame already in Washington, okay, where's the value? You think the Buhari government didn't...
It's not a name and shame sort of a thing now. It's leveraging your own narrative and letting them see the country in a particular sort of light. So, the organization that actually lobbied the Americans to come to Nigeria is an organization called AVID. AVID, that's the acronym. So what does AVID stand for? AVID, it stands for American Veterans of Igbo Descent. So that's a Biafran ultra sort of a space, a far right Biafran setup organization. Within that IPOB wider space, is like a core element, a right-wing element within that space that have pulled the money together to go and do American lobby. So that was the group that initiated this process that led to the Americans are paying attention to Nigeria. So that has to be counterweighted. So that narrative has to be counterweighted with a wider picture, a truer picture of where the country is, so that the Americans get the fullness of the picture, and then that would then help them determine what sort of help, if they are intent on helping, they can give.
Have a lobby. Do you want me to tell you their name? If they had asked ordinary Lai Mohammed, the immediate past Minister of Information, he would have probably told them some good lobby people. So I think that what we're concerned about is that there is a momentum now that is building the country in a particular direction of progress. We don't want anybody to scuttle it. And we don't want, so we invented 419. No Washington 419, the 419ers.
Chief Shagun, show me. A member of the PDP, well, albeit in the crisis in which they are.
Can you stop? Which party is not in crisis? The last time I checked, there's a court case even trying to deregister the agency.
Shagun, show me a Nigerian.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did for time tonight.
So, thank you, bro.
Yeah, fun of Nigerian politics. That's our show for tonight, everyone. Many thanks for watching. God bless Nigeria.
All right. I see one or two people arguing back against me when I said this is the organization that is propelling the Americans to come and attack. Let me just show you. I wasn't even intending to bring this up, but let me show you one or two things. Let me show you this. So, let me show you this first. It says this is one of the arrowheads of that organization that is propelling the Americans to come in. My reactions to alleged $9 million paid by the Nigerian government to DCI lobby firm linked to Roger Stone. So this is one of the arrowheads of that Biafran space. It's called himself, I think it's from the South, Stephen Osamigwe or something. Let's hear him.
Americans, greetings lovers of peace worldwide. My name is Stephen Osamigwe, president of Save Nigeria Group. We just finished a hearing here at Rotunda on the Nigerian issue regarding the persecution of Christians. Truth Nigeria organized a hearing by congressional members, and the conversations was around the issue of Christians and other groups that are being killed while there's narrative battle going on. We heard about the lobby firm being paid $9 million to counter narratives. It's sad what's happening. We just want the truth. And the truth is that Nigerian Christians and many other groups, including Muslims who disagree with the terrorists, are facing daily attacks. Up to 1,000 Nigerians are in kidnappers' den. Millions of Nigerians have been displaced, thousands killed. So I do not understand how we can afford $9 million.
So you see that the narrative is pivoting somewhat now. So for the first time now, this ultra group that are trying to instigate the Americans, you can see their narrative is starting to pivot somewhat now. So he's now starting to acknowledge then that it's not especially Christian, but everybody is being vested upon by the insecurity in Nigeria, which wasn't the original narrative that they were selling to the Americans.
To come and do lobbying here at the U.S. Capitol, instead of just using that money to rebuild communities, protect people to stay in their communities. It is sad. So anyways, we wanted to continue to do our work in terms of advocacy for those who cannot speak for themselves. And I want you to go to our website to learn more about our work, Save Nigeria Group USA.org. And thank you for your prayers and support. And thank you for following our work and others. We want to congratulate the U.S. Government for helping to stand for religious freedom, because the Trump administration is the first president in a long time to stand for religious freedom worldwide. Nigerians are benefiting from his courage and want to encourage him to do more. Of course, we appreciate the fact that on Christmas Day in 2025, Nigeria had a Christmas gift but we want that gift to not end because the terrorists are doing reprisals. They're counteracting and attacking more, and we want that to end. Our goal is a secure and safe Nigeria for all Nigerians. My name is Stephen Osemigi, and thanks.
All right. So he invited us there to go to his website, savenigeriagroup.org. So let us go to his website, see just what's going on there. So this is their website. Oh, I hope it's showing on the screen. Let me see if it's showing on the screen. That's their website right there. Savenigeriagroup.org was what he said. And there it is right there, savenigeriagroup.org. So this is their landing page. And then we go to the Better Nigeria Today is what they claim they're after. But then let's go to the about to see who just the propellers, the instigators, the people behind it are. It says our leadership board. So Honorable Stephen Osamegwe, they found that there he is right there. I think it's an Edo man, something like that. But then who are the runners and riders? God's will, Nwakwo. So we already know where that one is coming from. Nkechi Ezenwa, so we already know where that one is coming from. Uzo Nwokwo, so we already know where that one is coming from. Man, you don't look more hardcore. You don't look more Biafran than this guy. Look at him right there. You don't even need his name to know where this one comes from. And then there's another one right there, and that's so it's essentially James Chuma, okay. So these are the people that are chasing Better Nigeria, France and Tour. So these are Kelechi Ugo. So it's a Biafran setup, as you can see. So it's a in fact, it is a Biafran setup. It's just this and then they have one random Yoruba man there, as ever is the case. There's always one Afoja. For out of every 12, there's always one. That's what Jesus Christ told us. So that's the Save Nigeria group right there. But let me show you this one as well, because I'm telling you now that that setup is very much an IPOB setup. The people propelling the Americans to come and attack Nigeria, and here they are. So this is their lobby group. So this is their lobby group right here. Let's pause this and let me start it from the beginning and then give it the volume. So that's their lobby groups. That's the lobbyists that they bought. These individuals should be permanently barred from entering Nigeria. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't know who's speaking. So let's see.
Thank you, President Trump. Yeah, you did it. Putting the control of CPC. Yes. Yes. Make it happen. The best president in the whole wide world. Yes. God bless you, Trump. God bless you, Trump. More to come. More to come. Yes.
All right. So that's the IPOB lobby group, which the Tinubu space is trying to counterweight. So there is no equivocation that the incident that happened on Christmas Day in Sokoto, it was entirely propelled by the IPOB space. So let's now go on from that to the headline piece. Is that showing on the screen? Let's go from that to the headline piece. Where are you? And by the way, we're not seeing enough people subscribing. You can see the target on the screen. We want 50 new subscribers. The numbers are not going up. Please like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. We're after 50 new subscribers for this particular stream. So help us reach those targets. Our 2027 elections, full list of politicians tipped as possible next vice VP of Tinubu to replace Shettima. So this is, there's a lot of permutations actually, because right. So there's a lot of permutations actually around that vice presidential slot. And a lot of people are saying that position is too valuable for it to go to a Kanuri man. So they're either saying that that position, the VP to Tinubu, should either go to a Fulani man, which is the strongest potency in the north, or to a Christian, which will balance the ticket. But having a Muslim Kanuri man on that ticket might well be a waste of the slot. So there's a lot of people making that argument. And it is to that argument that Kwakwanso is also politicking, by the way. He's politicking towards a vice presidential slot and is essentially inviting Tinubu to jettison Kashim Shettima and put him in that slot. So that's Kwakwanso's argument. But the counterweight argument to balance the ticket are Christian-Muslim rather than Muslim-Muslim. 2027 elections, full list of politicians tipped as possible next VP of Tinubu to replace Shettima. Pressure is mounting on President Bola Tinubu to ensure a religious balance on his presidential ticket as he prepares for re-election in 2027. Competent media sources told correspondents that forces from the United States had indicated a preference for a Muslim-Christian ticket in Tinubu's quest to retain his position as president of Nigeria beyond 2027. So I'm not quite. The Americans will be one of the main determinants on the next election to come, because I don't think Trump is going to stand by and let Nigeria run his elections by itself. The Americans, they will almost likely handpick. That's why a lot of people are just cozying up to them and romancing them so much, because Trump will determine who the president will be ultimately in Nigeria. So let's take that from the top again, actually. And by the way, we're coming to the end of my monologue also. If you want to come in, yes, if you want to come in. I'll send the link to the studio again. If you want to come in. If you don't want to come in, then we just, we end it as soon as I finish. Yes, where were we? Let's go back to, yes, 2027 elections, full list of politicians tipped as possible next VP of Tinubu to replace Shettima. Pressure is mounting on President Bola Tinubu to ensure a religious balance on his presidential ticket as he prepares for re-election in 2027. Competent media sources told correspondents that forces from the United States had indicated a preference for a Muslim-Christian ticket in Tinubu's quest to retain his position as president of Nigeria beyond 2027. It was gathered that suggestions had been made regarding possible candidates for the vice presidency in Tinubu's 2027 re-election. Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Kukah, was set to top the list of those tipped as possible running mates. Remember, we've had similarly when Buhari was running with that, that pastor, the one that told us he was going to be president. What's that? Remind me who that pastor is that Buhari used to run with before he jettisoned him. It was gathered that suggestions have been made regarding possible candidates to. Let's do that again. It was gathered that suggestions had been made regarding possible candidates for the vice presidency in Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid. Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Matthew Hassan Kukah, was set to top the list of those being tipped as possible running mates. Also mentioned were the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara, and Minister of Defense, Lieutenant General Christopher Musa. Kukah and Musa hail from Kaduna, while Dogara is from Bauchi State. So if they are going to replace Shettima, I don't know, man. I was going to say they should replace him with Kwakwanso, but then of course that will double down on that Muslim ticket, which caused a lot of problems last time. Sources told Daily Sun sources also revealed that dropping Vice President Kashim Shettima as Tinubu's running mate had been touted since the mid-term of the current government. While most APC governors were backing Shettima's retention in the 2027 elections, it was gathered that some close to President Tinubu wanted him replaced with another Muslim. Before the U.S. pressure for a Muslim Christian ticket, the initial consideration had been to drop Shettima and replace him with either former governor of Zamfara State, Alhaji Abdulaziz Yari, or the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. So this is why it will be very difficult for Kwakwanso to come into the APC and then just get that vice presidential slot. There are too many northern heavyweights in the APC for him to just get that easy coast through. And what is he offering? He's only offering Kano State now. Before the U.S. pressure for a Muslim Christian ticket, the initial consideration had been to drop Shettima and replace him with either the former governor of Zamfara State, Alhaji Abdulaziz Yari, or the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu. However, the latest demand from the U.S. appeared to have jeopardized those plans. It was learned that Tinubu's team was considering incentives for Shettima if he was eventually dropped. Options included making him Nigeria's permanent representative at the United Nations or giving him presidential support to contest the presidency in 2031. The snag in the 2031 plan was the suggestion by the United States forces that power should rotate to the southeast after Tinubu. They must be joking. There are certain things that the Americans have to caution themselves on now. How can power rotate to the southeast after Tinubu? Or what would be, how does that doesn't work with the Nigerian dynamics. The snag in the 2031 plan, and by the way, by the time we get to 2031, Trump will be long out of office, so it wouldn't even matter anymore. We're just under the course of Trump at the moment. The snag in the 2031 plan was a suggestion by the United States forces that power should rotate to the southeast after Tinubu. It was gathered that elements in the U.S. believed conceding the presidency to the southeast will form part of the process of national healing and inclusion. Meanwhile, those pushing for Bishop Kuka as vice presidential candidate expressed doubt about whether he would accept to enter politics or if the Vatican would agree to release him for such an assignment. I think he would jump at it, never mind accepting or not accepting. I did not even know that. Sources revealed that Kuka would be approached if Tinubu's team succumbed to the pressure for a Muslim Christian ticket. So there it is right there. So those are the permutations then, looking to permutate. For me, Kashim Shettima should just hold on to that. He's done excellently well. He's not a nuisance to the presidency. And anytime he's been called up, he's delivered. The only time that he wanted to step out of line was when he entered into that controversy of the tax reforms. But so that's that. I'll play you the Kegite music. We'll see if anybody turns up. Otherwise, we'll say good night and then we'll meet again tomorrow. Where's the Kegite music? We play the Kegite music. We see where we land. Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ó lè jò. Jò. Jò dáadáa.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ.
Òtí ya ojú òtí náà wọ́n ta káàdà èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àmì o.
It is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Patrick Uche. You already know what he's bringing. Joining us also AI, but not of the Zeta variety. Baba, of course, your favorite voice. And also one of your favorite voices, Patrick right there coming as IBB. He will explain that in a moment. Good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. Let's kick it off, start it off with AI. So AI, good to see you. Kashim Shettima to be jettisoned. Atiku's son backing Tinubu. The government getting a lobby group in the United States and Nigeria, a gift that just keeps on giving.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Is this the first time we're seeing you?
Yeah, for this year, for 2026.
For this year, yes. Happy New Year. All right, carry on.
Yeah, just reflecting on some of the things that you mentioned, discussed about. Yeah, when it comes to Shettima, you know, I think it's a good idea to probably replace Shettima. I know he's done decent for his first term, but it'll be good to have a change of guard. But I know Tinubu will figure that out, so I'm not worried about that. I think it's a fait accompli that Tinubu's going to win 2027. I don't see how Tinubu's not going to win 2027. Even though I don't like Tinubu, you know, the fact is most of the governors have defected to APC. He's increased federal local government allocations. So the states have more money now. The states they're doing more projects. A lot of things are happening on the ground. So it's like he's already set things in motion, right? And you know, he has his what's it called? The ministers, like Minister of Trade, the Foreign Minister as well. They're on a world tour. They're trying to reshape the narrative of Nigeria, you know, being a country that can be invested within. I think I was actually in Abu Dhabi when I met the Foreign Minister, Minister Tugar. I actually met him in person, actually.
How impressive I'm impressed by him from a distance, but how impressive was he in person?
He's very impressive, actually. Contrary to, I actually know him prior to that because he was the representative ambassador at the time during his time in Berlin in Germany, actually. So I remember him from that time. But yeah, he was actually very impressive. You know, very astute, very knowledgeable, very solid, well-rounded individual. So I think Tinubu and his the team, they went to UAE they were able to secure trade agreements, bilateral trade agreements, where they were able to get rid of tariffs for certain commodities to be exported to the UAE, and for there's a bilateral trade between the UAE and which is immediate. So I actually like the approach that Tinubu's team is taking. They're being very pragmatic. I noticed where other African countries are leaning towards the West, Nigeria is more so focusing on non-Western trade agreements in order to diversify its trade. Obviously, we're not going to see the impact of it now, but the way Tinubu is going, we will see the impact in the long term. And so even though, like I said, I don't like Tinubu for different reasons, not tribal, but just, you know, you can't deny the work that he's doing so far, and you know, like to be able to pull all those governors to APC, to be able to have the judiciary, legislative arm all in one concert. I mean, that is talent thereof. You know, it's like he knows almost everybody. You know, I don't know how you stop. It's kind of like an unstoppable object, immovable object meets an unstoppable force, basically. Which what like you can't stop. I don't see how ADC is gonna get rid of Tinubu. And in terms of Peter Obi, I don't see him winning. I personally don't see it. I mean, I like Peter Obi but I think he's lost his goodwill.
I was going to ask you,
not only Nigerians, but
sorry,
also
can you
Igbo people.
Sorry, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me.
He's kind of played into this idea of ethnic jingoism.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
I don't like it.
I don't think
it's high time that
I can hear you, woman. AI, woman is interjecting you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Woman, yes.
Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me.
I can't hear Mr. Woman.
I can hear you though.
All right.
Mr. Woman, you said woman.
Tell him to go out and come back in. Baba, I don't think he can hear.
Can you hear me?
AI, if you go out and come in, maybe the reception will be better.
Okay, let me go out and come back in.
Okay, that means I can hear every other person apart from one.
Apart from me,
yeah, I can hear every other person, but I can't hear Mr. Woman.
I don't know
maybe
why.
Maybe it's your end, woman.
It can't be my end now if the rest of you can hear me. You know?
Can you hear Mr. Woman?
They've introduced Mr. to my name, Baba. I thought my father was.
Yeah, you go out and come in immediately. And let's see.
Him go out and
yeah,
you take the floor when you come back because I wanted to ask him what narrative, because for all of everything there has to at some point be a narrative that has to be presented for us to remove Tinubu from power and replace him with somebody else. So what is that narrative is the thing. So it's not enough to say vote for me, I'm Fulani, vote for me, I'm Igbo now. I don't think that will wash in 2027. You have to present a plan, that supersedes what's already in play. And as this chap he says he doesn't like Tinubu, which is what makes it an interesting conversation. He doesn't like Tinubu for whatever reasons he's not yet told us. Maybe he probably doesn't want to tell us. But for all that he doesn't like Tinubu, he cannot but acknowledge what the guy is doing. So if you don't like him, AI, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Good.
All right, brilliant. I was going to ask you, I was trying to pause you to ask you that you said you don't like Tinubu, so which makes you then the perfect person to answer the question. What narrative removes Tinubu from power? What narrative can the opposition present in that campaigning phase that removes Tinubu from power?
I don't even know what narrative, to be honest with you. I can't think of a narrative that would remove him from power. Like, I don't see any credible narrative that. I think he's covered his bases so well that I don't see how, I think maybe the only thing that I don't even think it might even be a thing. I think the topic around the tax reform, I think there's some lack of transparency around it. That might be the old, but even that still wouldn't, get them to get rid of. I think Tinubu.
When the possibility of that tax reform being a campaigning tool for the opposition. Do you know when that possibility ends?
When?
At the end of this month. Do you know why?
Why?
I was in a closed in some meeting with the tax czar Oyedele.
Yes.
And it was saying at that meeting, it wasn't a closed meeting, it was just some little hub that I happened upon. It was saying at that meeting that at the end of the month, when people get their take-home pay, the middle to lower rungs of income, when they get their take-home pay, they will see a marginal increase in the monies that goes into their pocket, because the tax has been recalibrated to favor the threshold of taxation for them.
Simple. Simple.
Yes.
Wow.
So when they get their pay and they see that extra 2,000 naira or that extra 10,000 naira, and they're asking why, and they say, "Well, the tax has been."
Oh, you don't pay any tax.
They will say, well, "So what am I right?" By the end of this month, it will be very difficult for the mid to low income earner to take an argument against the tax reform. In fact,
but that 2,000 to 10,000, that's only in the short term, right? It's not going to be sustainable in the long term, right?
No, it'll be sustained. It's embedded now. It's been gazetted into law now.
Oh, okay.
It's forever as far as you are within the bracket.
Let's say, for instance, what they were taking maybe 17% from their something as tax.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That tax are now been reduced to about 12%. So the extra 5% goes to them. But the higher topper end of wealth, they've been taxed more heavily. So they will feel the heat. But then if they own companies, the company threshold has been reduced somewhat. So at their personal level, they will take the hit, but their company will get reduction. So by the time this thing takes effect, it actually favors the economy, especially the mid to lower rung of the income bracket.
So even the SMEs too, below 50 million.
Middle class.
Yes.
Even SMEs below 50 million will be paying next to nothing.
That's good. But yeah, like I said, I think that. But apart from that, I don't see how.
What about insecurity though? They will use it. Insecurity will be the hub of the campaign.
But I think Tinubu, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was advocating for it. Probably should get rid of. Something about Shettima doesn't sit right with me. I still believe that he's still one of the sponsors of Boko Haram. Whether he's in the. I'm thinking that if Tinubu was able to get rid of him for his second term, he can then go ahead to then let the law take its course when it comes to Shettima, exposing Shettima. But I don't know whether that's going to happen because there's nothing you can tell. That man is shady. No matter which way you skin the cat, that man is one of the people responsible for that what happened with the Chibok girls. Like there's nothing you can tell me that would tell me otherwise. Whenever I see that man, I just think about Chibok girls every single time. So that's the reason why I wanted to get rid of Shettima. In terms of security, I think Tinubu is going to handle that, with the help of the U.S. government. I think they had an attack in the U.S. coordinated a drone attack in Sokoto. I think it was in Sokoto, and they alleged they killed some ISIL members. So, but I think Tinubu will sort that out. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried as before. Before it was very rampant. It was very, but I don't know. I've noticed that there is less. Not that there is less news around insecurity, especially when it comes to terrorist attacks. So that's probably my think is probably like they're getting the message slowly. And then with this new defense minister and then Nuhu Rubadu, the NSA, I think they definitely will do something about it. So yeah.
So if you get rid of Shettima, who do you replace him with, and what politics would you use to replace him? Is it the religious politics, or the pragmatism of because our conservative Sheikh Shoumi, we're just listening to him earlier on, and he was making the distinction between the northern votes. He told us then, and I didn't even realize this until he said it. He said the urban northern votes did not vote for Tinubu, but the rural northern votes voted for Tinubu. So what does that tell us? It's the conservative north that voted for Tinubu. And who is the conservative north? They are an ethno-religious, but they're an ethno-religious people, essentially. So if you present permutate that into who you think Tinubu should use to replace Shettima.
I wanted to say Kwankwaso, but Kwankwaso is not a good bet because Kwankwaso only has Kano. I don't think he's able to bring in that much votes as
no. Kwankwaso NNPP scored 900 and something plus, and Tinubu got almost 500,000 votes. Shettima's total Borno votes, all parties, just 450.
Baba, what's the motive behind replacing Shettima?
I don't think you will replace him, and I don't even support
I don't think so. But
Tinubu will still go with Muslim ticket because that's a winning ticket. Because it will mitigate against Atiku Obi ticket, and if it's Obi and someone else's ticket, it will encourage the North to vote more for the Muslim ticket.
But Obi is not. I think we should eliminate. Obi is not winning that president. I don't see how Obi is going to.
Well,
I think
let's
Baba
always
is
put
talking
it in
about
perspective.
an Atiku Obi ticket.
But there could be Obi and someone else's ticket too in ADC. Don't let's discount that. Even if it's an X factor in that primary, let us still put it in perspective.
Isn't Amechi also running the ADC?
He is running, yes.
So I would say that Amechi has a stronger chance of being Atiku's running mate than Peter Obi.
Yeah, but Amechi doesn't have political cachet. He doesn't carry numbers. He has money, but he doesn't have numbers. But Obi has numbers. Obi has a guaranteed 3 to 4 million votes.
Yeah. I don't know how that's going to work out. Anyways, but yeah, I don't, apart from Shettima, I don't know who. I was thinking.
All right. Let me take you somewhere else.
I was also thinking Dogara as well from Bauchi State, but I don't know whether that would be a good. I was thinking Dogara as well, because I know he's been in the back. He's been in the back. He's been in the shadows basically.
Let me tell you the names that they are permutating with AI. They are permutating with Bishop Kuka of the Sokoto Diocese. They are permutating with Yakubu Dogara, who you just mentioned.
Exactly.
And then they are also permutating with Christopher Musa, the new Minister of Defense.
Wow. I don't know about the new Minister of Defense. I don't know how.
He's a Christian from Kaduna.
Oh, they must as well just keep Shettima there. The only person I thought about was Dogara. That's it, from Bauchi. But I didn't think about the other ones. In terms of the from the Diocese of Sokoto, that means the Vatican would have to let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have to persuade him also to take the post. Yeah. Because he's not a politician. In fact, he's a critic of government usually.
Yeah. Let me leave the floor for the other.
All right. Let me give you a snapshot question, and then I'll move the mic on to. We go Patrick Baba, and then Patoski. Larry joins us as well. Let me ask you this: Atiku's son, he's defected from the PDP to the APC. His own blood son, or the scoring of his loins, defected from the PDP to the APC. So, how much of a body blow is that to Atiku if his own birthed son is telling us then that, because what that tells us is that he doesn't consider his father a serious prospect. So, how does that impact politically, if at all?
I don't see anything from it. I really don't see anything from it. It could be that, his son is deciding to go. In Nigeria, the more we look, the less we see. So I don't see anything that his son decided to move from APC to from PDP to APC. PDP is a lost cause now, so you have to think where you're. And maybe he might be acting as as an informant for ADC. So so I really don't make anything of it.
All right, brilliant. Let's move the mic on. We go to Baba and we start to do. We go to Patrick Uche actually, and we start to do 5 minutes.
Yeah. Before you go, the reason why I joined, because I need to clear something. What you said, Taiwo said, right?
Yes.
I don't know why Taiwo is making people just too optimistic. Because Taiwo telling people that by the end of the month, right, when they start seeing increments in their salaries, right, that thing is not generic. Because personal income tax is a state tax, and most of the states have not really domesticated the new tax law. So I heard that thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, it's better you don't even see anything than give people a lot of hope.
Because now they will start to ask where's their money.
Yes, because fine, you can talk about people in FCT where their personal income tax, right, goes to federal government. But every other state, personal income tax is a state tax. And until we get to that point that the states are starting to domesticate the tax law, that's when the people will start seeing the effects of those things.
But Larry, who does the collection for the state?
Exactly. I want to ask Larry
it's not
that.
FIRS.
One post now.
The state
Who does the
do their
collection for the
no,
state?
for personal income tax, the state does it.
The
State
state do
No,
their
they've,
collection.
that PAYE is no more functional because federal government collects all the tax now and then disburse.
No. I've done this. I've done audits severally in Nigeria before I left Nigeria. State.
Guy, be like say you did far away from your mic.
So, Baba.
Yes, sir.
The personal income tax, the state internal revenue service collects it, not federal government. FIRS does not collect personal income tax for anybody.
Well, it's no more federal. It's now NIR.
Yes, but there are still state internal revenue service. So NRS has not scrapped the state internal revenue service. Each state still have their own respective internal revenue service. So what will happen is some of the states will start domesticating the tax law. So the fact that we have NRS does not cancel Lagos Internal Revenue Service. They are still functional.
Wait, Larry. I have not checked what you are saying because my own understanding is that is why they changed the nomenclature from federal to Nigeria.
No.
Wait, let me finish. It's for one purse. The states have their own group of taxes which they collect also, which should be localized. Wait, let me finish my point.
Okay.
The thing is, if that were the case, then states that were agitating against it need not be very vocal. All they would do is not to domesticate anything. But this is a federal law.
No, Baba. So see, let me, because this is my base, right? And before I left Nigeria, I've done a lot of audits in Nigeria. So personal income tax, it's not a federal tax. Even the one in FCT, right? It's not collected by Nigerian Revenue Service. It's collected by Federal Capital Territory IRS. That's why today, if you go to Nigeria today and you say you need a tax ID, right, for an individual, you don't get that in NRS. You get that in your own state internal revenue service, because that's a state law. So Taiwo coming to tell people, oh, you start seeing those things at the end of the month. Yeah, you can say probably by end of the year, a lot of states will start putting things, implementing things, putting it in. Yes. By end of the month, no. It's a no. And I hope it doesn't give, because Nigeria has people that when you give Nigerians hope, it can be counterproductive.
But I think
but
I
do you
think most
him and
states have
his team-
domesticated their state taxes, no?
You think him and his team will not know that the states are the one collecting and the impact before he start making such statements? He's a professional too.
Adoski, you should know this thing now.
But he's a professional.
No,
And
Larry, I disagree with you, though I will not argue the point. I would rather go back and study more.
That's the structure. That's the
me
structure. What Larry is saying, that's the structure. But
not the structure. That's exactly what is.
that's exactly what it is. But
till today,
I think for him to have said that, I don't know. There must have been some changes. He's a professional too. He's been in that space for a long time. And he's the one and his team that designed these same laws.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I am not saying it will trickle down. I'm telling you that people will not start seeing it by end of January. That's what I'm telling you.
You know why I think different, and I'm going to study it tomorrow. I'll spend after my football this thing. I'll study tomorrow. Is because, take for instance, are you telling me that if 5 states were to domesticate it, only that 5 states will be reimbursed and other states will not be contributing anything?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. Why did they change the nomenclature from federal to Nigerian?
Baba, the question is not about the reimbursement too.
Baba, why they change? Now let's get something clear. You said, why did they change the nomenclature?
Yeah.
To Nigerian Revenue Service?
Internal Revenue Service.
Yeah, NRS. It's called NRS now.
Okay, okay.
It is from Federal Inland Revenue Service to Nigerian Revenue Service. The reason why they changed that is because now most of the tax that gets collected now, money that ordinarily go to the federation account, right, and money that ordinarily go to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, everything will be handled by NRS. Take for instance now, there are some custom and excise duties that custom were previously handling, and that is not a federal income. That's a federation account income. Now, NRS will post people to custom. NRS will be collecting everything. There are money that NIMASA collects. Those are money that goes to the
No,
federation.
even customs will not collect directly anymore. They pay that everybody pay directly to that person.
It's NRS, I said NRS will post people to custom. That's what NRS is doing.
Even the Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission.
Every other spaces, NRS will be the ones to post to those spaces. That's why they decided to change it from just normal Federal Inland Revenue Service to Nigerian Revenue Service. So it's not because of probably they want to take over everything that other states do. No, that's not it.
No, of course, states will still have their own laws and everything.
Are still collecting their normal personal income tax. You can confirm that. Look, even you can continue. I can help you get that so that we can, one man can help you.
I'll spend tomorrow my evening hours doing that again, because that's my own understanding is one purse and federal government would disburse. But still, so many lies that are peddling around about this tax issue. They just, like, those mad crowds, they just jump in anything just to excite themselves for 24 hours and then they wake up to another thing entirely. Take, for instance, the VAT on money transfers. And they said, no, that's not true. You don't do anything. It's on the charges of the bank that they will pay the VAT on. It has nothing to do with the remitter. That is one. Another one, they jump up. I mean, they just kind of, it's catching cruise. I saw a woman who remitted 25,000 to the daughter, and then they charge 87 naira. And she was complaining, went on the social media to say they are cleaners with taxes, and 87 naira for a 25,000 this thing. I mean, what is wrong with us? And you want improvement? Nigerians are becoming ridiculous.
But Baba, let's be very objective. There are some businesses that you not like. I'm spending my money. I'm making a transfer to a bank. Why should I be charged for that? Here, I don't pay charges for that.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Baba, you know where the problem will be?
Yeah.
You know where the problem will be? It's all about the payment gateways, right? They don't charge anything.
They don't charge exactly.
For me,
you are charging
personally, in Nigeria now, this is me personally in Nigeria. I have Access Bank, but I don't use my Access Bank. If I want to do big transaction, I don't even use my Access Bank. I use one of the payment gateways.
OPay or something like that. Yeah.
Not even OPay. There is one, Bank 78. It's Bank 78 is what I use. And it's zero. But my Access Bank, any slight thing on my Access Bank, different charges. So that's where, and people, when people now, most people that you see in Nigeria today do not even use those conventional banks again.
Yeah, they don't.
Exactly. Because the fintech are making a kill.
So most people use the fintech, and the fintech do not charge.
Yeah, they don't charge because of volume.
So now my problem is, if you're now saying the fintech should start charging, because basically,
how much should they start?
You want the fintech to charge. And that's where the problem is. And the fintech are not going to consume that cost. They'll pass
it on.
they will definitely push it to the people.
But for the safety of your money, for instance,
Baba.
the 50 naira payment on money transfer to safeguard your hundreds of thousands of naira.
Baba.
What's that? It's about safety.
Yeah, it's being.
It doesn't save anything. Oh. If
Why
that
do
money
you
gets
think
lost, they won't secure it.
They won't. Yeah, it's true.
Baba, why do you think people left conventional banks in Nigeria to those guys?
Because money was just
Patoske, you are breaking off.
Why do you think people left? Because I was in Nigeria, right, Baba? And I entered banks in Nigeria. It was, at least at the point, I was like, okay, fine. Some of this bank, probably they just have like 2 people working in the bank is better. Unlike what it used to be, where you see people in the bank.
I remember.
And everywhere you go to, as in from the driver that was taking me around, from everywhere, it's either they are using OPay, they are using money points.
Even the funniest thing, people will buy corn, agbado on the roadside and pay with POS, through POS.
Even everywhere. So
a lot of countries don't even have that.
It's not POS. Most of them is bank transfer.
So most of the problem is, that's where the problem is, right? So because you are basically trying to make it universal, unlike what it is now, right? What it is now is just the conventional banks that charge all those money. The OPay, the money points don't charge it. So I think all those things, it's a whole lot of things at the same time.
The tax thing is a new direction, so let's wait, and it's not something that will take off 100% smooth.
Yeah.
It will take time, so we just have to give it time. Those vuvuzela noise makers, let them make whatever noise they want to make. That's the only way part to.
Yeah, but the old tax did not start this January.
I was
now.
wanting to move on, but I'll do this. I'll get in touch with the guy that hosted that particular space. That
if you can come on next episode, that'll be great.
You mean Taiwo Oyedele himself?
Yeah, you can. No, one man. Yeah. The guy is so humble that if you reach out to him, he will come.
Yeah. It's not reaching out to him because I have a pathway to get to him, but it's the time that I stream. That's why I'm not bringing on guests anymore. It's the time that I stream. Okay. Am I going to tell him to come up at 1:45 a.m.?
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
That's why we don't have. It's not.
I know.
I have access to the guests, but
no worry.
I don't have this time slot. But as we get to settle back,
we'll let him know about it.
Yeah.
No problem.
But I will tell him to cut that clip and send it to me if he still has it. He did it on TikTok, and TikTok doesn't save, so I don't know if it's able to record it in one way or the other. But let's move the conversation on. We take it to Patrick Uche. I will start to do 5 minutes monologue because the room is populating, and people don't like to wait for too long. Patrick, you are up next. You've been very quiet, so maybe it's probably falling asleep.
Because nobody is bashing Obi. That's why it's been quiet.
But Zita is here now, so as soon as he hears Zita's voice, he has a natural impulse to react to Zita's voice. So Patrick, the floor is yours. But before I get to Patrick, can people please make sure that they're liking and subscribing? We're not seeing the numbers go up. And as you can see, we're after 50 new subscribers today. So if you're not already subscribed, please do us the favor of doing that. So like and subscribe as we hear from Patrick Uche.
It costs you nothing. Just subscribe.
It costs you nothing. Don't worry, I will attack your wallets later for super chats. But now I'm attacking your conscience for likes and subscribes. So Patrick, the floor is yours. So we're talking about we're just reflecting on should Shettima be replaced and who should he be replaced by? So we're reflecting on that. We're reflecting on Atiku's son joining Tinubu. What does that then say about the prospect of his father? If he has no faith in him, then why should we have faith in him? And then came out to dismiss the opposition. But I'm sure you're telling us
I came here because of that. I came here because of that man, because I don't know why some people can come in media and begin to talk lie. That this man is a PDP man, but all the time he came to media, he said, I'm PDP man, but using idea they're supporting APC. I don't know why some people, politicians, behave like that. And he said that P2B cannot do well if ADC give him tickets. He cannot do well as a 2023 because all those big politicians, a big heavyweight politician in Southeast already decamping to APC. I want to ask that man who is heavyweight politician in APC in Southeast. Heavyweight politician is not Hope Uzodinma. Is it not there in 2023? Soludo, is it not there 2023? This is five for all those PDP G5 governor. Is it not there 2023 in Abia State? In Enugu, is it not there? Who is heavyweight in now the campaign in APC? I wonder, some people can come and talk like they know everything. My brother, let me tell you now clear. You see, Southeast, Southeast, all those voters you see in Southeast, they no listing for all those people, all those governors. He maybe give them money. They will collect that money and eat that money and they go and vote anyone they feel they like, they perform well. Southeast people is not dissenting with North people. It's not dissenting in Southwest people. They are different people. Only Southeast people, a politician now can give them money, go and distribute for voters. As they give that you, as they give you money, that money, they will tell you, vote for your conscience. You only Southeast people will do that. Nobody, no region can do that. They will collect your money, they will vote against you. I want to clear that man now. If you know him very well, stop. Let him stop talking like an old politician, like since 1960. It's still the reason like a old politicians. Is it 2027? Accept P2B is not a ballot. You see all those five state government he's mentioning now, all of them cannot get 5% in that region. All of them. So stop talking heavyweight. Who's heavyweight? Hope Uzodinma they call heavyweight. Don't surprise Hope Uzodinma you see now. Vote for P2B 2023. If you don't know, I will tell you. Hope Uzodinma is a 419 man. They will come and do blah for you. That election, they will vote for his brother. Go and check. Some people doesn't know anything in that country.
What will convince the Southeasterners to vote for Peter Obi in 2027?
This is a good question. Since when I was born, I'm 40-something years now. Since when I was born, I never experienced Southeast president in that country till today. So imagine, as me, I use myself now as an example. See if one person in Southeast come out, see want to become a president of that country. I will leave them, go and vote the same people and they vote since 1980, 1981. I'm not a stupid. I'm not a small boy. I'm a grown-up now. When I was small, I voting all those PDP. Yoruba, Awusa, Fulani. This is time now. Somebody come out in Southeast. Why not supporting your brother? I will support him, whether he will do well or not. Because enough is enough in that country. Nigeria belongs to every.
All right, that's the most honest answer I've yet had to that question, because a lot of people will come here and say competence and so I was expecting you to say that, which would be a nonsense. But that's honest. Is your brother and blood is thicker than water. So there's no argument against that now. So If his blood is thicker than water, then
P2B didn't come out. He didn't win that primary election because I hope he will win because he have this thing. He have delegates who use with that election. When he come to South, all the delegates in South will vote for him. South East will vote for him. Southwest will vote for him. If they come to North, most of part North will vote for him. Tell me how Atiku will win that election.
Why would the South delegates vote for him? We didn't see that in the last cycle of election. In the last cycle of election, the South delegates voted for Tinubu. So that is to tell you then that the delegates are not going with tribe.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Delegates, I mean ADC delegates, will vote because they will say presidential candidate will come to South. They cannot leave South people go and vote for North.
But they did that in the APC in the 20.
Wait, that is APC. This is ADC.
They had an Igbo candidate in the APC, and I didn't get 2 votes.
That Igbo candidate in APC
was it Rochas or somebody?
No, it's nobody. Nobody know that person.
Rochas?
Like yes, like
Rochas,
yes.
Uju
Kennedy, let me tell
you, one other Southeasterner.
Let me tell you. He said when I say nobody know Rochas like like Hope was or them 419.
Rochas is a persona non grata.
Gent, let me tell you. I will tell you my leaders. They are 419. They are Bajue peoples. Yeah. They will tell you one today. Tomorrow they will change. You know. So no Southeast people can go and vote for those people. They will come tomorrow and say, my people, my governor. We talking about that. Like when you say now, wrote me Amechi, he will win. How can wrote me Amechi will win? Wrote me Amechi cannot win local government in River State now. How can you give
no, nobody said they will win. No, I was saying he would do better than Peter Obi at the ADC primaries.
Do any better. All people now.
Do you know that Rotimi? Hold on. Do you know that Rotimi Amechi came second in the APC primaries?
Let me tell you. That was APC. That money you would throw around. They will connect that money and vote for another person. You see that money? Like SAT is now. They will tell you, bring money. I will vote for you. They will collect the money, collect your motorcycle, collect your boss, run away. Go.
We are talking of primary now, not the general election.
Yes, I'm talking about primary election. You see, P2B have a better chance to win that primary election than Atiku if he play his wing very well. Because all those
how you put the word there, if, because one thing you must realize when it comes to primary, once they appoint all the delegates in the states, you have to take them to Abuja on your own steam, not the delegate scheme. You house them, you transport them, you feed them, and you give them money. It's a hard work. Pure organization.
That one is not problem. P2B have many hotels in Abuja. If you not have, I have one. His supporters have many hotels.
Go fund me, Abi. You do go fund me. They will do go fund me for
you. Maybe you one room there. They will sleep there. I will feed you. You know.
All right. Patrick, give us 2 more minutes, and then we're going to Baba just because other people.
Second, the article, his son. You know, you see in this country before, there's one man in Imo State. I think Abaniku. I think I can't remember. His son and him contesting a senate that time. You know, his son beat him, win that senate. And
that's the Ikoku and
after the second tenor, he's supporting his son. This is politics. It's not do or die. If Atiko's son they come to APC, he have a future. You know, he want to contest something from there. Then his father doing his own. If he win tomorrow, his son win tomorrow. If he say that election, his son will vote for his father. But he cannot come and say he votes for his father. He will tell you, I vote for APC. Who knows? This is politics, you know. So that is nothing, you know. And
all right.
that APC, it will bring information, very good information. They bring that information, give his father direct. So he know the game. I think he know the game he play. But for me, I don't know how Atiku will win that primary election. You know, I
All
don't
right.
know.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. So, Patrick, this version of Patrick is the one we want, not the one that comes to abuse people. So, stay with us, but stay in that mode. As you listen to Baba, who has the floor next, and we're still pushing people to bring up the numbers and the likes and the subscribes. As you can see, we have target set. It's on the screen right there. As you listen to the Baba. So, Baba, I don't think you need a preamble. So just
Yeah,
take
is
the
it
floor.
showing me angle of the, I think, DIC lobbying firm engaged by the federal government? I think it's been long in coming, actually. I've said it here before that, I mean, a country like Nigeria needs a lobbying group, a lobbyist group in Washington. I mean, that's the way to progress, because every other country that is worth its salt, they have a lobbyist. They don't just lobby for anything. They are like your eyes and ears in the American government circle. And they do a lot of PR job. They alert you to policies that are in the making. So Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and all the rest, they have lobbyists they pay every month. And I'm surprised that we came late into the game. And for 750,000 every month, it's all encompassing. And the federal government only engaged them for the first 6 months, 4.5. I think that's even cheap, because money they give to sportsmen, footballers, male, female, every year or in a World Cup cycle is about that. So it's money well spent, particularly when you have when you are trying to counter the narrative of some disgruntled element who are haters of Nigeria, who gather their miserly and miserable $60,000 to demarket the country consistently. So it's money well spent. So I don't know why people like Shegun Showumi will be saying that it's not a viable option the government should take. It's going to serve us well. It's going to serve us well, particularly in this electioneering year, because those people, they've done a lot of damage to the image of the country, not the government. It's the image of the country. And I don't even know why they are not realizing that. Is a country you want to divide or create your own Biafra? Is that why you have to demarket it and cause some ill will against the country? Is that how to get to your desire of getting your own country? It's not proper. Must you damage to create? So, I mean, I'm so disappointed that someone like Showmi was actually countering against it. I'm all for it, and they should even extend it for a whole year.
Do you think it was pandering somewhat to the opposition narrative? Because, like I said, like you said, rather, it seems too sophisticated for that opinion that he voiced right there.
Maybe it's not thinking it out well. Maybe we'll do a rethink and come. Maybe we'll hear something else from him in another cycle of his interviews. So that's what I have to say about that. For the Shettima thing, I think Tinubu will still retain him because I come to that conclusion because why Kwankwaso is not in APC yet is because of the options he gave. He wants to be a vice president. And I don't think Tinubu promised him that. That's why his head is not inside APC so far. So I think Tinubu will still go with Shettima, and he will still go with a Muslim ticket. He will not want to rock the boat. And a Muslim ticket will still serve him well, like it did in 2023, in the sense that an Atiku Obi ticket will be challenged by the Muslim ticket of Tinubu. It will keep that rural votes, show me talk about, keep them a little bit reassured, because it is the emirs that are holding that rural votes locked down through the machinations, not evil though, of people, of those retired generals in the north. And that those votes are very crucial. Atiku can have all the urban votes and everything, but they will not make inroads in the South-South. No way, because why they cannot make inroads in the South-South is because of the off-cycle elections that have taken place. We still have two more, one in Ekiti this year, few months, and one in Osun, few months. And I'm sure the Osun one, I think, is the only one that's going to be a contest. But that of Ekiti, no contest. APC will still keep their state. But the Osun one, I'm really interested in seeing, but I think APC will nick it in the sense that they will want to teach people like Aregbesola a very good political lesson. So I think Tinubu will go with the Muslim ticket. It will even serve him better if it's an Obi and Tambuwal ticket, because let's rule out that possibility also. We should always put it in permutation. Obi, Tambuwal.
Tambuwal has not yet moved to the ADC, has he?
He has moved officially to ADC, but fortunately, the two of them has been 8 years governors of their state, Anambra and Sokoto State. Tambuwal did nothing, like Obi did nothing. So they will be easy for the slaughter slab. You understand? But, well, apart from permutating that way, I don't see Atiku leaving that ticket. It's his last hooray at 79. It's his last hooray. He will not leave it for anybody. The people, the obedience can howl to the moon and vuvuzela till their throat will dry. Hell will have to freeze over first for Atiku to drop that ticket. He created that party as an SPV for himself. He nurtured it. Unfortunately, he brought in an ant-infested wood in the form of Obi, and of course, the lizard has come in. The obedience have come into feast. So I'm sure he will be biting his tongue now or biting his finger. That why did I bring these people in? And because they want also to reap where they did not sow. They want ready-made food. Like they told them in 2023, politics is not a la carte. Why they didn't turn their obedient movement into a political party, still a mystery to me. But after being a formidable party, easy for them to arrange. But then, whatever it is, in a few months' time, it will all unravel. Because I have it, somebody told me that, look, the obedience also can be purchased. And I can see what that person said then manifesting itself.
I just where you are, Baba. You already see them negotiating a price. There's this woman on TikTok. She always wears this red scarf on her head, and then there's Aisha Yesufu as well. And then there's one other guy. He has a white beard. I can't quite Magnus something he calls himself. A lot of them have been coming out to say that if Peter Obi is not on the tickets, then the obedient movement will withdraw withdraw from the ADC. So what does that tell you? So they've made a hard stance. So what that tells anybody that's is a thinker, anybody that has a brain, is that they are negotiating a price. That's just what they are.
Yeah,
so
of course.
She's saying, look, we've built this momentum. You have to pay us as well. So that's a negotiation. Them saying we will pull out if Obi is not on the ticket is them inviting Atiku and Co to come and pay them off.
Yeah, they've already showed their hands, and like they are not.
Sorry, Baba. Baba, two more minutes, and then we're going from you to Patoski,
Yeah.
Larry. I'm going to take about 5 minutes. I need to attend to something, but I'll carry on.
Okay. Where am I now? I lost my thoughts. Yeah, I think generally they show their hands too early, so they are not politically savvy. You don't come out in politics and stamp your foot down, dig in. No leeway. You just shut all the doors by saying Obi or nothing. It doesn't work like that in politics. No. So they are not truly politicians in the real sense of things. So now that they've showed their hands, and if Obi did not get the ticket and he opts for the vice presidency, what will they do? It's not today anyway. We've been seeing people change their mind. Egbon in Lagos, Admiral, said if Tinubu won, he will leave and go and live in exile. Egbon is still in Lagos, enjoying himself in Gerald Road, Ikoyi. So you don't do that in politics. It's one of the lessons they teach you, politics 101, that don't always say, this is what will happen and this is what you will do. You have to leave your doors open so that you can have options and a kind of way to wriggle out. So now they've said it openly. We hold them to it. Some of them, he told me, Aisha Yusufu, except this guy, the obedient leader, what's his name, Tanko, who said, okay, if we didn't win the primary, Obi will still remain in ADC. He's the only one who's been clever, because he's been in politics for some time. I think he was in Chief Ganifa Emi's party and things like that. So he's the only one that's very clever. The rest, they just show their hands immediately, Obi or nothing. And there are people in politics who tell you, oh, Obi or nothing, then so be it. And that's the stand of Atiku. I yield so far. Patoski.
Yeah, thank you, Baba.
Yes.
Yeah, the obedient, all those guys in obedient making noise. You see, I think they overestimate themselves. That's Aisha and the other person. How can you be the one dictating for Obi? All of them, they are riding on Obi's popularity. Even you say obedient is Obi. It's not all those Aisha Yesufu. How many people will say, oh, I'm voting for Obi because of Aisha? Or I'm voting for Obi because of what's this other one that used to make noise? Obi is the one that is making them popular. And so, if they say, oh, we are not going to support him, you're not going to hear anything about them again. They just be like any other content creator. And that's the truth. And they are not even doing well. They are not even doing a good job as a content creator. Donaza will do better than them. Very Dark Man is doing way better. So, it's Obi that has made them popular. So, they should watch the way they talk. Party told me that could not even win governorship primary in APC in Delta State. He says it's not going to support Obi. What's the support going to do for Obi? People overestimate their capacity. So, to me, and I think if I'm in Tinubu's group, that's the scenario I'll be working with. I'll be working with the scenario of Atiku president, Obi VP, and even Kwakwanso in their group in ADC. That's the worst case scenario that Tinubu can face. Atiku as president, Obi as VP, and Kwakwanso in their team, and maybe they negotiate Senate president with him. That's the worst. And then that team should start planning their strategy based on that. That combination can be beaten if they anticipate it early and come up with a strategy around it. It can be beaten because now if you are going to the only thing I was thinking they will campaign about against Tinubu is insecurity. But even though we are not totally secured, nobody can tell me they are not seeing what Tinubu is doing in security. You know me, I used to criticize him too, and I used to, at times I'll say, oh, I don't vote for him, I don't campaign for him. Some people say, oh, you didn't campaign, well, look at you. I don't campaign, I don't vote. Me, before I left Nigeria, I was a card carry member of APC. That's the truth. I be card carry member. I get my word for a taiko there. So I be card carry member. So I know they support with mouth. But once we support you, you win election. We not go ahead follow you do the job. And if you are not doing well, we should not be supporting you like that without telling you that you don't do this one. After all, nobody say I dey benefit anything. I don't even intend to benefit anything from it. But to me now, Tinubu is doing something meaningful in the area of security, and everybody is seeing it, except you want to be very insincere. The man was not the one that caused the insecurity in the country. Mind you, this man is even still less than 3 years in power. The one we are talking now, as if the man has been there since Nigeria, since the independence of Nigeria, and we expect that he will solve all the problem of Nigeria. Based on the amount of time he has spent, the level of work so far that he has done, I think
Do you
is
know the
worth.
ASU 16 years debacle? He has solved it finally.
Yeah.
16 years problem, he solved it.
So the man is, I don't know, the man looks like somebody who is not that smart, but man, me and if I did surprise, yeah, the man is smart, and in security is doing the work. We have not seen the final result too, but we have seen that the work is being done. Unlike before, we will not go know say anything they happen. Now we see what is happening. So anybody that's going to campaign with security, we should ask him, which level of work will you do that this man has not done now or is not doing currently there? He's changed service chief, he's changed minister.
I can answer that question, Patoski.
What?
There was a time that Peter Obi was on a flight, and then there was a functionary of Lagos State that was on that same flight as well. He wanted Obi will use the little known military strategy of toilet cleaning. That's how it was.
Okay, my brother told me that though, that he said one woman went to the toilet and he cleaned it. When they asked him what will he do differently? You see, there's nothing that anybody wants to do in the area of security now that Tinubu is not doing or has started doing or is not currently putting structure to do. I'll use my short time to explain that, but there's one thing that is left for him to do, and I will mention that. All the agencies are collaborating more than before. National Security Advisor Office is becoming more strategic than before. This NSA office, can anybody remind me who was Buhari NSA? Very unpopular.
It was Yusuf Bichi.
Very unpopular. You could not see the impact of what he was doing. Who was Jonathan?
I beg your pardon. It was Ngono or Yusuf Bichi was
you are struggling to even
was DSS. Yes, it was Ngono or something.
Now, look at him. That is no real. You could not really see what he's doing. Then Jonathan, he was notorious. We only knew him for stealing how many billion of security funds. Dasuki. So, but look at what Ribadu is doing. Look at what now they brought Musa in. Look at the rejig. Look at the impact. Look at the service chiefs. Look at what they are doing. And then look at the way he's diplomatically managing external influence around security and what people thought was going to be to his fall. Look at the way he was able to turn it around to his advantage. Now he's negotiating better with those international community. He's doing a lot of things in that area. Nobody say now they say, oh, half of the year the president has spent it outside the country. When somebody has a challenge at all, go look for help where help will come from. At times, people, I don't know what people are thinking. So if you stay in the house, what difference is that? So those kind of strategy of campaign is out. The only thing I think Tinubu now is working. They are working around state policing. Forest Guard has started. He has decentralized military training. You now have training depot in Oshogbo. You have in Southeast. Now he's trying to decentralize NDA. Is the national security? The Forest Guard is there. The only thing I think he needs to really work on, fast track state policing, and then he needs to review the salary of military personnel. He needs to.
Correct.
I've been saying this for a long time.
Did you not send me a clip that he has? I thought
Look
you
at
sent me a
it.
clip.
No, but they increase the academic staff, the lecturers now. They are receiving, I think, 1.4 million extra as allowance per year now.
For
So
professors, right?
it's not enough, but it's at least a good
For
step
academic,
forward.
that's a lot. That's a lot too.
Yeah.
That's a lot. But look at in the woman, if you listen to this thing, woman, will you be able to play it? That was a soldier. He was discussing how much each rank of soldiers get. Woman, please. There's nothing.
Yeah, I'll pick it up whilst you're speaking. Carry on.
There's
I'll get
nothing that can be damaging to your channel there. So this, when woman bring that in, I'll just leave you guys to discuss it. Now, when you listen to it, now begin to listen to it in the context of these soldiers are the ones that are protecting the country. In short, there are some of those protecting these VIPs, the chief, the commander-in-chief, the senior people, and they see how much those guys are spending every day. They see visitors that come to their house. They see how Ghana must go is moving out and coming in. In short, in some cases, they are the one that will even help them to escort the Ghana must
Take
go.
it from the car or put it in the car.
Exactly. And they see how their children, the children of these politicians, spend money anyhow. In short, they are the ones that will maybe escort the children of these politicians to club. And they will see the way they are spending. And maybe the children of the politicians will say, yeah, you take 500, take 1 million. They see all that. And then, when one man play that thing, I won't talk. You will feel very sad. And you will feel that
But you know,
this
Patuski,
is negligent.
what makes me happy with Tinubu, that's 4 academic year being
How
4
much
years.
is a soldier being paid in Nigeria?
104.
All right. Let me play
Entry point 104,000
a month.
Yeah.
So in a year, how much does he get?
$1,000.
That's
Woman,
one
please play it.
million
Lita,
something.
make one
Just
man play
about
and make you hear it.
$1,000.
All right, let me play it.
For the record, the soldier's salary is 104,000 if you enter. For the record, the soldier's salary is 104,000 if you enter. If you don't spend 5 years, they give you new rank. Your salary is 112,000 naira. If you spend 10 years, they give you another rank, which is corporal. You earn 115,000 naira. That is, if you spend 5 years and if you spend 10 years, the difference of the salary is 3,000 naira, 112,000 and 115,000. If you spend 15 years in the service, 15 years, 15 years, your salary is 125,000 naira. Then if you spend 20 years in the service, your salary is 150,000 naira. This implementation starts this year.
That's the new salary scale that Tinubu just approved for them.
No, that was last year, not 2026.
That's Tinubu's approval.
Actually, the salary is not actually the problem. The problem should be the living conditions for them and their family.
Poor.
Let me even. I just want to give you
because if you talk about China, how much does China pay their military?
No, leave that one first.
No, you people like comparing.
No,
but what I'm saying,
I just want you to listen to. I will round off now. I just wanted them to play that thing. You see, when these people, I got a feedback. I think I can talk this. I mean, I'm abroad, so nothing. Soldiers are deserting Northeast. Soldiers, they are going on a war in Northeast. I have a senior friend who is a retired soldier, who is now the chairman of LCDA. He told me his experience that 3 soldiers came to his estate, to his area. So the ballet now say, go and meet chairman since they are soldiers. So when they saw him, they saluted him, sir. He now spoke to them as a young boy. What is happening? So are you guys on pass? They say no. They say they left. They now started talking about even the condition, just as it I say now, the condition of their family. He said when they were there in the battlefield, their family, they hardly have time to call. But when they call them, the wife will complain, this money, the salary no reach. Some of them have 3 kids. Is that money no reach to pay school fees, do all those things? So now when a soldier is on the field, he knows that his son that is supposed to go to school and this thing has not been able to pay. How do you think he will concentrate? Even me that I'm not on the field, when I receive notice from Nigeria that uncle, I need this, my mind is there. This kind of pressure you guys are giving because I'm here. But my mind is there. So you can imagine if it's my child and I'm on the battlefield and I've been away. He said one of them said he has been in Bonus for about 13 years now. Since he left depot, they just moved him there. So they are in the now say, so are you people not going by say, it's your guy, we don't go at war. We don't. He said people they leave.
You are really using this platform to advocate for the military. Every time you come here, you keep talking. It's like you have somebody in Nigerian military.
I have.
This is not actually the place to say it anyway.
No, at this point, I think it has to be. I'll be barrack boy. I grew up there. I know how officers...
2 more minutes, Pato, so we'll move it
I
around.
know how officers...
Pato, by the way, you have to log in as a host, though, but 2 more minutes, so we'll move it around.
I know how soldiers treat other ranks. I know how officers treat other ranks. I know, even now, not officers, politicians, how they treat military generally. Nigerian military are not well taken care of. And the way the military structure is that they cannot protest. So if they cannot, then let people like us who are not military, but who are children of soldiers, or who have brothers, sisters, friends. We went to military schools. Let us speak for them. If the people who lay down their life to defend the country, who are bold and courageous enough, let me give you an idea. An average guy, if me, I'm an accountant now, my friend who joined the army, and
1 more minute, Pato.
And who joined the army and took a direct regular commission to join the army as a graduate, an average chartered accountant outside is likely to do better than him 90 times, if not 100 times, than that soldier. I know a lot of doctors, I know a set of doctors who in their class, in Uniben, I know the officers now, 6 of them joined the army. In short, the rest went to private practice, some travel abroad to come and practice their medicine. Those soldiers are in terms of doing well, those ones who join army, now their own war pass. They are just struggling to survive on pension. So that's how terrible it is. This is the kind of platform that we can say it. I cannot be court-martialed. If they say it, they can be court-martialed. So the president needs to know that. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Pato Joshua looking as a host. Larry, you're up next. So we'll start to fast track it now. Larry.
I'm having issue logging in as host new. My laptop's not here.
All right. We'll see how far we can get. All right. I don't think Larry is quite ready for us today. So we go to Akim. Akim. Hopefully, I hope I'm being heard though, because there seems to be issues there. All right. We go to Zita. Can Zita hear me?
Can hear you.
Brilliant. So Zita, ever and forever, Nigerian matters. We were talking about, because they are permutating now. They're saying the Americans want a balanced ticket for Tinubu. So they
have what? They want what?
A balanced ticket in terms of religion, a Muslim Christian ticket.
No, they wouldn't say that.
Well, that's what there is being rumored.
Nobody said that.
How
Continue.
do you know? How do you know? Are you?
I said one man. Nobody said that. Continue.
Well, on what authority are you saying nobody said that? You
one man. I said nobody said that. Continue saying
Donald
what
Trump?
you are saying, Sha.
No, well, that's what's being said, and then they are permutating then the possible replacements for Kashim Shettima.
It's not gonna happen. Next topic.
No. You can't say You can't say it's not going to happen now, because that vice presidential stud is a real important real estate in terms of the Nigerian politics, and there are a lot of people angling for it. What's it called? The Kano man is angling for it. The religious balance is angling for it. Nuhu Ribadu is angling. Abdulaziz Yari is angling. So
people who could not deliver their state is hanging.
Who could not deliver their state?
Who among these people that you called deliver their state in 2023?
Shettima himself deliver his state.
Of course he did.
By what margin?
Even if it doesn't matter, your president could not deliver his own state that he ruled for 8 years.
Yeah, but the totality of the votes in
one man, is that the only topic you have?
There are several other topics, but that's the main hub
another
of it.
One.
Okay, there's Atiku Abubakar's son defecting to Tinubu, saying that he prefers Tinubu over his father. And we were asking if he cannot even persuade his own household, on what argument then does he persuade the rest of us?
Politics is not done that way. The only thing is that for people like you who see it that way, the father might lose their vote. For people like woman who sees politics as when father get up, picking must follow. If he say yes, the child must say yes. The child shouldn't have the opinion of his own, a mind of his own, or make a decision of his own where his father is standing. For people like you, yes, it might make the man lose a lot of vote. You are right. But politics is not that way. I'll give you an example. You might not like the example, and most Igbos here might not like the example, but I am someone who make a lot of references when I speak. I don't really like history, because history, people who draft it, they push their narrative instead of the fact. But I like to make real life references. The man called Zik of Africa, the son did it too. He didn't see anything wrong in that. The son was in another party, while the father was a leading man in another party, just like Atiku and his son. Yeah, for Nigerians like you, Zik did not win the election, because there are Nigerians like you who will like wake up and say, if your son no support you, Namigo can't support you. But politics is not that way. Actually, in the real sense of it, he's supposed to help the father. Because being in APC, he have at least access to some certain information that might help the dad. Yeah, being in APC, why don't you see it as being a mole in APC? Why are you seeing it as rejecting his father anyway? But that's the way we think. It actually doesn't mean
because
anything.
it will not be his entry point will not be at any level that he will have any information that will be. They're not going to place him in any inner caucus. The only relevance is that it's Atiku's son and he's joined them. It's just that headline and that's it.
That's
but
what
if Sheikh Tinubu had joined Atiku against his father, how would that narrative have played?
The same way for people like you too. But for somebody like me, I won't see anything wrong in it. The same way. The only difference is that because of the hatred, and most, will I call it emergency hatred, most Nigerians have on Tinubu, they might make it a talk show for as long as the election is on. That's the only difference. But for people like me who are a little bit enlightened in terms of politics and the way people should live their life, it doesn't really mean anything to me. He has the right to join the party he wants to. By the way, let's face the real fact. ADC as a party that you guys are forcing the guy to go into is not actually a party, neither is it an opposition. So why would he waste his time going there? Okay, let me think like you. The people are not doing opposition like real serious, like seriously. So why would he go there? He should go where the money is. Why not? So, for one, I saw that thing on the news and I saw how so many people were reacting towards it. The reactions were 80% negative, but one man, I would rather be among the 20. There's nothing wrong with it. For some people, yes, they might see it as a negative to the man, but in as much as they are seeing it as negative, joining a party as a northerner into APC, it's better you people start seeing it as a mole because news fly a lot. A little thing will happen. Maybe they send him there to follow a particular person that is close to Tinubu. You never can tell.
But
That particular person
if
close
they
to
were to
Tinubu.
plant a mole, will they make it that obvious?
Planting a mole.
That's the question.
See, listen, that's a very smart question. But let me tell you, planting a mole does not necessarily mean the person will sneak into the place. No. Like for somebody as relevant as a relevant name, not as a relevant person. But you too should understand that that boy, actually, or man or boy, actually has something with Tinubu. Let me make a reference. You people forgot that Tinubu was at his wedding. You forgot that? That Tinubu na in Padi Padi. If care is not taken 2023, probably he voted for Tinubu.
Let me just on just what you said there. This is something that if article is no longer in play, if he feels that he's no longer in play, who do you think he will back between Tinubu and Peter Obi?
Oh my, you are just being mean.
No, it's a valid question.
Okay,
He will back Tinubu.
Let me
Tinubu man now. They go
calm down,
for
calm
40
down.
years back.
Yes. That kind of question. One man, that kind of question, you don't give away answer. You have to explain to your listeners why he will back Tinubu. And you have to explain to your listeners why he will back Obi, if actually, whichever way you choose, you have to explain it to your listeners. It's not a giveaway answer.
You know the
Because
funny thing, Zita, do you know this Tinubu man is a kind of an enigma? Do you Ngige?
I won't call him an enigma.
Ngige once contested Anambra senatorial election under ACN.
I won't call him
under
an enigma.
ACN way back.
I
Can you
won't call
believe
him
that?
an enigma, but I will call him, I would rather use the word a secret ladder builder, career ladder builder. That's the only word I will use for
That's
Tinubu.
not a word now. That's a sentence.
Enigma.
Secret ladder builder. Now one sentence with that.
All right, give us the answer and then give us what's led you there.
You are looking for trouble now.
No, I've asked that question before, and people don't understand. People are saying Atiku step down for Obi because we're
I
going
don't
to hear
think
a lot of.
he will.
Hold on. We're hearing a lot of that. We're going to hear a lot of that cry in the build-up to the ADC primaries, especially from the obedient space. Atiku step down. But I'm not sure that Atiku especially cares either for Nigeria or for Peter Obi. He cares for himself. And if it's not in play, I'm not quite sure that he rates Obi in. I don't think he rates Obi at all. He just sees him as a tool for its wider. But your thoughts?
Okay, one man. When it comes to politics, it is money, person, and people. Okay. Number one is money. Person is something you build, just like I said. Tinubu is a ladder builder. Something you build on your own, but the money. Now, are you guys saying that Atiku will step down and gather his money and his conglomerates to sponsor Obi?
No way. That will never happen.
No, anyone I ask you people give the answer. I don't want to answer before me and somebody will make this platform very rowdy now. Okay. Even if Atiku stepped down for Obi and he didn't want to gather his money to support Obi, the people in ADC, looking at the characters in ADC, like David Mark, what's his name? The other guy.
Malami.
What's that Sokoto?
Malami thinks Obi should be his driver. Never mind president.
And the one
you
in
know
Sokoto,
the arrogance of that guy, Tambuwal.
Lamido.
Do you think El Rufai rate Obi?
Lamido, that's Jigawa.
And then, do you think they will do Zobu behind Obi?
No, of course. The only person I think that might prefer Obi in that situation is El Rufai. Surprisingly. Because El Rufai knows that.
That means you don't know El Rufai.
No, I'll tell you why.
El Rufai is a snitch.
If Obi becomes president,
I say El Rufai is a snitch. Let's forget that one.
Next question. Forget it.
No, hold on. You keep making me hold you to a spot because I think or you can correct me if I'm wrong. But when you say El Rufai is a snitch, I've said on this platform once that El Rufai might well be a 3-dimensional chess play by the Tinubu camp. Is that what you mean?
Yes, it's a snitch. It's not even now that US is looking for your.
I bet one man. No, they make it look like say El Rufai is the one that is indirectly backing Tinubu.
Ola, I love your posts in the comment section now.
Okay. Okay, so the second thing, we finish with the money aspect. We go to personality. Looking at Atiku, have you ever really seen a politician in Nigeria, Atiku, throw his weight behind to support? That is, he didn't get the ticket. He's not interested in the ticket. He threw his support behind that particular politician to win, like his money, his time, his energy, labor, and everything. Name the person. I think he's one of the most selfish politicians I have ever seen. I don't know about you guys. Hello?
Hi.
I don't know what you people think about Atiku, whether all of a sudden you people see him as a very nice...
Atiku is a self-interested narcissist.
Yes.
I don't think this is a guy that stands in the mirror and kisses the image. He has no interest outside of himself now.
Yes, because on several occasions, when people lose primaries, they come out to campaign for the person they support. But what I notice about Atiku, whenever he loses the primary, he stays in his house and if he's during the time of Twitter, he'll be tweeting out 1 or 2 things. All those running around with that particular person, campaigning and all those things, he doesn't do it. But if it's him, He will gather all those his northern, I must rule people. They follow him about, moving whoa, talking as if they own Nigeria. But I don't see Atiku like that. I don't think he will step down. It's actually going to be a surprise for me if Atiku is not in the ballot come this year. I'll be surprised. And that way, at least, he will earn a little respect from me. Because as it is now, I don't respect him. I don't respect Atiku in any way. I've never, ever seen him as somebody who should be seen in Aso Rock. I didn't even know how on earth he was found in the vice presidential apartment. But it is what it is.
The man wants to run. He doesn't need your respect now. He's his president. The man wants to become president. Talk of respect.
No.
Yeah, but
What I'm
Zita is
saying,
the electorate now. She's the electorate now.
No, what I'm saying is that I will be surprised.
Yeah, but Zita is a representative, is a voice of, is a particular demography. Yeah.
No, I said I will.
No,
I will
upper class ladies vote. Yeah, she's the representative of upper class ladies.
If I will be surprised and shocked if he's not in the ballot. That's what I'm saying. And if actually that happens, he will earn a little respect from me. Like I won't see him 100% the way I'm seeing him now. That's just what I'm saying. I might end up seeing him 90%. Then come to Obi. There is something about Obi I've been saying, but people don't like me because I say that. If what they think Obi is, the other politicians are seeing him that way, we wouldn't be making this argument. I repeat myself again. If those pushing Obi, whatever they think Obi is, and whatever they think he can garner, and whosoever they think will back him and vote him, if it is the way the politicians in Nigeria are seeing him, we will not be having this discussion because he will be automatically be on the ballot. But believe you me, I don't think they see him the way they see him. I think they see him the way I see him. So that's why we are having this argument. So the only thing I think he will do is to go to another party and get the presidential ticket. Because this case of handing over presidential ticket to somebody and then handing over vice president to him, it doesn't really tell well. Because you should show your capacity and capability in the primaries. Fight it out. Make your name. Beat somebody silly in the primaries. And then when you come out with that shock like Tinubu did, that day, I remember the day of election, where we are. One Yoruba boy that was supporting the former vice president, what's his name again? Osibade. Tested us where we were in the club. Here, he tested us and told us that morning that Tinubu will be served breakfast. I replied him. I was the one. I took the phone from the person he tested. The person showed me. I replied him and told him, in your dreams. And then, by the time I woke up in the morning, I couldn't but have a good laugh.
I watched it live.
So that is the kind of impression when he come out, he's campaigning. You even if you did
2 more minutes later, and then we'll move it around so that
even if you are not supporting him, you will the people that is supporting you will understand that he beat you silly in the primary. So we should go there and beat Atiku silly in the primary. They should stop all this nonsense. Let them go there with their obedience. He should gather all his obedience, go there and beat Atiku and his conglomerates, beat them silly and pick the ticket. All
They
this
are beating him
handover
already
today
with
should
their
stop.
mouths. Woo, woo,
Bye
woo,
bye.
woo, 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 woo.
All right, brilliant. You still didn't give us an answer, but I think we get the roundabout of where you are. So thank you, Zita. So, of course, you all see now why we delight in Zita so much. So you know, she doesn't just give you a binary answer. She gives you she gives you the steps to lead you to your conclusion. So thank you, Zita. I'm not sure that Larry is still with us. So in the absence of Larry, we go to Prince Daddy. And as we go to Prince Daddy, can I implore that people please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. You can see we have a target. It's right on the screen. There are 50 subscribers for this particular stream. So if you're not already subscribed, then please do that. We need numbers going up so that you can trigger the YouTube algorithm in favor of the conversations that we're having. And we have even people of equal sagacity as the people that you've heard already coming in. And of course, we want the conversation balanced as well. So maybe we can tease in a few obedience, a few articulators, and a few batified, and then we have a full Nigerian diet. So all of that wrapped around like and subscribe. So if you're not already subscribed, please do that and click on the like button just as you're subscribing, as you listen to the MAGA man. If he had his will, Donald Trump will be the president of Nigeria. Maybe he is already. Prince Daddy, floor is yours. Prince Obalola. After all that build up, look at that. Okay, you're not a MAGA man now. Am I hot? I thought you were a MAGA man. Look at that. Nice. How dare you call me a MAGA man?
And no, I said one man. Anyway, hello everyone. How you doing?
We're good. Good to have you.
Yeah. Well, just briefly, a couple of minutes, I guess. The reason for I heard a couple of comments about why Shettima may be replaced, and I think he suggested maybe Trump or America wants that to be. I'm not sure about that.
No, I think that was a sponsored article.
Oh, okay.
That's my opinion. The one man read on legit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think Trump cares. He can care less. I said it before, he told the Canadians when they asked him during the Canadian election if he preferred the Conservative Party. He said he doesn't care. In fact, he prefers the Liberal Party or the Liberal candidate because sometimes the Conservative may be hard to deal with. So it's totally different. Trump is totally different too. He doesn't like to really interfere with election in other countries. Quite frankly, I think he said it before, and he showed that during the presidency that he doesn't care. So if you choose a Christian or not, I think if that's true, I think it's something that's in the mind of people like Tinubu and others in order to pacify America, or who knows what the lobbyists or the people they paid money to are saying. I'm not surprised. I won't be surprised if it came from somewhere along that grapevine. Actually, I would not be surprised. Maybe some people pushing their own agenda. Quite frankly, but I don't think Trump really cares personally.
Let me hold you to that space. It's still on Trump caring or not. What's this fixation with Greenland? Because in his first term, he said he wanted to buy the country, and then in now his second term, he's determined to steal it to the point that, is it Denmark or something? They are holding press conferences that they are now in negotiations to sell their own land. So why is he so fixated with Greenland? What's in there for him?
Well, yeah, Greenland. See, before I embark on that, it shows how Trump does his things, and how when people trying to hold him as being a racist or discriminate, if you look at his pattern on how he moves around or moves about, he doesn't care. If he was doing that to an African country, they would say, "Oh, he's a racist, this and that." It was the way he's dealing with the Denmark. Is Denmark that's claiming making claim to Greenland, and they've supported Greenland for many years. Actually, Greenland is pretty much a welfare state in a lot of ways. So and Trump wanted to take it by force, but now he's more than happy to negotiate or even buy that. I've heard that he's more than happy to pay $100,000 to each Greenland person in order to buy the land, to buy it from the people. So he's willing to go that route. Greenland as it's right there in the Arctic, right? It's a strategic location between Russia and the European nations. Um, that spot right there, it's kind of. By the way, America has uh, not a large military base there, but they do have a military presence there. But the fear is that the way the Chinese um going around the world, um in that crafty way, using the economy to colonize someone. That's what Trump is concerned about. That eventually Greenland may fall into the hands of the Chinese and the Russians in particular, actually, and they'll be well situated there, thereby creating a threat to America in that part of the world. So again, Trump, the guy does things haphazardly, so it appears, but
I'm pretty sure if they have oil, it
Let
probably.
me support you more, Prince Daddy. You see, if you read Dan Brown's Digital Fortress, you will understand the strategic position of Greenland. You see, it's a web of spies already. In that ice, they have a lot of laboratory. Like you said, America has a base there. You see, if they break the Arctic, they can get, America can get the fastest seaway to Russia. You get just the way, like the shipping route in Panama and the what's the Egypt one now? You understand?
the
That
Sinai,
is the major.
Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, yeah. That is the major strategic distance there. If for a shipping route, because America has the technology, they can blow up the ice so they can come into Europe within 24 hours rather than make a detour around the world to approach that area. That is one of the strategic reasons why he's always saying, oh, for security reason, for security reason. It's a den of spy already.
Yeah, and by the way, Trump is not the first American president to have proposed the purchase of Greenland. One of the past presidents actually they've offered like I think how much was it? 40 is it 40 or $400 million to purchase Greenland many years ago, and the Greenlanders or Denmark, who I think was the negotiating partner, turned down the offer. So, but again, Trump has a way of doing things. They may sound again like haphazardly, but the really is quite strategic as a person. Now the approach may not be the best approach to go about it. Is kind of a rambunctious, and the way he approaches things may not be the most palatable way in diplomacy or dealing with the rest of the world. But he is not a crazy man. He knows what he's doing in his approach to things. Going after Maduro in Venezuela was not a fluke. He just didn't wake up overnight. And by the way, I think the Venezuela thing was more of a personal thing than anything. I think than freaking drug as the reason for going after him, because that being the case, Mexico would be number one corporate.
Were they contending over a babe? Because I know Trump.
No, he has sold one of the parcels of the oil and put the money in Qatar. Can you imagine? He put the money in Qatar.
I know.
Sold the oil.
That's interesting. Yeah, I heard it made
Not
some
in
deposit
American
in
Treasury.
a Qatar bank. Well, see that's part of it. What Qatar is an ally of some sort. So this guy, it's very. That's why people don't like him. The fellow Republicans and other politicians. It's quite it's unpredictable in a lot of ways. The way he does things. So yeah, it's making moves around the world. And the Russians, of course, are there, and the Chinese. So we'll see what happens. I mean, that's the story with Greenland. It's a place that Trump wants, and he must have it. He must have it. Greenland must, And again, to Denmark. I mean, the way is Trump deals. Baba, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way Trump is dealing with the Europeans, he deals with them like Africans. It can care less. It's about to call that place an
Do you
S-hole
know
pretty soon.
France,
It will.
Germany, and one other country, they're in Greenland now conducting military exercise? It's going to be an interesting place anyway in the next couple of weeks.
Baba,
Yeah.
they're in Greenland contesting. You don't have Greenland. Greenland is bigger than Mexico.
But most of
And
them
they've
is all
sent
ice.
and they sent through.
And there are
So
minerals there.
one person can man a plane, one military man to a land area of Sweden. Is that contesting? I beg. That's
Well,
for
I was
the
going to say,
optics anyway. That thing they're doing is for the optics.
All right. Let me hand over to Ola. Ola, please bring it home. If you can take it up to the 5-hour mark, I think you do for numbers. Larry has still not spoken, but I don't think he's fully with us yet. So floor comes to you. Simba was there, he dropped. Maybe he'll be back. So, but you coordinate it, shut it down when you're done. Can people please make sure they take up our numbers? The numbers are not impressive. We're after new subscribers and certainly the likes as well. So if you're not already subscribed, please do that. If you've not clicked on like, please do that. So like and subscribe as you continue to listen to the dulcet tones of the majestic Prince Daddy. Prince, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Okay, good night. So yeah, a couple more minutes before Larry comes on. Yeah, so what we're saying, the Greenland issue. Well, the Europeans now, they all of them, Germany and whatnot, they are unhappy with Trump in a lot of ways. For the first time, I heard the German Chancellor actually kind of recognized that Russia as a country is part of Europe in a lot of ways, and is the Germans aggressive tone towards the Russian is kind of softening. They've been softening their tone towards Russia, and they know at this point in time. I think they're feeling that they are somewhat not isolated, but Trump does not really have that back as they probably think, and I also heard I guess the new interpretation, if that was not the true or intended interpretation of the Article 5 of the NATO pact. My understanding, according to the recent interpretation, was that America is not going to jump in. For example, if Russia attacks any European country part of the NATO, that Americans' commitment would be to sell weapons to the country or to NATO, and not to just jump into the war. So that's quite interesting. So things are changing globally, quite frantically in a lot of ways. So that's where the Europeans find themselves. Trump is an equal opportunity offender. That's who he is. He's bound to insult everybody, or is bound to upset people regardless. The guy, as much as they want to paint him as a racist, is not. And the way he's dealing with Greenland and Denmark again, if he was dealing with an African country as such, people would call him a racist and all sort of names. But the guy doesn't care like that. It's a very transactional kind of a person, and that's the way he sees the world. To wrap it up, if Patoski is still there, he mentioned that the Nigerian army or the military they get nothing, pretty much. They get nothing. Ask him which category or which level of the military, because you can't lump them all into one whole group, right? So which level or which category of this army people or personnel are suffering? I mean, we all can guess that the people at the bottom are the ones suffering, but it sounds to me though, most of this army, especially the army, they do very well. The people at the top brass, they do extremely well, very well, and the ones that have the good, I guess called good ranking or ranks, they get paid very well too. They get a lot of I guess assets or benefits. It's the people at the bottom that don't get much. But what Patuski should be saying, rather, or I would like to know, would be Is it because the Nigerian government is not allocating enough resources or funding for the army? That's why they are suffering. We need to know that, because I think they get a lot of money. They get a lot of money, because they're not doing the right things, as just like in the private sector or in the civilian area too. They don't take care of their own people. I mean, so it's the same problem of corruption and neglect that occurs in every part of the country or every sector that the army is suffering from. They are the same Nigerians anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. So if they are suffering, I mean, we talk about people not getting the right minimum wage and workers suffering. The same thing applies to the Nigerian army. It's just a different constituent amongst the whole part of Nigeria. So we should not be surprised that some people are suffering in the Nigerian army. It's part of the deal.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Larry, are
Yeah,
you there?
next person. Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Larry, are you there? So anyone wants to say anything?
No, I wanted to say something about that Greenland and what he's saying. The main issue there is that America is their land grabbers. They actually do not want the way the country is constituted. They are very careful about their holy borders. That's the word I use for it. Any site of shenanigan they suspect around them, closer to them, it's either they destroy that place or they buy it. So the question of Greenland, they want it, they're gonna get it, period. Forget all this division they're doing politicized. I even heard that some Democrats went to Greenland or
No, but
Denmark
Victor, the
yesterday.
funny thing is that the first time America opted to buy Greenland was in 1867. And
They will
again, they
get it.
tried again in 1948 after the Second World War. So it's not a new thing, but maybe it's Trump that is coming to actualize it. So be it.
See, when they were teaching us American history, when I was doing my degree in the US, one boy, I'm saying this in a global platform, one boy from Uzbekistan in the class, we are supposed to pick one elective course on America, so on the United States. So we were doing American history. And I did African American history and American history. They were telling us how all the states come about, which one that started, and how they started acquiring the others, and even so. The way the professor is an Englishman anyway from Britain, the way he was saying it, this Kakastan, a lot of people do kind of hate America for reasons I don't know. You could see him, the anger in his face, like, why would somebody walk up to you and say, sell my land to me? That kind of a thing. And then he now asked the professor, what if those French people and those Mexicans and those Germans refuse to sell the land to America? If you see how scornful the professor looked at this guy, he looked at him scornfully and then said, they're going to get it anyway. They're going to take it anyway. That was what he said. Period. He said, so it's better for you to collect money. Collect small thing from them, like they're offering them now 100,000 or $1 million or 500,000. They should be negotiating on the amount. Because if America go there to waste their arms and ammunition, they're not going to get a penny and they're going to take it anyway. So it's better they negotiate. And for people who call that Greenland the NATO land, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just
Madam
like
Zita, so Madam Zita, if they say they no go sell, so what's going to happen?
they will take
They
it
say
now. That's what the
they take it
professor
for
was
free.
telling us. They're going to take it anyway. There are a lot of things in there that the White House is a table, it's a card. So there are several cards you can use to take it. You might decide to do it militarily. You might decide to stifle the life out of them through other means. Ban trade, ban this, ban that. They got all the text. They have all the institutions. They know how
Well,
to
yeah, that is
frustrate
true.
people. Eh?
But I think Trump just he wants to make it official, officially that Greenland is owned by America. But just like you said, there are so many ways they can you can say confiscate
You see,
Greenland.
Prince Daddy, people who come here to say that Denmark, that attacking Greenland is attacking a NATO nation is actually ridiculous. Because there are a lot of territories like that American own. They are not NATO nations. Okay? If you attack them, you are not attacking NATO nations. So I don't know why these people are doing these optics they're doing there. Because the only thing that will happen to those territories America own is that if you attack them, America will come and defend them as much as they can. The same thing with this Denmark. If that Greenland is their territory, if anybody attacks Greenland, it's left for Denmark to defend it. Not all these things, all these European countries that, by the way, who is NATO, if I may say? Does America is the NATO? And they said they want something.
America is NATO.
So
Yeah, America
they
is
said they want something and you're running around or bringing 5, 6 soldiers in the land America wants to take. Come on now. It's, if you look at the moral aspect, you might start screwing trash, honestly, sincerely speaking. But if you look at the way these people have been running their show from the time of their inception, you will know that if they mean it, they take it. Period. They have the only thing about America is way power. But is the cards there on the table in the White House? Yes, their cards are always there. You might
But
get
now,
to
they've been, pundits been asking this question across the media, social media, whatnot, and the traditional media. So now America is grabbing grabbing a president of a country in Venezuela, trying to go to Greenland and confiscate Greenland. So what happens if China say, okay, they want Taiwan and they want this and that, and Russia say, okay,
you
Ukraine is not
see,
enough, I want to take this and that. So what happens?
you see why you say that. You see why you say that. Thank God you mentioned the media houses and the media, because they feed a lot of information. I believe sometimes when I listen to them talk, it seems as if somebody is paying them to demeaning America. And people are buying it, just as the Venezuelan man bought it. You know the people that were buying in Venezuela in that mission? It was Chinese, Russians, Turkians, Cubans that was guiding the man with their own equipments. So, not to begin to talk too much, it's only America that can do that shenanigan.
Okay, Madam Zita, a question for you.
Go
Prince
ahead.
Daddy can join, Baba can join. The question is this: between Trump and China, who do you think is better for
business?
For better global community, not necessarily business? Like what I said, what I'm trying to ask is this: in the face of a global insecurity, what's the impact of China? What's the impact of Donald Trump? You will see. I'm not saying America.
I don't understand what you mean by global insecurity.
No, I understand. You see, Ola, I think
let
America
him
is
explain
better.
now. What do you mean
America
by
actually is better in
Baba?
that sense.
Baba?
No, Madam Zita, let Baba explain because
No,
I know.
wait. I want to understand what you mean by global insecurity.
That in case, who do you rely on among the Western powers, China, France, Britain, or America, in
Somebody
terms of
asked that
emergency?
question.
Say?
Is that actually what he asked?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
America is better because America is not afraid of taking decision like that. They are whether wrongly or rightly, they will take a decision. But China will always play it safe. Same thing for Russia. Russia will want to ask what's the need for them. Take, for instance, what happened in Syria when Assad was messing up. He hired Russia to come take care of him and secure him. But when eventually America went in, and whether they settle Russia or whatever the deal was, Russia withdrew.
Okay, let me answer the question. I couldn't believe somebody should ask this question anyway, but since we have asked the question, let me answer you. When it comes to security, in terms of protecting security or helping in insecurity, America make, eat, swim, build, dance, and sleep with weapons. So the way America is built in a way that they got to test that weapon. Period. So wherever, like Baba said, the willpower, well, the willpower is there, but their job is to test their weapons. That's what they are known for. If you have been to America and been to the Lockheed, you would believe that human beings sit down to make such weaponry. You begin to wonder, do they want to bury planet Earth? So because of that, they don't make it for keeps. They make it for action. So wherever there is a little thing in it, I no go agree. America will go there to test their weapon. Try it. The radiation that they did in 2013, they used it in Venezuela. The radiation, they used it in Venezuela. So they don't make it to keep it. So that's why you don't even need to ask the question, because they're going to do it anyway. That's what they do. They make weapons.
Okay. Oh, I asked
Okay,
that
let me
question
try.
that. Oh, okay, go ahead, Prince Daddy. Yeah, go ahead.
The Chinese they make weapons too. So too do the Russians. They make weapons. But I guess the core of the question about
But Prince Daddy, the problem is
I
America is
love
not
that. I
shy
love that your
using the
answer. They
weapon.
make
America is
weapons.
never shy. The
I'm
others
sorry?
are shy, are skeptical
About what?
using the weapons they have. America is never shy. They will brandish it, and if push comes to shove, they will use it.
Okay. Well. Okay. We're yet to see. Picking on Venezuela or Afghanistan or Saddam and his Fedahim. It's okay. Japan could do the same thing if they could. If China wanted to, they could do the same thing too. So we've not yet seen the true superpowers go one on one yet. We've not seen it with all these years of Cold War and all this Russian and American spy this and that. They've never been to war. Russia and America did not go face to face. If anything,
Wait, Prince Daddy. If America were a neighbor of Taiwan, the way China is a neighbor of Taiwan, and Taiwan has been going after, China has been claiming that Taiwan is their territory, you think America will not forcefully, since yesterday, taking over Taiwan?
of course they would have. But the difference
She
is that
recently even asked the
apart from
press
I
corps,
say
they asked Trump recently that the way you've gone to Venezuela and capture the president, if China were to invade Taiwan, what will you do? You know what Trump said? It's up to China.
I love that answer.
You can't believe that. That's what Trump said.
but let me say at the end of the day, you have to factor in the the culture as part of people's projection around the world. We can't discount the Asian culture or the Chinese culture on how they go about things. So Americans are quite, you can say aggressive and out there, outlandish in a lot of ways, and that's just the American culture. So in our politics and whatnot, but which is fine. But in today's world, see what Trump is doing, it's okay. But there's no doubt that America is in decline, and I've said it on one man show for the record again that China as a country, China as a political system that they run in China is, to me, is the superior country right now in the world. China is number one country in the world because if you look at it in comparison to America, America is quite unstable right now. We can project all the military power and that we have and strength, but there's limitation to it. China has positioned itself. China, those Chinese people, they are smart. They've been able to to combine different systems together and form their own system, which to me is a superior system.
Okay,
It's
why are they playing safe all the time?
China doesn't look at the record. Apart from the
Baba,
internal
Baba,
squabbles,
can
China
I
does not
answer that
have.
your question?
Yeah.
Oh no, China does not have a record of intervention or attacking other nations, and that's why I mentioned earlier that if it was Japan, we know Japan is an aggressive nation. That's what they
Baba,
were
when he
termed.
finished, remind me to answer that your question,
Apart,
please, before I forget.
recently the Chinese spokesman, what's his name, Victor Gao, was asked that what do they feel about China, Japan trying to rearm or build its armament, and if you look at the guy's response, you can tell he panicked. And but you know, when he talks about America, Victor Guy, he doesn't panic. He talk in an aggressive way. But when it came to Japan, the guy panicked that no, we can't allow Japan to arm itself. It's against the UN or international law. The guy was frantic about it because Japan as a country, they are aggressive, and we've seen it. They're put on display. You know what happened in Pearl Harbor and what it did to the Chinese people and the rest of the Asian. Japan is the problem, and China, at this point in time, I'll tell you that China is afraid of Japan than America when it comes to Japan rearming itself to become a powerful nation. Madam Zita, go ahead.
Yeah, Zita, do I come in or you want to go first? Okay,
go
Prince
ahead,
Daddy.
Baba.
The thing is here, they are all, as far as I'm concerned, if you have one nuclear head, you are as good as the nations that have thousands of it. You get my, because the damage that
exactly.
one, let me it can do is devastating. But then America is not shy of using these weapons or making threats. But China, for instance, America is owing China about 30
You are still
trillion.
explaining your question. I said, let me answer you. You're
Yeah, I
explaining
called
it.
you were
No,
not
madam, we
available.
called you were not available.
Look, yeah, China could do a lot of financial injury to America because they are holding 30 trillion of America's instruments. Why are they not using it?
Okay,
Even
let
make
me tell you why.
threats.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
You see, strength and might is not for parade. I repeat myself again. You see, strength and might is not for parade. Let me explain. You see a man who is well muzzled. See 6-pack, 10-pack, martial. It's not for show. You got to see him express in action that thing in which he's carrying. So for people to come here to say, China is this, China is that, as long as people like me who marry people like there, all I see of China is show, strength, and power. It's not for parade. You got to show it. And to your question, because they have seen America show their strength and power. If you are not sure of your own strength and power, don't dare them. I'm sitting here in a global platform begging every country and their military. It's not all about keeping cans of nuclear warheads in your country. If you are not sure, you'll be making a show, parade of your military minds. You've not shown it. You want to test it on America? I wish you luck. American strength and mind and power is not for parade. If you tell their military to parade, they will be walking. All those robotic, let me finish, please. All those robotic Chinese make, when, Russian, North Korea, they turn their head like this. They do like that. They bring out this equipment. They walk like this. Beside it, like robot. America is not that. Let me close by saying it again. Strength and mind is not for show. It's not for parade. It's for action. And the only country in the world who is using their strength and might in every technology, every time they go out, they do something new, like the radiation they use in Venezuela. It's only America for now. Until China starts showing, because they sold to Venezuela, it fell. They sold to India, it fell. They sold to Pakistan, it fell. So until they start showing their strength and might in action, till then, I wouldn't waste my time talking about China. Is there any other topic? Muna change, Muna come.
Yeah, before we change, well, I think it should be to the detriment of those that think China can be discounted. I wouldn't say that. That's why I take every opponent seriously, especially one like China or Russia. And just like Baba said, at the end of the day, if it's an existential threat, it only takes one nuclear weapon to deploy. You don't need all the weapons in the world. And one thing that China has also is they have the numbers in terms of personnel. They have the numbers. What is the ratio? 1-4, 1-5 to America in terms of the population. So and China, they have a superior, if you ask me, manufacturing process. They can build things much cheaper with good quality. For every $1 trillion that America spends on its military, China spends about $300 billion, and they get about the same quality and same quantity of armament. So that's the difference. You can't discount China because China has done display and bomb nations and done this and that doesn't mean that they are a weak nation. Only those that are not paying attention will say that. Nobody's trying to discount American military power. One thing America has for sure is experience. America has experience, a superior experience than China. We've not seen China on display. But those that pay attention to China as a country and how far they've come will tell you that China is a nation to reckon with regardless. America can't mess around with China. I mean, we're not talking about even North Korea. They're not messing around with North Korea because they have a nuclear weapon. What about China? China's got America kind of cornered in so many ways, quite frankly, if you want to go deep into the global economics and whatnot. So China is formidable. It's at the forefront of everything imaginable. So don't discount China.
No, you see, what I see
Ola,
about China.
Ola, is Ola there? Ola, you still there? I bet Baba, which party will be there now?
ADC.
Has he
No, madam, why are we changing this topic now? Don't let us change it yet because I asked that in purposefully.
I'm tired of the Robi Maduri. I don't interested. Let's go back to Nigeria. This platform is for Nigeria.
Now, Prince Daddy, you know why I said it is this: left to China, Nigeria will be run down with this insecurity, all this terrorism and whatever. And China will just be doing its business. And the problem with China is this: they are even contributing to that insecurity. That's why I asked that between America and China, who will you prefer to hand over the world peacekeeping?
I see what you're saying, but that's not entirely true. You know why it's not true? And I said it before. See, the Chinese, if you know the Chinese way of doing things and the way of life, say it is China tells everybody and the rest of the world all the time. It is not China's responsibility to come and throw bombs in your country and tell you what to do. But trust me, Allah, if America and Nigeria wants all the weapons and all the surveillance equipment, whatever, to fight insecurity, China can give it to them. No, they can buy from China, and China can help them.
Okay.
It's up to Nigeria to do that.
I like the point you are making, Prince Daddy. But do you know what you just...
I beg now, we don't need China technology in Nigeria.
If China is even ready to produce those things for Nigeria and America says, no, don't try it, under pressure, China will fold. Why I say this? Taiwan, they are the only country, even so small, that are making the chips now for everybody. America, China, for the car industry, military industrial complex. And China has been claiming Taiwan as part of their territory. And yet they cannot take it. Would I say because they fear America's reaction? If I use that word, then you say, why are they afraid? I think their population also is making them afraid. They've built something they don't want to be destroyed. It took them a very long time. 1-point-something billion population. You understand? If they take them to war, even if they won the war, at what cost? It may be a Pyrrhic victory with 500 million people hungry again. I think they don't want that. So they're a victim of their past history.
That great point you made, and that's the reason why. See, China, apart from it's not part of their culture, they're not going to attack or do none of those things. And yes, they are concerned about the country. If they go to war, a war of choice, put it that way, a war of choice. If they do that, that'll be the quickest way for the Communist Party to crumble and be taken over. They don't want that, and that for them to defend themselves, they have to fight a lot of people. China does not want that. But trust me, if any country attacks China, well, what do you want the Chinese people to do? Then they will get behind their leaders and they will go to war. See, and that's the calculation the Communist Party is making. They know what they're doing. Why do you need want to go to war for Taiwan right now?
China makes equipment for themselves. America makes for the whole world. Period. Can we change this topic?
Why do you want to go to war with Taiwan? Not because are you starving? No, they're not starving. They don't need Taiwan right now. Let me tell you, the reason why they want Taiwan and claim Taiwan is to show their hegemony, to project the global strength. That's the reason why China wants Taiwan. Apart from they've always claimed that the one nation policy that Taiwan is part of China, and they just try to project strength and globally. That's what China is doing. If you're asking me, but 101, really, Taiwan is not really important to China to go to war. Plain and simple.
Well, are you ready to change this topic?
Which topic now, madam? Which topic do you want to change to?
I'm asking the Dobi field form.
I'm not interested in Obi. I don't know if you now are interested in Obi.
I just want to ascertain his stability.
Obi has not actually taken up ADC's card. So
that's what I'm saying, because I wanted to ascertain his stability because he's not stable.
Is Rufai is Dele Momodu is, and a couple of odd. Aregbesola is, but not Obi.
Because I know that
Dachi was right. Dachi Ahmed was right that Obi may be still part of the Labour Party. Is that right?
Yeah. But how can he go into the primary without being a card-carrying member?
But they told you he accepted to be vice president.
So he has, but first he has to be a card-carrying member because
you don't know how these people do their things. He can be a card-carrying member. They will backdate it and give it to him. That's how they do things. After all, the Labour Party he went into, how far? Was it before our eyes that he left PDP to run to Labour Party? That's why I'm saying whether they have pinned him down with making him to register and become a full member.
He will not. It's a trap that he will not want to enter into. So he's a coward. He's a cowardly guy. He doesn't want to commit himself. He's dilly-dallying, already committed to the VP ship. But with the hauling going around that nobody will support that VP ship, he is being skeptical now and watching. So he's in dilemma.
Who said they won't support him as VP?
Most of it's for obedience. They say no.
Let him get it first. They will support him.
Half will support him, half will leave.
Half will not leave.
They will leave.
Baba, if what they say Obi is what Obi is, the half will not leave.
No, they will leave.
If he lose his base, that means how the politicians
you know
see
why
him
they will leave?
I see him.
Because any right thinking Southerner will think of the Holocaust 8 years of Buhari, a Fulani man, and 4 years vacuum. So a Southerner came in, and another Fulani man is going to take over again. Now that's the risk no Southerner will want to take again.
Is there anywhere it's written in the Constitution you must do your 8 years?
No, it's not written, but it's an understanding we have as a nation.
Nobody had that understanding with you. I don't know where you got that one from.
It has been established before.
Where? Baba, now, let's be realistic.
Did 8 years.
Forget about all those drama.
Yaradua, Jonathan Ticket did their own 8 years, and Buhari did 8 years. So it's a convention, even though it's not etched in stone or cast in iron in our constitution.
As Tinubu is there, if you contest the election, come 2027, have someone win, you know, go enter. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that no Southerner, no right-thinking Southerner will vote another Northerner.
How many right-thinking Southerners do you have?
You say what?
How many right-thinking Southerners do you have?
Oh, when push come to shove, you will know.
Which kind push up come to shove?
Oh, people are saying it already.
Hold on
people
now,
are
let me
mounting
finish. You know, sometimes they used to make reference. Remember that Atiku won one state in Osun State.
Yeah,
in 2023 election.
ADC. I mean, PDP. Yes.
One Osun State.
Yeah, but there is a circumstance about it.
If Southerners are right thinking, would Atiku have won that Osun State?
The Southwest generally have been known not to vote en masse like that.
Okay.
There's always one.
If come 2027, you people decide to be known again for not voting en masse, and Tinubu end up losing at least 3 states or 4 states in the Southwest because you people are known for not voting en masse. And that's not right thinking Southerners. 3 states goes to Atiku. Are you now saying that if he eventually win the election, he cannot go into Aso Rock because he's a Northerner?
Let me give you an example. When Obasanjo Falaye tickets, the Southwest did not vote Obasanjo because Falaye was their preferred candidate. But in 2003, when they want to use primary to remove OBJ, one of their ground, apart from that, OBJ actually agreed to 1 term just to stabilize things and appease the Southwest. They said even your Southwesterners did not vote for you. But it was the pressure from the Southwest that made the Northern political mafia to back out of that, because they said, no, we did not vote for him, yes. But for you to remove him at this point, no. He must do his 2nd term, or there will be hell to pay. So they have to back down. And Obasanjo did the 2nd term. That was why it was easy for OBJ to raid the Southwest, except for Lagos. He won everything in Southwest except Lagos.
Baba, what I'm trying to say, don't get me wrong. Politics is not done that way.
Well,
not because Tinubu is contesting with a Northerner. It means the whole of South will vote for him. He has contested with that guy before. The whole of South did not vote for him. If not for Wike and his dancers, I am sure that Atiku would have won some of the states in the South too, in the South. Because those places are PDP stronghold. He would have actually shared it with Obi, if not for the dancing Wike. So we shouldn't be doing the thing like that. Everybody should go out and campaign, because what the South did when Tinubu came out and Obi, it wasn't very nice. Honestly, it wasn't very nice.
But that's where the situation has changed.
I hope
South,
so.
the North, you understand, they've been known to use its insecurity as weapon, devastating weapon. And we've seen the destruction they've caused, particularly in the North Central, and a place we used to know as Middle Belt. And the electoral demography is changing, because the North Central is now a factor for the next election, because they've come to the realization that their interest is not being served by aligning with the North for so long. More so now, they have the secretary to the federal government, they have the head of the chairman of the political party, APC, and several others. The INEC man is from North Central, the chief of army staff is from North Central. So it's changing.
Baba, the only thing I want to happen in 2027 is for the North to lose their goodwill. That's the only thing I'm praying for the Southerners to do.
How are they not going to lose their goodwill this time, when everybody now knows that insecurity is what they enjoy so much, and not for any other purpose, but just to perpetrate themselves in power?
Exactly.
So,
and when they come, they will not stop it.
yeah, but the problem I still have with them in the North is, when they create that problem, you will see ton of trailers bringing people to the South. And now we can't even know whether they are there to work or they are there to go into the bush. We don't know now. You know, like the trailer that Amotekun stop in Akure, and not only in Akure, so many places now. Anywhere they see truck bringing people from the North now. The first thing
all
is
you
that
need is 24 states, 25%, right?
Yes, 25% in 2/3 of the states. There's 25 states. That's it.
Is it 25 or 24?
I think you round it up to 25 because of FCT. Because of FCT. For election, FCT is the 37th state for election purposes. So that is the problem.
So no, if Tinubu win 17 states.
No, the last election, they all won 12 states.
No.
But it was only Tinubu that got the two-third of the 37 states.
He got 30 states, right?
No, last time he got, I think, 27 states.
No, it's 30. It's 30.
Last election.
25%, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's 30.
Okay, I thought 27.
No, it's 30 states. I remember they said 33. Later they said 30. He got 25%.
And the rest the rest too got under 20.
Yeah. So the rest did not get up to 20.
No, I say under 20.
Okay. So if we do it now, if the whole South and Middle Belt can come together, He will just be looking for somewhere he will get another 3 states, 6 states, he can get 25% in.
Yeah, with the middle belt, I mean the north central, that will be
17 states.
About 25.
No,
No, the
it's
southeast,
17.
if you minus the southeast anyway. But you will get 25% in the 5 southeastern states. No doubt about that. I want to go on record about
There
that.
is something that shocked me. Some people are saying something. I don't know what's his name. This criminal that is the governor of Imo State. What's his name? I don't know the kind of system they use to win that Imo State, the whole local government.
But I told you here that day, that period, that is going to be 100%. I use the GOBA, this thing I told you.
No, I'm saying this, forget about people will come here, they will say they can vote for governor, but they cannot vote for president. That's why I'm talking about the system. What kind of system did they use to win the whole local government?
You mean in Imo particularly or generally?
Yes, that during his election.
Don't forget.
If they use that system again, Tinubu might win Imo State.
I don't want to make mouths AI.
Because they use that
I'm
system
in a hurry to see.
They use that system in Imo State. They use that system in Edo State. They use that system
in Anambra for ABGA. They use it. ABGA use it. They aided ABGA to use it.
They use it. Yes, that's why they did a lot of good showing in Anambra. They use that system. Which other state they did governorship election?
You mean?
There's another state they did
All
governorship.
cycle, Edo, Anambra,
Imo,
Bayelsa, and Ondo also off cycle, and then an APC won everything except Bayelsa, which later converted to APC. And now we're having Ekiti and this Oshun again, which is PDP. So Ekiti APC lockdown, but the PDP in Oshun, I don't think APC will allow it to slip off their hands now because it's a fight between Aregbesola and Tinubu. And Aregbesola must fall.
Are you saying ADC will win Oshun?
No, I say APC will win Oshun.
No. You say a fight between Aregbesola and Tinubu. Yeah. Aregbesola is not ADC.
ADC, yeah.
So are you saying that the ADC, Aregbesola will bring out an ADC candidate to contest in November?
They already have an ADC candidate. So Accord is running with Adeleke, ADC candidate is there, and APC candidate is there. So it's going to be a fight, a tough one. And because of the Aregbesola factor, I don't think
that dancing man might
go.
win that election.
Who?
The dancing governor might win if
no
they
way.
Don't take their time.
No, it's a statement they have to make in Oshun.
I said the dancing man might win.
No
if
way.
If they don't make a
he
wide
wanted to join APC, but because of Tinubu's cousin, who was the one-time governor, who Adeleke defeated, because of that.
Who is that?
Oyetola.
Oyetola should go and sit down. You are a governor. They defeat you, come out you for office. You still get mad to talk.
It was a misery anyway. It was the Aregbesola factor, but lightning will not strike twice in the same place in this case.
So who is contesting under APC?
I can't really remember his name now, but it's a Tinubu's man too. Okay. I will remember. If I remember, I will mention his name.
I don't know. The only thing I feel that
Look,
is
Adeleke wanted to join, but they just say no, we don't want you. He tried and tried and tried to join, but even his brother the patriarch of the family. We took him to Bodilon. They did, but they are
So
not
what you are
aligning.
saying is that they made up their mind that he has to go.
Yeah.
If they don't make hay, why
Even
the
his
sunshine? The
body
guy,
language, he says everything. That's why he joined that cause.
if they don't work hard on it, that guy will win that in the game. Trust me. They have to. He's not like he's accord, and because he's accord, he
So
might
that's why
not
I'm telling you
win.
that it's going to be a vicious election, because if even Adeleke wins, it's a win for Aregbesola, and if they will have egg all over their faces, they will not allow that. It's not going to happen. It's an ego thing. It's a strategic win. So that, and all this happening this year, Ekiti and this thing.
Somebody
What
just joined. The person can talk. Oh. Who is the person?
Midwest people also, I think.
Who can talk? Oh.
Good morning. Mona continues my listening.
Baba, that's the Oshun people, eh? You know, say their head they touch.
If they like me, they chop fire.
They behave like Imo State people.
It's a precursor to what the 2027 election will look like. If they don't make a statement with that win and carve out their territory and mark out a territory for themselves and say this is a template of what 2027 will look like, then they're in trouble.
I hope so. Because those Oshun people, their head they touch you. See that dancer? That are Michael Jackson. And they laugh. Oh. They have to really work hard though, but because waiting that they hear for grand, don't be waiting you they talk. Oh.
I'm
They're
telling
really
you,
doing a big. You know that his brother, that his musician nephew, is a very big influence. So
leave that in. It's a Muslim state. It's a civil service state.
I repeat myself again. You see that his nephew is a very big influence to the youth. Now me, they tell you.
His father, you understand, is not going to jeopardize his business empire for a piece of bread.
Which can
jeopardize
his business when his brother in February 2023 did 5 minutes election and give the whole state to Atiku, thinking Atiku will be the president. The brother did not remember that he will jeopardize his political. I beg you.
Tinubu was not fully empowered then.
There is nothing like not being fully empowered. Listen to me. You don't play cards that way. That Oshun election was called like in a blink. That guy just called that result. I was watching it now. He called that dancer that you people think is Mumu. He called that election in a blink and gave it to Atiku. Now you come here, they say the brother has a business empire. So why didn't Tinubu sweep away his business empire?
Simba is here, so Simba knows that story better than myself. So if he's ready to come in, let him explain to you. It was the Aregbesola factor that actually helped. So it's like 2 against 1. Aregbesola, Adeleke
But you know, I sabi talk
Oyetola.
rubbish. I don't talk my own finish. You see
Me,
that?
I don't talk my own finish too.
You see that Adeleke, that dancer. If APC no fight to finish for there, if they
And I don't tell you,
actually
say na fight to finish.
according to you said they want to take it. If they no fight to finish for Oshun, I can assure you that guy will win that election again, hands down. But if you want to doubt me, I rest my case.
Baba, good morning, sir.
Hey, morning, Simba, Alafia.
Yeah, yes, sir. Madam Zita, good morning.
Morning, my dear. How you doing?
Fine. Baba, it's not really a rebel factor that made Adeleke won that election. It was Buhari factor. The people the so-called APC people that were working for Buhari that time, they negotiated that thing for Adeleke. The election was actually, if it was a free and fair election, it might still win, but it got a lot of support from Abuja. So it was a major factor that time. And then the people of Osun that time, they were also skeptical about that. If that the only reason why they voted for Atiku that time was that they were thinking that if Tinubu should win, it might, you know, that the election petition was still in court. I think it was still in was it appeal or Supreme Court that time. So they were thinking that if Tinubu should win that election, it might actually, tilt the court judgment towards his cousin. So that was why they voted for PDP that time. So Aregbe factor in Osun, it has win. Aregbe did not really have any much influence in Osun State again, except from his own area in Nigeria. Besides that, and then the other factor that time was that the area where this guy comes from, I think is it Osun West, they have not actually been in power since inception of that state. So now if you look at all the major contenders now, from PDP, from APC, from ABGA, and from Accord, where the incumbent governor is now, all of them are from the same zone. So it's going to be a battle to finish. So that is the major problem. So it was Abuja factor that actually favor Adeleke that time. Hello, can you hear me?
I dey hear you. Hello? I don't know of the rest people, but I dey hear.
Because everybody just became silent.
Madam Zita not did there again.
Ayo Hapumaka. I ask you whether Obi is in ADC. You say you know sure. Now you are asking me whether I'm not there. It seems by the Atiku Pikin go APC.
Yeah, I heard that news. But I'm not surprised. That is not the first time. People. Okay, the question we're supposed to even ask: El-Rufai's son, is he in APC or he has joined them in ADC?
No, he's still in APC.
Okay, so why are they not surprised that Atiku's son is joining APC?
No, they are surprised because Atiku's son decamped
from PDP, not ADC. It
doesn't matter now. It's decamping. This one is that his father decamped. He stayed where they were before. But this one is that his father decamped to ADC. Him decided to decamp to.
What I can deduce from that, one, is it that he's thinking that his father cannot actually win, or is not ready, is not going to contest in ADC? That's why he moved to APC. Or he thinks that even if he contested in ADC, he cannot win that election.
None of the above. He's just a person. It's none of the above now. I don't know why people are thinking like that. He's a man. He's a man who has the right to take his own decision. Period.
But Zita, let me ask you: if you are a daughter to a presidential candidate, and you're sure that your father is going to win that election, will you decamp to another party?
Okay, you didn't put the question very well. If I am a daughter, God forbid, to a man who
Why did you say God forbid?
wait now, let me finish. Because my father cannot do that kind of useless thing. If I am the father of a daughter, God forbid, a father who is 88 years old, because when Nigeria say he's 80, add another eight on top. Atiku is somebody who is on high medical maintenance. That's why him and Obasanjo are still jumping around. Mhm. If I am a daughter that is a father, God forbid, to such a man, I will know that his time is near. Okay? I would like to build my own ladder. Because if I rest on his own ladder, when he's gone, I'll be nobody. So I would like to take my own decision, make my own friends, build my own career ladder. And that's what I think the man is doing, period. Because he has to make his own friends, not the friends of his father. Because his father is 88 years old. Come on now.
What you think he's doing is that he's trying to build his own political this thing.
He already has his own political, because Tinubu
has he really contested any election and won?
No, Tinubu is his party. Tinubu was personally in his wedding and assisted him in his wedding. They are friends. Tinubu specially went to
that is not a big all these politicians, they call
no. Don't say it like that. You don't know the story between that boy and Tinubu. So leave it. After all, Atiku was not an enemy to Tinubu. You should realize that too. Atiku na Tinubu person.
If you see them attending their function, does
No.
that mean that it doesn't
Atiku is a Tinubu person. Please, let's establish that. Remove that politics. Atiku is a Tinubu person, because before politics start being politics, they start going their different ways. Atiku is somebody who walks into Tinubu's house and they hang out.
You can see what Tinubu will not say he should not come now.
So for them to be like that, the son will want to return that relationship in his own name, not in the name of his father. You cannot, because of a 88 or 90-year-old man, start taking his enemies. That's suicidal now. Who does that?
But
a 90-year-old man, they get enemy. You go there collecting enemy for him.
No. Zita, let me ask you. As far as I'm concerned, apart from being the vice president of that country, Atiku is not a successful politician in Nigeria. If he has been a successful politician, do you think that his son would take such the kind of decision he took?
I don't see it the way you people are seeing it, though. Whether he's successful, he's not successful, I'm not seeing it the way. After all, Zik of Africa is a successful politician. He made the name for himself. He's known all over Africa. He's in books. Atiku is not in books. But Zik of Africa's son went a different way in politics from him. So, I beg. Atiku's name is not in any book. He's a mere vice president of Nigeria. I don't even know why he's so loud. He was a crooked vice president that almost sold my grandfather that time.
That thing that you raised now about when he was in charge of the Bureau of Public Enterprise, that time they were selling government properties. They asked him some questions, and that why did they sold some of these assets be far below their cost? And he said that it was a mistake, that everybody made mistake. And that was how he answered the question.
So that's the kind of man that you want to come and become president of Nigeria, to be making mistakes up and down.
Okay, Zita, let me ask you, let me say this. Do you think Nigerians actually hate corruption?
No, down the line waiting for their turn.
Exactly. Okay, look at it this way. Now, when El-Rufai was in APC, even this so-called article was formerly in APC, and all the people, all the conglomerates that were in ADC now that they are not supporting, they have already forgiven them for all their sins now. They are now the best that could happen to Nigeria now, that they are now, Nigerians are now championing to liberate them from the so-called evil APC. You see, you can't, any leader you get in anywhere in the world is a reflection of the people, the entirety of the people.
The problem I have now is that the I won't call it the ridiculous aspect of this 2027 election is that Peter Obi and Atiku are back on the stage. So I will be hearing innuendos right, left, and center. They're going to make this election now another joke. Honestly, that's my problem. They're not good opposition. If they are good opposition, the election for hot, but they are not. It's innuendos everywhere. They're not. I don't see anything they're doing to defeat Tinubu. Maybe they're doing an underground work, I don't know, that I've not heard of. But
no, they said they have a joker, they have a surprise. So we're waiting for the surprise.
What do you think can be the surprise? Atiku Atiku. Is that the surprise? That Atiku will be vice president to Obi?
I think the only thing that can be a surprise, which to me is not even a surprise, for Obi to clean that ticket. That's all.
Wait, the one that will surprise me is Atiku being vice president to Obi.
No, it cannot
Anything
be.
outside of that is not going to be a surprise to me.
It cannot even be. That one cannot be, because
that is why I'm telling you now. That's the only thing that will be a surprise to me. If Atiku stepped down for Obi and then decided to be Obi's vice president for a second term, good. I would be surprised.
I think their own surprise for Obi to clean the ticket and become the flag bearer of ADC.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
But this other guy from
I actually want Obi to be in the ticket again.
This other guy from Kano, that one
I think want four of them.
He has boxed himself into a corner.
No, I want four of them back on stage.
He probably might contest alone, and that one you can't take him anywhere, because it's not even. It's just a local politician, and I don't know why people always.
That election in 2023 was between Obi and between Tinubu and Atiku. The rest were spoilers. The election was.
Kwaso is not even a spoiler. It's not.
It's a spoiler now. He took a state that has almost 2 million votes. He said he's not a spoiler. Do you know what he means to win?
He didn't get up to 1 million votes.
But the thing is that he ended up scattering the votes. He got 1.1 million there now.
1.1 million in total. Not in
okay, Kano. He got 900 votes.
900,000. Yeah, that was what he got.
And the APC got 500.
Yeah.
The other person got how many? Can you imagine that vote going to one person?
150 or so. 150. I think we got like 150 or so.
Can you imagine the whole of that vote going to one person? Do you know how that vote would have blessed somebody's life? Don't talk like that, he's a spoiler.
But let me tell you now, but the political landscape now, from that 2020 to 2027 now, has changed in Kano. Kakwaso is not in charge the way people are thinking that, okay, whenever he contested, all the vote in Kano will come to him. He's not. He doesn't have that capacity again. Let me tell you one thing that people don't know. Ganduje, I don't know where that man got his money from, has been the one sponsoring, even when he was contesting, when he was even the governor, he was the one that sponsored him. That has been sponsoring Kwankwaso. Now they are not in the same camp. Two, he's having problem with the present governor of the state. So are you telling me now that with all this, the governor will take his own vote away from him, the Ganduje will take, and the power that be from the federal also? You think that he can even get up to what you got in 2023 if he even stand alone? Talk less of being a vice to somebody. I don't think he has that weight like the way he used to have, the way people are thinking about him, as if whenever
If he's in the ballot, yes, that weight will follow him. But if he's not in the ballot, he's just a member, that weight will not follow him. That's
so are you
Kwankwaso
saying
for
now
you.
that with that weight now, he can still garner that 900,000 votes in 2027? He can't. He cannot get that 900,000 again.
If he's in the ballot, yes, he will get it.
Why? Why do you think so?
Because he has Kwankwanzoya that can only vote him. But if he goes to another party to be a member, ordinary member, they will not vote that party. They don't vote party. His Kwankwanzoya don't vote party. They vote
Okay, so these factors that I
Kwankwanzo.
mentioned now, you think that they are not going to, it's not going to affect him?
Is that what?
The factors that I mentioned.
Which factor?
Okay, the governor is not in his camp again. The Ganduje factors also.
The governor has
The
not
federal might.
deflected though.
Eh?
He's yet to deflect.
Okay. So, but we think that if he moves to another party, the governor will go and join him in the party that is going.
If they're in good times, why not?
You know, they are not in good time now. They are not.
You are not understanding the politics of Kwankwanzoya. If Kwankwanzoya start to run for presidential candidate now, he will get even more than 900 in that Kano. But if he go to ADC and they didn't give him vice president, he didn't get the presidential ticket. Kwankwanzoya movement will not vote ADC. That's
But
how he has been
what is
moving
he
from parties
bringing?
now.
You know, let me ask you.
And his parties has
Why
been
is he
losing
giving a
Kano.
condition? Why is he giving a condition like that? Well, what is he bringing to the table that makes him think that he has that power to demand such things?
He's an unstable politician, self. I don't even know why they're mentioning that guy. He's very unstable.
That's what I'm saying. I think they should just, the kind of relevance that people are accruing to him, it doesn't deserve it. Well, I think maybe because of what he's hearing, the way people are saying kwakwaso, kwakwaso, as if any party he defect to, it automatically will win the election.
It doesn't work that way. I better make a leave on. I'm going to continue.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, na don come out. Simba.
I did.
Okay, I think say everywhere you move once. I think say everybody don't come out.
And now only me and Zita they talk now, and Zita don't go. So
Okay, I just dey listen because the politics one they discuss, the whole thing get as it be. So maybe we just wait till 2027 because it not go easy for anybody, even the sitting president. All of them go hear them. So people are strategizing. It's not going to be easy at all.
but
So
you know the problem. The problem is that people. Okay, what people are strategizing? What are we strategizing? When we put the candidates there, okay, look at it this way. We are talking about who do you think among the people that we are even talking about can perform better than what we have now?
the thing is, the performance you just said, my brother, depends how it they benefit people. Some area largely believe that nothing is happening; it's just business as usual. So you can't take that from them.
So okay. So we are not looking at generality of Nigeria. We are not looking at competency. We are only looking at what will benefit me if my tribe man is there. What am I going to benefit being by virtue of being my tribe person?
You see, for me personally, I believe
but does tribe person even provide advantage? To be honest, does he really? Because
he provides.
Okay, hold on. Buhari ruled for 8 years. Hold on now. Buhari ruled for 8 years. The best the governor of Katsina is doing this day was to be negotiating with bandits. How does that benefit Katsina? You understand? So look at the northern part of that country. You understand? They are the one now giving the southern part problem as a speak.
For you to even start from Buhari, it's a disservice. Let us even start from the session of this Fourth Republic. Of what benefit was Obasanjo to the southwest when he was
exactly
there?
To the southwest? Of what benefit?
Of what benefit was 6 years? Wait, now you are from south. Of what benefit was Jonathan to the south for 6 years that I spent?
Exactly.
Wait,
to what benefit?
You see, the reality is this. I just want to speak to that reality. You see, when a nation that is built upon nation, that's how we define Nigeria. That tribal affiliation is something of genetic, the way I would describe it. You can't take it away from Nigerians. Once their tribal person is in power, in fact, you only ask question, what is the benefit of our leaders to the entire country, not just a tribe? The truth is that when they are
let me tell you.
So you are changing. You are the one that move us to this. Now, why are you?
I've never said anything.
I've never said anything. You want to be flopping now.
See what I'm trying to tell you.
What
I'm trying to tell you, let us agree on that fact that tribe matters a lot. Wait now, for me, it matters a lot when it comes to election of Nigeria. Tribe play a lot of role. I've had people.
We are not talking about matter in the election. We are talking about benefit to people. Forget about the election. We are talking about benefit to the people.
The benefit to people. Let me be specific in that. The tribe that is in power will appoint his people from his own tribe to strategic position in that place, producing millionaires. People become influencers who want to decide the future of the land. But in reality, they also suffer the casualties of that, putting Nigeria issue at the backstage.
Okay.
So tell me, let me give me an example of 1 millionaire from the southwest that Obasanjo produced.
I see the millionaires you
have. You just said that. How can you even say that because we were appointed? Wait.
You get my point very clear. Let me. Yeah.
You just said that we appoint his people who made them millionaires. That's what you just said.
Yeah. Through his influence. Yeah. Through his influence.
How?
And
How?
Yeah. The thing is this: the millionaires you have, they don't have this.
Them, then they will steal the money and become millionaire.
Wait, it's only in Nigeria you see somebody waking up overnight is a millionaire. They have no history. You see it now. So when you say Nigerian millionaire, what is exactly their business? Some of them were born into poor family, and now they are having airline. How do they make that money? Nobody can have. Nobody asks that kind of question. So
no. Midwest, you veer off this. You veer off this topic. We simply ask a question. When you are talking of tribal affiliation, we are now telling you of what benefits. Because I was expecting you to understand some benefits that these people brought about.
Ola, you know, you talk in so many areas. You derail my thought. The number one benefit.
I did not derail your thoughts. I just get into what you're talking about.
They wait now. They will appoint people from their particular space based on tribal line. In the process, they control the affairs of the country. Within that period of time, give it to them, even to a point that they believe that they will continue to win and continue to dominate. That is the benefit of tribal people. Look at the Northerners today. They are not crying. When Buhari was there, they will be in charge. All these Malami and all, they will always be the authentic decision makers. You understand me? So if you also look at the West, it's plain today. When Jonathan was there, you see job people loved in everywhere. Though it benefited them, they never really use it as something. So these challenges for me, it is there. If anybody want to say it is not there, look, that tribal issue is what is killing Nigeria. It's distracting the government ability to govern the entire country. Once they are there, they think of their people. That's just the truth that is there. We are deceiving ourselves.
Okay, now you are contradicting yourself now. You understand? When you say when they are there, they think of their people. We are now telling you what's the impact of having Jonathan from South. Then I gave the impact. I gave the negative impact of having Buhari coming from Katsina. I gave an example. His governor is notorious for setting for letting off the bandits or letting this bandit self is becoming something to use. Let's use the terrorists that were under court proceedings. You understand? That's all he can do today. So what did he do to secure that state?
Is it not the same thing we are almost saying here? It's you that is confused about me. Buhari was there. He supported terrorists. Why? Because tribally they are affiliated to him. They gave him leverage. They make him to win an election, and that is why he pampered them.
So are you now saying the benefit of having President Buhari was to influence his people to become terrorists? Was that the benefit to his region?
Maybe you don't understand me. We are coming from a general statement that look, every places or tribe that produce president, they benefit something. Though what they benefit, the country itself may be a casualty to those benefits, like neglecting the nation, the country, the Nigeria himself, while they concentrate on my tribe is here, my tribe must occupy here. Whether they are doing it effectively or not, he continue to shield them and protect them. And that is the reality of ground. Buhari know what to do as an military officer, but because these people are of his own more than the country, he decided to figure out, will I be buying my people to get, stability or less romance with them? He adopt the policy of let's talk with them.
But they didn't benefit. He actually put them in a difficult position.
So is that a benefit to the people? What you are saying, is it a benefit?
For me, the number one benefit to his people, to him, I don't know whether it's a benefit or not, but to him, because they are his people. He adopted that policy. For example, you compare. Wait, hold on a moment. Compared to the action they were taking in the Southeast. So you can see the tribal affiliation now. If you really want to be honest,
Midwest, only if you can just take 30 seconds or a minute to listen to someone's opinion. Look at this situation now. Buhari has even put the Fulani people in a very difficult situation now, because before now people were not focusing on them. At least now people focus on them. We should pray that there should be no civil war in Nigeria. Do you know the one that will be that will be facing most existential threat as I speak now? It's not going to be Kanuri. It's not going to be Hausas. It's going to be that Fulani people that you think he positioned very well. So that's one thing. So it simply means we can say, did Buhari, as the president of the country, really do anything for his Fulani kinsmen? He rather endangered them. He endangered them. What was not what was not open to Nigeria now is now open to Nigeria. International community, they are seeing Fulani X-Men as the fourth deadliest terrorist group, terror group. You understand? Nigerians, they are beginning to see Fulani now differently. How did Buhari becoming the president help his ethnic group? That's the point. That's the question. I can tell you how Omobori. Okay, go ahead.
See, generally, as far as the country is concerned, our leaders have failed us because of greed and tribes. Not that they don't know the rightful medicine, but when they consider their own tribe, either the position they are not satisfied, they turn blind eyes and adopt policies that just keep them in power for those years. Once they leave office, the other people will now start putting revelation into what they have been doing, when what we were not able to have a preview to hear or to see, particularly when it's not from their party. When Buhari was there, the truth of the matter is that the action is supposed to take is to fight these people, make law that will punish them severely, but they reason together. This is our tribal brothers. We cannot be killing them. Let's try to talk with them. Money is there. Let's try to, what is it called when they repent? I don't know what they could use that word. They will not be, happy then when they start bringing people back to their normal state. That English word they normally use there. So they were pumping money and trying to help these people so that they can bring them back to the society. Now, it's also a policy. And in that process, they were now embodying these people to believe my brother is in power. We are in charge of this country. We are the one that will make decisions. We are the one that have the final say. They were enjoying those privileges. Now, when another regime came in and they are menaced now, even this current regime, to the extent those people have gone, he was afraid to mention even names of people that were sponsoring this thing. Latin America came in. That's to tell you those people indeed, they have gone higher to some certain level. I have
You
to be
have
honest with you.
extended beyond the scope. Stay within the scope. Now, you said he was trying to negotiate with them, trying to reform them, all those blah blah blah. Okay, why didn't Buhari, or because at least we have educated people, highly educated people of international standard, global standard within that region? Why didn't say okay? Why didn't Buhari say okay? I will do in such a way that I will build world-class primary and secondary school facility. I will build industrial hub and bring some kind of a technical station where they would train people, and casino will be where people would like to go and acquire skill and trade and do all those stuff. So make that place livable to the point that as I speak now, if I want to visit Nigeria, that okay, casino should just be focused of that point. Why didn't that happen? That's exactly what we are saying. How has picking the president from your region become? How has that helped? That's the type of question we're asking.
See, my dear brother, when you look at the people in charge of Nigeria today, majority are from Southwest. Why? They're from there. And they are influencing the politics of the country. When Bob Buhari was there, it was the same thing. All these facts we cannot just sugarcoat. Is the reality, brother. Let's be honest about it. And that is just my submission.
No, I can still tell you what Tinubu is doing in Lagos as we speak now. I can still tell you what Tinubu is doing in Lagos. You understand? Now, Tinubu being in Lagos now, the Lagos Murtala Mohammed airport that has not been remodeled, although it's a federal asset, right? It's been remodeled now, and that's hopefully, and that's what I'm suspecting, will become a regional hub. You understand? Then there's this, I don't need to tell you how the Lagos Calabar super coastal road started from Lagos and the part that we completed. So, head of tail, the Lagos part of it will be completed, probably be completed before the end of its own term. Every federal government that is said to be done, you understand, in that country, that will be of economic benefits, will likely be completed before Tinubu will leave that power. So those are the kind of things I'm telling you. Okay, look at this underwater link that will link Lagos Coastal Road, I think, with Banana Island as some part of that Lagos. So if the northern leaders, if they be building something like that gradually, do you think we will have this level of insecurity?
The thing is, the insecurity in Nigeria is in a very good stage now. It's going to get worse, whether we like it or not. Because one, it is only spreading. So the government is buying time for it to spread. Look at it very well. I keep on telling Nigeria, if you want to know what's going on in Nigeria, your place of origin, your village, your town and city, visit that place. You will see the demography changing because of over migration of these people from their own place to your place. And as they are coming, we are all one Nigeria. That does not mean, irrespective of geographical location, there are no, what I would say, little tiny difference the way we do things. Because the behavior sometimes a Yoruba man will exhibit, Igbo man may see it, can never behave like that. So then the kind of character Igbo man will exhibit, everybody will know Yoruba man can't do this. The characters on Benin person cannot, they will tell you, now Benin be this. The one outside, we have this one. But when you now see people not just coming, having right to settle wherever they want to settle, the way nobody document where you live, nobody cares. And now they are putting to bed with their same way of thinking, way of life, and you want government to overcome those kind. No, the good area that we once point to, whether it's a Yoruba land, a Do land everywhere, my brother, is prone to crisis. So if anybody say government is doing anything to address Nigeria, that person is just joking. They are not serious about the truth. I have to be honest with you, my brother. That is my own submission this morning.
Okay, look at this question.
The government is not serious. They want it to spread, and it will become something very big and very dangerous if we continue on this strategy.
Hold on. Now look at Sokoto. You understand? It's in the northwest. Katsina is in the northwest, and they have someone that happened to be the former head of state from our military background, and he became the president. But today, you understand, his region was where they first of all sent Tomahawk to, right? Now, his region was where Lakurawa settled. And for Lakurawa to have such village, that means that it didn't happen under Tinubu. That means that Lakurawa settlement was coming under Buhari regime. Then, like I said the other time, his state is where the governor is comfortable going to the court to say, okay, please let us discontinue case with terrorists. So that's the point we are saying. So the leadership is not about the presidency only, to be honest. Even the presidency is part of it. So to me, so to me, I think Tribal is part. Hold on now. Tribal is part of it, but I think the simplicity of it is that we as citizens to accept you, we don't know how to participate actively in the governance of that country, because you will see that all our discussion since we focus mainly on who is going to occupy Aso Rock. Now we focus more on performance of the man in Aso Rock. Now, but we are not looking at the performance of those one in our state. Now we have a state in that country where the former governor of that state was accused of buying Elos pickup for bandits, right? So we have that place where the leaders of that regions, some particular regions, they are having photograph with bandit, with terrorists, So we have all those stuff. So how does Abuja matter? How does it matter who occupies that central office? And how does what will that do for that region, even when the people of that region cannot even do the basic for themselves.
Ola, the question we're supposed to even let's look at it. This is 2025. I think Nigeria will be how many years this year now? 2026. Okay,
Yeah,
we are already
66.
65 now, are we?
Yeah, it will be 66 this year. Yeah,
It will be 66 this year. Out of that 66 years, how many years did the Northerner rule that country? If you look at it, because we are talking about benefits to the region and benefit to the people.
Yeah.
Northerners have ruled that country more than half of our
6 years in the first 6 years up to 66
of existence.
Then go
Now,
on. Okay, yeah.
Now, when we now look at it, the northern region is still the poorest in terms of even per capita income, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of anything any matrix that you want to use. Even when you look at Buhari, from inception of Buhari in 2015 till when he left in 2023, the people of let us even limit to the northwest. Were they better off in 2015 and between 2015 and 2023? The effect of the insecurity that he entrenched in that region has made the people poorer. People that are farmers cannot go to their farm. Some people have lost their means of survival because of the activities of all these bandits or whatever, or terrorists. And then somebody will now come to me and say, people go tribal because they believe that it will be of benefit to the people. We have not seen that example at all in Nigeria. And if Nigerians are still taking that way, how will you now blame it on the leader? Because even the people are not thinking right.
See, you see, the problem is this.
Oh, why did he go? So the thing. So to me, I think we the citizen, we need to wake up and and call, because I know that many of these things that are happening in Nigeria today, we've discussed this thing for several years, but some people will be saying a lie and a lie and a lie and a lie, and that a lie does not make people even know how to even take the leader to accountability. So because everybody wants to sound politically correct, that's what we've done several years, and it seems
whatever problem that we have in Nigerians are the one that demanded for it. I said something earlier on. Look at the opposition now. The people you see online, they'll be supporting the opposition. No, we want even if you ask them now, they will say, okay, they will even prefer Atiku. I don't know. You see, all these people that we are talking about, Rufai, Atiku, Tambuwa, Amici, all of them, they now guard themselves. Now they're not the one that are not saying that, that the like mind that we now liberate Nigeria, and they are the one that will sort out the problem of Nigeria. And Nigerians believe that. They believe that.
No, just because they are talking from the position of hatred for someone. Hold on, maybe there's hold on Midwest. Hold on.
Okay.
So they are talking because that's our problem. We argue from sentiment instead of arguing from the point of our need and from the point of what we need to develop. It's just that, okay, because you don't like a president now, you even want someone worse to become the president just because you don't like this face, because you have some kind of
let me high profile corruption cases in Nigeria. Look at the way Nigerians handle it. When Emefiele was arrested, what were Nigerians saying?
They can say it's running after political opposition.
They said, is it the only one? Why is it the one that is? Look at Malami now.
Malami.
Same thing. There is a political persecution that they are doing and all. So, and we will still be complaining about this. Is do you know the latest thing? They said they found weapons in his house in Kebbi.
Yeah.
High profile weapons that are not even supposed to be found with individuals. These are military high profile weapons. He has been arrested now.
I know.
You understand? Probably it's part of people that are sponsoring, and Nigerians will not now get mad with that. They will still be saying, because of 2027, because we want to sponsor ADC, that's why they are doing that. They will not see anything wrong in what that man has done.
And you see the unfortunate thing there is when you see Northerners, sometimes some Northerners speaking, they are so eager that this plague, the plague that before them, Tinubu to quickly go, and so that the power will return to them. Okay, fine, but power should return to you. But your area is not safe. Your area is where the Bello Turuji was giving order, and villagers were running. And when the governor of the state would speak, they say, okay, they were trying to relocate those people there to temporary camp. Did you have that? You understand? So the function of your government today is to now be relocating people when bandits wrote a letter, instead of going to that place and make sure that they seal all the nook and crannies of that place to make sure that no bandits enter to that place, and for them to sustain that.
Ola, let me say this: Nigerians don't dislike even this insecurity. And I give you 2 examples. How many Northerners have you seen that came out headlong to condemn the activities of the Boko Haram or the banditry? They will just be playing politics with it, lip service. The same thing happened. Let me finish now. The same thing happened in the Southeast when this IPOB and IPOB was doing it. The Southeasterners will not condemn, even even with the scores of their people being killed, they didn't condemn it. The same thing happened in the South when they were the so-called Niger Avengers, whatever insecurity they created. So what we support, it's not so all these things that we complain about, corruption, insecurity, and every other thing, we only cry about it when it's actually not our people influencing it or not engaging in it. But once it is that our tribe or is our person that is actually corrupt, we can't see anything wrong in what that person is doing. So what are we now talking about? It's not a problem of the leader, it's the problem of the people. It's the problem of the people. This is security that we are talking about. Are they living? Are they not in Nigeria? Is there any hidden place in that country that we find very difficult to identify? Because people are hidden them. They are hidden and abetting them.
Simba, one unfortunate thing in that the northern region today is, you understand? Do you know some people are really happy if the bandits are coming in the name of religion, knowing that these people are criminals, that they don't really believe in the religion they are propagating.
One thing I don't want us to be doing is to be linking everything to religion. Okay, so when they are Pobians, when the killings in the Southeast, are we saying that because they are Christians? Why are the Igbos supporting them?
I'm going somewhere. You understand? Every region have their own agenda.
People can have any reason, any form of reason to actually support any evil, what they want them to support.
Hold on. When the terrorists are using religion, mind you, what is happening in northern Nigeria is not specific to that northern Nigeria. The entire Sahel. You understand? You have to look at it, the entire Sahel. The question is this: people brought religion, you understand, to you. It's not as if you were not even in that religion before. This is the religion you've practiced several years and you've known peace. You understand? You know peace. You were not violent. But suddenly, some people were now bringing a new brand of religion to you, and they're now bringing violence. Instead for you to resist them from the beginning, you didn't do that. Not because you believe that, oh, you were fighting for the cause of your religion, until those people now brought their own full-fledged criminality to you. And you, that you so enjoy that religion, they are displacing you, they are displacing others. You were not speaking before. Now, the thing is that you are now the victim of your failure to speak, just because you think they are supporting the same thing as you, and they extend the same thing to those people that are not practicing your religion, and those people that practice nothing. That's a form of tribalism. That's a form of association. Now, that of IPOB you talk about now, if you look at that slogan for IPOB, they've told you that indigenous people of Biafra. It's still the same agitation, right? Now, they accept, some people accepted them because they believe that, okay, KB is for us to go. So, yeah, there's nothing bad in it. And it got to a stage that those people now became uncontrollable. You understand? So, every region they have where they are failing themselves, when they are seeing criminality, and you are now having this sentiment of, oh, they are fighting for our cause. So when they fight this cause, so we are going to be better positioned in their own pipe dream. You understand? So those are the things I'm talking about. Because what we were supposed to, because if you see criminal, okay, look at the culture in those days. If you see criminal in your community, that criminal will have no place to hide. Even if it's just a moral something, you understand, if something was doing something immoral in those days, they will have no place to hide. But Nigeria has got to a level now whereby they hide criminals just because they believe that thing is advancing their regional cause or is supporting their sentiments. So that's the place we find ourselves today. So is the reason some governors will establish Sharia and the people will not talk. Where they were removing the hands of those people that were petty thieves. For example, your governors were stealing your money and they were taking the money out of that country. Normal people will have realized that this thing.
There's nowhere in Nigeria that they just use Sharia for court. There's nowhere they are practicing Sharia. When did you hear that they caught somebody's or whatever? It's not true. All those things are just for politics.
No, one of those earlier days of in the Sanfara. Anyway,
that was during Obasanjo now. That was the first time.
The thing is this.
Ola, can I also come in and make my own contribution? You see, okay. One thing is this. As far as Nigeria is concerned, the real problem we have that we fail to address is the component of the country. And that's why you see people behaving the way they behave. Let's take, for example, I'm a Benin person. Historically, the Benin have a way of life, living on their own, running their own government that we can really confirm to maybe 500 to 700 years before the arrival of the British people. And they know themselves as Benin. You are from Yoruba side today. Likewise, the same thing. The Kanuri, likewise, and others. Now, this new Nigeria forced upon us. Let me just say, genetically, we are still very, very much connected to that source of civilization that I just mentioned. And that is why when every average Nigerian see themselves outside, hardly whether they will fail not to ask, where are you from? And you will not even, it's of recent people can say, I'm from Ekiti State, but however, they will tell you, I'm Yoruba. Even when you say you are Yoruba, yes. You don't tell I'm an Igbo. You don't tell I'm Benin. You see, in that kind of situation,
this kind of problem that we find ourselves today is prone to happen. Because why? Look at it very well. Who are really the loser as far as Nigeria geographical concern is the South people. They contribute the oil, they own the resources, but go there and see the way the government destabilize those areas in the name of FENDRA. So whosoever that have the power of the FENDRA can decide to shape Nigeria the way they want. And as they are doing it, as far as they are in power, there are people from their region will always celebrate them to say whatever they are doing is the best decision for the progress of the country. But however, once they are from power, I agree. Those same people that once praised them are likely to become also the victim of the error that they made. And that is what the Northerners are suffering today. I agree, they rule that country more than every other people. Their region is poor. But if as they were ruling that region, wait, hold on a moment, that they were ruling it under regional government, the other one is succeeding, they will learn. This Amajiri school they are complaining. For me, I am a supporter of Amajiri school, 100%, because there is no way you can develop those people and remove Amajiri without creating problem. All you have to do is to modernize. Let me put this one quickly: is to modernize the school, remove the so-called begging, make the captains mechanic. Those that have book from there, trade them as an accountant, trade them as this and that. And technical school to eat and see whether we will not have useless people.
I agree with you. Hold on, I agree with you that we need to renegotiate our. I'm a supporter for restructuring and doing things according to the region. But now let's even come to the Southwest. I want to use Southwest as an example. We have 6 states in the Southwest. Now, naturally, forest guards all along, not before bandit, not before the Fulani herdsmen terrorists or Fulani terrorists started invading the Southwest. All along, it has been the constitutional duty of the government to create forest guards. Now, under Jonathan, because some people wanted to chase Jonathan away, where they were bringing in those foreign terrorists into our country to trade them ahead of that 2015 election. Ask yourself, where were the forest guards that were supposed to know those new camps coming up in our forest? Where were those? Despite the state governors capturing the resources of the local government, taking the allowances, what did they do? Nobody in the forest, even when they asked someone to give them information, they discarded it. They pretended, you understand? These people were setting up camp in our forest. It's not as if they didn't get that message. Not that Jonathan himself did not get that message, but the question is this: to make sure that those illegal militia camp did not occur in our forest, it was supposed to be the duty of the state governors before the thing escalated. What did they do? Now, you and I know that in the Second Republic, politicians were not known to be living this flamboyant life, maybe apart from those people in the federal, because you will see from the old UPN covered area. Where will you even retire with millions? Those days were, you understand? So they fail. They fail right from that. Right from that. So what I'm even saying here, why did I even say that, is that even within the current structure we are even talking of, all the 36 governors, maybe I can separate Lagos. So that means all the remaining 35 state governors, they failed. Why the energy is always on the presidency, that's because they've conditioned us to think that only the presidency can do things. Yeah, the presidency can do electricity because they have that they used to have it in
Ola, you know where that is coming from? That conditioning that conditioning has been there right from regional governments. If you look at when the MPC and the NCNC have that alliance, and you discover that because the northerners are not well educated at that time, it came to the advantage of the southeastern at that time, where they dominated heavy sectors of our economy. You understand? So people see that advantage, and that was why, in fact, it was one of the problems that Akintola had with Awolowo at that time. That this one that you want to just stand alone. The people the Igbos, the Southeastern are benefiting more. Even you also know that even all the federal establishment in the Western region that time were dominated by the Igbos. And then coupled with what now happened in 1966, January 15, when they now made the unitary government and they dominated everywhere. So so that thing had been passed to us, even we that were not even alive that time, we heard about it. And the thing was even there because it's not something that you have entrenched. It's not something that would disappear immediately. Till even recently, the Igbos still dominated federal civil service. Because of because of what they have planted decades ago. So people see that federal as being, everything has to be federal. So, and that's why the focus is on the president.
Okay.
I agree with you that emphasis is supposed to, we have to de-emphasize that.
I agree with you as well, but I also believe that things like quota system too, I think that thing has really created a serious problem for that country. So,
but you know, let me tell you, do you know the origin of quota system?
Just because some group of people now corner the thing to themselves.
Exactly.
I know. So
quota system was actually a solution to a problem that time, that we are now seeing that quota system as a problem now.
Yeah, I know. So you know when I look at how the like of Awolowo manage the UPN states, you understand? Because if they say that's the one I can talk to fully, that I can, I can for so yeah. Now when you look at that focus of that UPN, like I said to start with, senators were not using the senator and all this our larger than the earth politicians. They were not living the life of luxury. You understand? They were as good as regular civil servants. So now you see, when you see UPN, it has focus on industrial estates, state-owned manufacturing ventures, cooperative financing institutions, So, those things were just building us some kind of indigenous industrialization, then that help us reduce dependence on foreign dependency. Because after all, why will you go and import a product where you can manufacture those things internally, And that thing was creating some kind of employment within the southern region. Then you want to talk of the area of agriculture, right? When UPN build like a cocoa marketing board and farm settlements, then we have all these agricultural extension services and things like that, So within, I'm still not talking of education, I'm still not talking of health system. Now, resources were being distributed the exact way resources are being distributed now. State, local government, everybody got their own. But one thing that was common under those under UPN was that they were utilizing this properly. You were not seeing the governors that would take the money from the country, take it to London or take it to Switzerland. We're doing a lot of initiative how we can even have 365 agricultural activities, whereby, you know, there are some places. So this Owena river basin that is still there now, I don't think anybody is revisiting, because things like that are supposed to give us some kind of irrigation. And now that they've extended it to that we've taken the electricity things outside the exclusive list. Normally, they should be looking at, oh, can we do some kind of hydro electricity generation around that place? So what I'm saying is this. Then they have central leadership that was able to coordinate, and we were moving properly. We used to have forest guard. We used to have a reserve, you know, we used to have reserve forest. You know, all those reserve forests developed, you know, even some were there naturally, but, you know, developed by carving them out and by making law to allow involvement of those forest reserve. So the thing now is this: it's not as if what we have, even as much as we say the constitution is bad, there is no reason why, at least at the minimum, that what we experience under UPN cannot occur even under the current constitution. But you know, our problem is this: they've captured our mind, our mental faculty, that we believe that except we have to conquer Abuja first. Yeah, we need to conquer Abuja, I agree. But there are some things you can still do, because suddenly, when we had problem of banditry, the governors of southwestern states, although some of them sluggishly, not that they wanted to do, but I think accurately was just too much of pressure on some of them, because probably Fayemi will still be playing Omoluabi politics and all those all those political correctness that maybe we're only focused on thinking that maybe he could become the president of the country, you know. So all those stuff, at the minimum, we should be able to even have all those things to start with. Because if we didn't allow all these terrorists to settle within our within the southwest, I wanted to believe that the banditry, all those kidnapping in the southwest would not have occurred, irrespective of whether Buhari was there. So these governors are failing. Now the local government now are collecting allocation now. Don't be surprised if our people don't know that they are supposed to hold the local government accountable. You understand? Or hopefully our people will not be fighting that, oh, it's supposed to come to our senatorial, the governorship is supposed to come to our senatorial district. The local government have money. Let me land my point, please. Let me land my point. Just give me 30 seconds. So even though you have money now going to your local government now, don't be surprised if local government chairman now starts having medical checkup in Saudi Arabia, in UK, in South Africa very soon. And yet our people will look away and all the energy will be focused on Abuja, which is so unfortunate. Go ahead, Midwest.
Ola, thank you. You see, the problem of Nigeria is not money. They let them give money to local government. They be giving them money. Under even the military were so, I don't know how generous to them. Under the leadership of military, we're still electing local government chairman. And yet,
no, that's not my point. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying, even under the current structure that we speak of, no matter how deficient it is, the worst scenario, we should still have at least what we used to have in the Second Republic. At least the worst case scenario. That should be the minimum. But are we having all those stuff? No, we don't have it.
See, the reason is, you see Nigeria situation is a foundational one. I agree with you from the beginning. The problem we have is that those who are currently in power, look at them very well. If you go back to their history from Tinubu, all of them, they were the one that were telling Nigeria the solution must be restructuring. We must renegotiate Nigeria. We must sit down and discuss our future. When they were in that track of activists, today they are now privileged to be having political powers. But what they are doing is to be putting policy upon the same foundation that has never worked for any past leader. The same thing. So no matter how good the politics is, or the policy is, I mean to say, that foundation need to be checked. Because as it is today, watch carefully the body language of the Northerners. They are not satisfied. America coming to two bomb, but then they are confused.
Guy, for once, forget about the Northerners. Now we know that.
No, I'm coming to everybody. I'm coming to everybody. You hold on a moment. No, you hold on a moment. Don't cut me off like that. Wait, I'm starting from somewhere. I'm starting for you. Hold on.
Yeah, but don't take it wide. Stay on topic.
Wait now, you hold on a moment. Don't let me land my point. Northerners are part of Nigeria. They are part of what we are discussing our country. Then you look at that side, the political leader and structure of those, or influence political leader of that region, they are not satisfied with the current president. And that's because of some of his policies. Because they feel it threatens their own interests. When you come to the southeast, you will also see the same thing. You come to the south, or the mining, maybe if Pabi is out another, you see, little thing will trigger them. Everybody feels cheated. When they look at what is happening in Abuja, why not bring those power to them so that they will know that exactly that the people who manage their resources are from their region. If you like, from Abuja, go and give money to local government chairman, and they say we should hold them accountable. Which laws that say we should hold them? Where is the law? I can't question my governor. And the governors, most of them, you see what they're the State House of Assembly are now under the governor. Not talk of the local government chairman. How you going to question them when the governor will use his own immunity to block everywhere? So it's just a totally structure that lack transparency, that lack accountability, and there's nothing good you can put there. It's just because people have power. People have power and they are enjoying it today. And which I strongly believe no one is there forever. Buhari is out. His people are crying. But Bagida was there those days. Look at him now where he's from. Tinubu people are also coming to cry their own. And it will be worse than this one. To where I'm seeing things on my own.
Hold on. I've moved away from that. Okay. Now, we know that the northern parts, they are...
Let it come in a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, I thought what we are saying, what Mr. Ola was saying was so very clear. So we are talking about the present, not all this foundation or foundation. The constitution we have today, that is what it's saying. No matter how we say it is bad, how can you say you cannot hold your local government or your governor accountable? Which law? What is which law? The duty of the citizen is to hold their elected people accountable. That is facts. People are holding.
What structure how are they going to do it?
Just tell us how they will. I'm coming.
No, excuse me. Tell us how we can hold government accountable. Tell us the measures we should follow.
So when people say they cannot hold their people, their elective representatives accountable, you wonder me. You say which law? So the government has to come and meet you and distribute a law to you one by one inside your room. So don't you know when you elected somebody, you went to vote by yourself, you went to vote. You don't know after vote, the person you elected, you need to hold him accountable. You need to know how much is coming to that state, how much is receiving, how is he spending it. If he's not spending it, if he's diverting, he's not supposed to raise alarm. Is that already a government accountable? Why do people protest for something? Why do people report to police? Why do people raise alarm? Even when we are still very young, when we are coming, when our father then they will create a vigilante by themselves. Each house will bring person. They create a vigilante to guide the streets. Is that an accountability? If they are not police, they are police, but they are still doing their own. Abroad here you see every house, every street here, mostly in the UK, they will say neighborhood watch. Those people are the people in that area. It's not government. If everything happen here, you call police. Is that not account? Is that not duty of the citizen? I don't know what they said in Nigeria. Said, okay, we have a constitution. Fine. Everybody is saying the constitution is military. It's not this or that. Okay, let's say they say I don't know if the law. If do you expect constitution to come and meet you inside your house and tell you oh God, this is red light. Don't cross it till it turn green. You will beat the light. You will say it's what are we talking about? Common basic, you cannot do it. You are just complaining. We'll go with the bandwagon of this politician. Exactly what Mr. Latok, they have changed our mind, changed our brain to believe that these people are living fat. And we are saying we cannot. These people will know them. We see them driving baby car. People are suffering. And when EFCC come, look at look at the show interview on Sunday last week. When he was interviewing the EFCC chairman. I wonder how a old journalist can ask the EFCC chairman that kind of question, even though people are saying it, that the people are complaining that is only the North, that is only the North. The EFCC chairman is only the North, or is only arresting people from the North, finding them guilty of corruption. The man have to answer. The man was so upset. So why is Nigeria? Did we want to fight corruption? When the Northerner was there, they said it's against only the South. When people, those people, Nigeria will not ask themselves, did this man steal money? Did they loot public office? Yes or no? So where is this from my village? This is my father. Why will I worry? If you cannot waste if you don't waste the time, don't beat the law. Don't just loot anyhow, and the end of the week, Nigeria will come and say the citizen for them to shout, for we to join them, because it will not be saying no, there's no law, there's no law. What they don't do you expect president to carry Bankere and start beating them? It's we that will raise alarm. We see we are in abroad, that is my pain. You see one thing that the citizen will troop out. Yeah. They will be shouting, they will protest, see that thing, but no, Nigeria, no. We want us to come because one politician just use our brain, tell us that the constitution is our problem. Constitution is our problem, but they are losing money. Constitution is our problem, they are receiving allocation.
Let me add to that. You see one thing midway, this is what I'm saying. Probably Ekiti State alone now is having, I don't know the number, but let's say at least 60, or let me just say, no, conservatively 60, let me say, if not conservative, let me say 100. They are having 100 personal assistants or advisors, okay? Now, okay, we have problem of insecurity in Ekiti. Have you thought of spending that money on, let's say, more forest guard? Because in as much as a one state police, for example, forest guard is a form of state police. The only difference is the type of equipment they are carrying. Okay? Now, you see, that's a failure. That's a failure point when you look at it from the local government. You know, you prioritize personal assistance over those people that can really secure the country. Okay, that's one point. Then, if you look at Ekiti, I'm not even talking of the state funded, the federal government funded project now. Look at Ekiti, for example. We have 3 state funded dam. Then, not now, we have Ero Dam, we have Ureje, then we have Egbe Dam, right? Now, ask yourself, those are resources. What are they doing with such kind of resources? In the time in the time of Awolowo, Ekiti should be having corn, you know, okay, we're calling maize in Nigeria, maize produced 365 days in that country. We should be having vegetable produced 365 days. We should be having tomato, pepper, and all those stuff. You understand? Produced 365 days. Even who says yam cannot even, who says we cannot even change the period we plant yam? So what I'm saying is this: these are the resources that normally a thinking government should convert into some huge economic advantage. These guys, they are not doing that. They think more of bulletproof car after they created insecurity. They think more of people to give money to do PR for them and to hate them when they are not performing, to help them run a PR.
Yeah.
You understand? So what I'm telling you is this: within the money resources we have now, it's not that terrible that they can. But just because it has always been Fulani, this one at the center. We are not saying those people at the center are not misbehaving. They were misbehaving during the time of Awolowo. After all, how did Umar Diko embezzle billions? How did Umar Diko? So the one at the federal government, they were embezzling. But despite that, UPN was shouting, oh, they are embezzling, but we still saw what they were doing. That's the point. But if you look at today now, what are these guys doing? Nothing. Nothing tangible. So the energy should be more on these state governors. And now, in addition to these local government guys, don't tell me that the money going to local government today, let's assume you come from one local government that maybe the total population of your local government, maybe not even more than 100,000. Let me use Ikerekiti, for example. Ikerekiti is a local government on its own. Probably they are less than 100,000, or let me be out of big conservative. Maybe they are like 100,000. And you are giving them several millions in a month. If they are not using that money, maybe if they are not using that money to pay salary, whatever they have left, because it's a local government, what was those things that you can use that money to do to develop in that place? Farm settlement, because farm settlement was common in the days of UPN. Now we have places now where people farm today. They have their cassava, but they have what they have security. They probably put resources together to have security around that place. Now, if individual can put money together to have security, look at what local government can do. If this agriculture you want to concentrate on as a local government, concentrate. If it is skill development, you want to concentrate. Okay, maybe in your local government, you want to be known for making shoes, or you want to be known for making ashoke in commercial quantity. Just focus on something and do it very well and do it properly. All our day should not be about Abuja.
Can I also say something?
Okay.
You see, the issue of our country, as I said earlier, is foundational. I can't go away from that. Like as this guy who just spoke.
Midway, Happy New Year. I beg, leave that foundation alone. Happy New Year, my brother. Leave that foundation alone. I beg.
Foundation, so many people lose money. UK doesn't have a written constitution. I don't know why all this foundation they are talking about. So foundation said they give my local government money, my government money. Foundation said you should look the money and go and buy us in abroad. What are we talking about? Criminal is a criminal. Only. We have criminal. We have bandits in power.
Najama.
Can I give you Najama? Let me give you time. Excuse me, hold on a moment. Najama, you can continue, and when you finish, you allow me to express myself. Let's do it that way. You see, if you want to continue, I will give you time, because we're talking about our country here. It's because things are not working the way it's supposed to be. That is why you are where you are, where I am, the other place. And even this platform, sometimes you see doctors that comes here a lot.
No. That is not where I am. No, that is why you go say something that doesn't make sense. Speak for yourself. Why you say that is why people in Nigeria that become a millionaire? And Dangote did go live out of Nigeria. Why Nigeria only say this thing? So because person travel out of the country, it makes it that the country is not good.
I don't want to all this.
No, but you don't generalize something like that.
I will give you the floor. You just talk your own, because I've not said anything. Because what I'm trying to present here is
that is where I am. That's what I'm telling you. So
my brother. What I'm trying to say, the desperation for Nigerians today to leave the country is very high. You can't take that away. People are fed up, but you can pretend to, be more Nigerian than me, or politically very corrected, and you say whatever you want to say. But I'm speaking to. I am speaking.
So because I travel is foundation too.
I am trying to make a foundation to say what I want to say. Our problem is a foundational issue. The structure naturally. It was not built to really develop people. Except the people understand it, they can never make change to it. As we speak today, you talk of corruption. You have to understand what makes people to be corrupted in the first case. Where I live, I'm more corrupt than Nigerians.
Forget about this corruption.
Hold on a moment.
Well,
Hold
I'm
on,
not going
hold
to hear
on.
this
You
kind thing
say
again.
I will not say the same thing. You say local government will steal money, they will do. Is that not the topic we are discussing? I'm just trying to put
Hold on.
something there.
Let's
You said
forget
it many
about
times
this.
here.
Hold on,
Huh?
hold on.
You understand what I'm saying? Okay, how can you from Abuja? How can you from hold on a moment? Let me just put this one. Somebody is the president of a country. You are giving money.
I'm the one moderating. Now let me guide you properly. I don't want you to veer off the road. That's the point. Now, corruption is just a buzzword that we use over time. Corruption. I forget about corruption now. Let's look at this thing technically. Even within the resources we have today, are we supposed to be this terrible as a country? All those big power we are talking about, if for example, for example, develop its own irrigation system, producing corn, producing local rice, producing tomato and other what we are supposed to even produce to start with, are we supposed to even be talking of a big power to start with? Those are the things I want you to talk about.
Ola, see what I want to tell you. You see, human philosophy or the way humans behave is what we don't want to understand. It is natural for humans to be greedy. It is natural for humans to have tendency to take what does not belong to them. It is natural for example, just use yourself as an example. When you have excessive money and there is no true record, you have working bank that really reflects the origin of the money, the owner, or maybe that really have good record about that money, people will quickly develop the tendency to convert that money to their own. It is natural. So if in the case of our own country, where the federal government you give
hold on, this tendency did not exist between 1979 and 1983. If I may ask.
See, Ola, before I go there, let me quickly add this one.
I just simply ask a question because I don't want
I will answer that question.
Too much theory.
Wait, now I'm seeing. Wait. You may not agree. You may not agree with my opinion, but you just hold on a moment and let me land my point, and I will listen to you. The thing is this: what corruption did to a society is this: if you allow it to grow to a point where people now see it as normal, they are only lining up for opportunity for them to grab their own. Then you have created a monster. One, it will kill entrepreneurship. It will kill advancement. It will kill innovation. Because those who will become successfully rich in your country will never been able to trace their source of wealth, and the youth will not know where exactly to follow. When I was growing up, people were not too rich, but if you see a man driving a car, they'll say, now that man a doctor, that man is an accountant. I will say I want to be an accountant. That man I be an engineer, and then they work for social place. You know, people just little with car and houses they job. Don't talk of like when you mention Igbenedion, you will see his source of money. You see where it's coming from. You mention Iyayi, the ones I know. Likewise in your place where you are coming from. But today you see people coming out with fabulous investment. You don't even know where they make their money. The government don't care. So my dear brother, we have created a monster where people now believe that your own is just to make money. And once you have it, you have it. So if you put them in office or a politician say, take this, they just want to grab it and do what that politician wanted to do for them. So the idea of it doesn't mean we are looking for the best. Human beings are never created to be best. You must, even that's why you have Bible. In an attempt when God was dealing with man, according to what they put there, it's just to make man to behave upright. That's why you have Quran. So all I will say here is this: the way God wire humans, human will always be like that. It is not left for the government who is trying to put those people into an advancement to say, we have a problem here. What can we do? Let's do it differently. We can't just be giving money to people. Whom are they reporting to? How do we know? How do we get clear picture of these expenditures? They said they built school, 70 million. How did you spend 70 million? Who did you employ? Where do you got the material from? Which company supply you? Who did this? Who did that? These are things that will minimize corruption in our place. And this is what I just want to submit. All this idea of maybe I say something, somebody will say, oh, it's not correct. Everywhere we should go and fight. To go and fight, which local government? Am I the one that gave them money? Where I am, nobody fight government here because of corruption. There are institutions that watch over them. Those institutions is the one that told us somebody have moved money here. I've never seen citizens going outside because we don't have preview to the record. So this is my submission.
Okay, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. Relatively, we were richer in the Second Republic, that's between 1979 and 1983, than today. And how were we richer? The resources we had as at that time, we use those resources better than we use the resources today. Focus that time was always on the regional leadership, Awolowo and UPN in this case, right? Then in other areas too, you understand? This corruption that we talk today was land breaking, was thundering. You understand? It's not as if the corruption is just coming today. So don't let us say as if the corruption is just coming. But what has changed today is the orientation of the people not to know who to hold accountable.
Okay, Mr. Allah.
Yeah.
You see, you know, sometimes when we argue, we just argue. That is why what Nigeria. I can like the other day, people are. I just want to deviate just a little bit. I'll come back. Like the other day, Nigeria. And one thing I understand in Nigeria, we don't even know the nitty-gritty of what we are saying. We just want to talk. Because you see, all of us are just the same in that country. Both the politician, our father, all of them, we are all the same. We just want to talk. Let them hear me shouting. Let them hear me shouting. Without, at the end of the day, we go nowhere. It's the same way people are telling, they say the Fubara did the gross misconduct. That he went, what is the offense? They say he's spending money. He's spending money without approval. The same time when Okpebholo was coming to power, Okpebholo, when they won the election, so they now said that we started the bridge, this flyover in Benin. People, they came out, they said, oh, how can he not be appropriate? Where did he get the money that he want to use for the bridge without appropriation? He's spending money. Nobody will ask, is what this person is doing against the law or no? Everybody will form their own. They will form their own constitution in their head. They will become a lawyer. Even a person doesn't know the left from the right. Nobody will ask what this person is doing. Is it against the law? Or is it against, did it violate the constitution? Nobody want to know that one. But the same of us will come say there is no law. There is no this one. There is no that one. You say foundation. From foundation, you move to Bible. The foundation that make people not to hold people accountable, you never give it to us. You said, is it your right? Are you the one that give him money, the government money or the state, local government, that you go and hold them accountable? That there's institution. Thank God you said there's institution. That institution. Who's working there? Are those people from Mu? Are they not with Nigeria too? Are they not with Nigeria too? Are those institutions not the EFCC, CPC that are holding politicians accountable today? That we the citizens too are not saying that because it's Yoruba, because it's from East, because it's from South. Why is it only South people? Why is it only people? Is it not with the citizens? I mean, Nigeria, we should stop all this political talk when we hear anything from politicians. All this opposition, we start using it, reiterating it, repeating it as we to look like we know what you are saying. All these are political war. When politicians want to take over power, they will be saying all these things. When they get there, they do worse times 10. This is all what we are just repeating to ourselves. The institution is there, it's created there. The same Nigeria is telling Tinubu that he's using it. He's using it only for the opposition. Is that opposition still or not still? The Malami still? Go and look what they found in Malami house. And you are telling us security should go. People are protecting for that man. Lawyers are look at this guy, what is his name? Bello, Bello. 5,000 lawyers, son, come out to protest for him. They are saying EFCC hold somebody. 5,000 lawyers come out. They protest for him. That is innocent.
So are you not even contradicting yourself now for using all this example?
No, because you are telling us that. No, you said the institution. I'm telling you, the institution is doing his work. With the citizens now, they are still the one going against the institution. That's what I'm telling you. The institution is doing his work. This is democracy. Because why in democracy, if you like is a criminal, vote for him. If you like the murderer, vote for him. And he win. In democracy, you cannot tell he cannot rule. That is what the people want.
But the thing is, where I'm coming from, don't you think there's a structural problem if we find ourselves in this kind of situation?
Yes, there is a structural problem everywhere, Midwest, everywhere, even abroad. I don't know. Wait, I want to ask. See my point.
That is where I'm coming. That is where I'm coming from.
See my point.
Why you jump in?
So
that's why
Wait.
He's been
See,
talking
there's a
about
structural problem. Is that structural problem?
Let him
Constitution that tell my
explain.
lawyer, my
Wait
governor,
now,
not to give me water. Yeah.
Let him explain what does he mean by structural problem. Let him explain that structural problem.
Okay.
Explain, Midwest. What do you mean by structural problem?
You see, I will just give you a brief of it. Because even some of these institutions that we mention, they were not even designed to handle money in the first case. You see where our problem is coming from. They were never actually designed. But I will still go back to where Ola is coming from. Ola, there was corruption olden days, just the way we have it here in Europe today. But it was not an epidemic compared to what is happening today in Nigeria. One, there are many factors that make those people to succeed. They were not even Nigerians. Maybe they were just like 2 years, 3 years old Nigerians. So they have their way of life. They were raised to be honest, to be upright. Traditionally, don't bring shame to your family. Even in my age, my parents were still telling me not to talk of those old people. So those things affected them psychologically, mentally. So when they were handling things, they were very, very careful. So it was easy for those people to understand what they were presenting before them. Nowadays, even that child in the womb, though I may be wrong, but believe that wherever opportunity you have and money is there, and it's government money is yours, quickly just take it. You can see the difference between those people and now. To control. See, let me go. I want to ask.
Which foundation? Is that the foundation problem?
They ask you what type of structural problem.
Wait. Let me put foundational problem before. Wait now, wait. I just lay foundation. The way you cut me off. You hold on a moment. Let me quickly ask.
Listen first. Address the question that
yes, that is what I want to address. Because we are dealing. Wait, we are dealing. We are dealing with humans. Humans are general, almost the same. Whether being white, whether being black, they have that tendency. That structural question he asked me. Let me point it before you. Let me point it. Let me wait. Hold on a moment. Let me point it to you. That the structural problem we have in Nigeria is that the way the government release money, it is that source that ignite that corruption that follows it. You cannot go and give money to local government, and as they are spending, you are not interested about balance sheet. You are not interested about the actual cost and how do they arrive there. Then you create a monster that will continue to steal. And this thing cross across the government institutions, from the presidency to the local government. That is why the president have his own limitation to push the governors, or else they will start exposing things. The governor, they also have immunity. You understand, by Constitution of Nigeria, you can't question them when they are in office. I don't know the balance of that law anyway, why people brought in that law. But at the same time, even when they are out of office, all the fight gather against them. They have a way of doing. Jaja Bello is moving freely today. Obaseki is in abroad. Who is chasing him? They have not even opened his own case. He ran away. So you can understand. Governor of where I live don't have access to money. I don't know. Go and find out about your own place. They only have a pure view of the document that speak about the money. They cannot. It's not allowed.
Which governor have access to money? Excuse me. No, we have to put something correct. Which governor the black money they can't give you allocation inside your office? We keep on there. They share hand to hand.
Wait, my brother. See that your question. I don't want to go down. I want to put this one, Jonah. For people where they listen to us.
Don't have to, but let's answer one by one.
You hold on a moment. Hold on. I want to put this one there for you. That UK where you did, Sweden where me I did. The entire government expenditure for 2025, not in June, every receipt and invoice involved and company, they have started their balance sheet from the Ministry of Finance. We don't do that.
I disagree with you.
We don't care.
I disagree because I do business with
you. Understand? Even individual, where you can disagree. Where I live in your UK, the salary everybody had last year, January to June, May this year, they will send you a letter of declaration. Your local government expenditure, all companies and shop, they have started. So now when people steal money, they are very careful. They understand that something like this will take place the following year. so that it doesn't, when I put company B that sold 5 things for me, and I'm trying to say it sold me 300 just for me to steal money, the government is going to detect it there. Either as a result of VAT
Nah,
or as a
lie, nah,
result
lie, my
of the
brother, lie, nah,
profit
lie, nah, lie.
Guy,
of
you
that
don't, you don't,
company.
guy, you don't
So
know anything about Europe. Just forget all this your
I
theory. You don't know what we are
I
saying
beg, I
about. I
beg, I
beg, I
beg,
beg,
keep
I beg,
them
I
in
beg. You don't know what this you are saying about.
I beg,
You
I
are just
beg.
talking as if you are president of the country you are, or you are the minister of finance. What are you talking about? You know corruption when you put in UK here every day by day.
Well, plenty even
The
for that
ministry.
excuse me, hold on. Let's put corruption aside. What I've said that is wrong,
Send
you
their
tell me.
minister. I also want to say,
No.
if all their
You
ministry
see,
here is
you
more
see, you see
corrupt
your
than Nigeria.
argument. You see your argument now. You are
Oh,
the one
don't
that
do
doesn't
that
know
one. What I just saying
anything.
doesn't even exist.
You
What
did
you are
not
saying
even
doesn't exist, Oga.
speak. You did not even talk like somebody that is in an advanced country. You tell me what I said that is wrong. Are you not going to get your tax refund this year?
No, there
Excuse
is
me,
tax
I'm
reform, but
asking
the
you.
way you are, wait, what you are
Okay,
trying to prove,
excuse me.
wait,
Okay,
don't
I
by
want to
shouting
ask
now.
you. I want to ask you another question.
Leave
Do you
question.
run business in
You never
Europe?
to answer the one
Are
way
you not
talk.
go?
You never answer
Wait,
them.
You that is an
You
advanced
never answer
country, you are
that
not telling us
question.
any foundation. What is the foundation?
So
You that is an advanced
I
country
just
now.
told you.
You are
I
telling me
told you.
somebody
I told
declare
you.
tax and refund every
See,
year. That happen everywhere. What does that mean to do with foundation?
yeah, that is why people don't steal their government money recklessly the way they steal Nigeria's own.
Now, yeah,
Nigeria
the steep pass. I think. Midwest. This guy
No,
country.
you see one thing, Midwest. You still
I bet
loop around.
may we forget. I don't want to talk with people like
Hold
this.
on, Midwest. Hold on, Midwest. You still loop around and you still come back to this same thing we are talking about. It's still the same. You are still dancing around the same topic. Now, you said it's a structural problem. I put an hypothesis that hold on. I put an hypothesis
Foundation, Mr. Foundation,
even
part
what
of
we
correction.
have
Foundation.
now should still not stop us from even functioning at the level of the state. Now, look at the when we talk of resource control the other time, I think people really mistaking what resource control really mean. Number one, the people that are have oil and gas, they want to control the oil and gas. The people that control the mineral resources, they want to control. Control means that you want to determine how you are going to use your resources, you bring your investors, how you are going to develop your industry, okay? Then, now, where they don't even have that resources, you have land as a natural resources. You have land, if you don't know. You have water as part of natural resources. If you don't know, those are resources. Now, I'm not telling you now, water as a natural resources in Ekiti State. I mentioned at least state-owned dam. We see our federal there. We see our federal. I'm now asking you a simple question. Even the water resources we have, that is within our control, what are we doing with it? Are we having 365 days agricultural process across the country? No, we are not. That's what I'm saying. Forestry is still our own resources. When you leave some reserve and all those stuff, forestry you see, it's still our resources. When you have, you understand, the state control that, I believe. What are we doing with it? We are still not doing anything with it. So, and I'm now telling you that even the one we have as we speak today now, what are we even doing with it? Now, when like hold on. I've seen you.
I've answered that your question. I think you did not listen at all.
Hold on, guy. Hold on. You keep going around this corruption. Now, even we are talking of this corruption, you understand? We as the people, we have our state governors. Now, by extension, we are going to have our own local government. Instead of we focusing on these big guys, okay, this guy come here. How much was the allocation to our local government last January, for example? Okay, we want to see what we are doing with it. We should be able to attach projects, developmental projects, that will impact our people economically to whatever allocation we are getting now. It is just because we are not shouting. If you use the same energy we used to shout about Abuja, if you put the same energy on the state government and the local government, we are going to be better for it. The remaining thing we'll be talking about will probably be even electricity is even decentralized now. But if electricity was not even decentralized before, you understand, we will still do some basic things.
Basic things. Nigeria, a black man is born to complain. Let's forget all these things. If you see the one in America, the same thing. If you see before we say
the thing
Oyibo,
is,
so it's foundation that make my state not to have 5 more
I
water.
told you,
Foundation.
Lola, what I told you is this: the way I answered that your question. I told you, if you allow corruption to become like a big epidemic, it will kill what? Entrepreneurship. It will kill what? People's thinking. And that's the way I answered that your question.
Guy, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
They are hold on a moment now.
Hold on.
My governor.
You can't be saying this and be telling me to wait. You are still going back to the same thing. Let me tell you one thing.
Okay.
Tinubu is corrupt. You don't think Tinubu?
Then that's why Nigeria is dying. Yeah, they are corrupt. I'm not saying it's not corrupt. Yeah.
See. This boss went over studying, over education. Sometimes it creates problem, and simple thing we amplify it. Tinubu is corrupt, right? But as corrupt as Tinubu is today, Lagos is still moving, is still developing. So because of corruption, Lagos did not become Kano, did not become a Kebbi state or Katsina state. Out of that corruption, Lagos is still moving forward. I'm still telling you,
excuse me,
that corruption we are talking about. Hold on, no, I'm not saying I'm not listening to that. You see, hold on, I just want us to get where we are coming from. Despite that corruption, as you speak today, it does not stop Ekiti State. So the more you invest, sometimes the more you have money to steal. Assuming the government just want to be looting, right? Now you have the state-funded dams that were existed during the period of UPN that are there. They are not using for anything today. Why, even if you are going to bring private investors to even develop that place, do facility there, and let people you have serious irrigation. Let me tell you one thing: Ekiti alone can produce several millions of metric tons of corn. Just to start with, do you know what you can even corn economy, a maize economy? Do you know what you can even bring out of that place? And we have rice activities in Ekiti as well.
Let's go back.
So the question is this: why don't we have agricultural settlements? You understand, farm settlement around where we have major dam? Then when you have a cluster of people.
Hold on. Can I put this one before you? Know that I don't believe in development. I'm not saying some governors are not doing something, but there is a structural problem, and I'll keep.
Forget about this social government and let's talk to what we have.
Hold on, let me please let me express myself. Don't take that.
You have thought this more than 20 times. You are not giving all the foundation.
You said this more than you said this for almost 2 hours. Wait, you hold on. You hold on a moment. Look,
hold on. I'm not holding on. I want solution from you. You said the same thing for almost 1 hour, and you still want to be looping around. I'm telling you that. Forget about this erotic and all this buzzword corruption. I'm telling you, how do we even use the one we have at the state level now that we are not using? You still want to tell me structural?
Yeah,
Listen actively. There's nothing stopping Ekiti State. If a governor in Ekiti State could develop spring water, for example. So nothing stop any other governor from Ekiti State to develop our dam and let us use it for irrigation. That's what I'm telling you. Nothing stop us from doing that.
Yeah.
So is Abuja stopping us from doing that? Abuja is not stopping us. Now we are having local government now. Hold on. We are having local government now. This is the time that people should be bringing idea now, and you should start mounting pressure on your local government to even do something before the federal government. We know the federal government, they have the security at the large scale. Yeah, maybe some other project like rail, interstate road, and all those stuff. That's not even what we are talking about now. What can even make life better, giving power? What can even create all this scale? You understand? Mr. Ola, the federal government you are looking at, they don't have a land in Nigeria. Exactly.
Federal government doesn't have a land. Who has land? Local government. And we are saying go to level.
And I've just read to you what
let me allow. Look at what I'm trying to tell you. The day they will announce that the state government should start generating money, that is the day the true development will start. The way it is today, You just point few states now out of 36. Why are the rest failing? Are they not the same Nigeria like the rest you point to? Why is their own case? And for many years, we remain in the same state.
Guy, I want us to live. See, let me tell you one thing. I've cut off the knot out of it now. You understand? Let us even, we in the South, let us even state how we can even keep ourselves productive and we don't allow ourselves to degenerate with what is going on in the North. The northern parts, they want to Islamize themselves. Leave them, let them be doing their own. I'm from the Southwest. Let me face my Southwest. You are from Edo. So face your South. Let us discuss why our people are not even using what. You know how much the data set is getting from the derivatives? You know how much the people are getting. So the question is this: where you keep saying is the structure. Okay. The question is this: you are having money now. The little one you are having, are you investing where you are supposed to? If you are not investing, let we that are from that place now come and now mount pressure. Because if I would love, for example, if UPN, for example, could repeat some kind of developmental project, even when they were still shouting that the allocation from the federal was not enough, but they were still building dairy farm. You understand? They were still building all those dams to focus on agriculture. They were still building industrial where we have textile industry and all those stuff. But they were still shouting, the money was not enough. But they say the state, the UPN control states still have a bank, their own bank. You understand? They still have their own estates.
You see those people, those guys you use as
I don't want fanciful lecture. I want
Midwest, you just like to argue. This solution, you just argue.
I've just mentioned one solution because I think it's a conversation. He has also supported my own submission. I said the day that they said these governors, you know what? You're going to start generating money. You will finance your instructions. You will engage in your development, and you bring percentage to federal. Those guys you just mentioned.
They have money now. The small one they have now, they can't give account. You said we should give them money.
You hold on a moment now. I'm going somewhere. Those guys he referred to, they were responsible for the administration of their region, the development they will do for their people, and why they contribute to the federal.
Jesus Christ.
That is why they achieve what they achieved. Ola, you did not agree with that?
So it's not foundation again.
Hold on.
There was no foundation there.
The foundation is different from ours.
Hold on, guy.
It's different.
Hold on. Will people elect local government chairman and the councillor? Will they do manifesto? Will they campaign? Will there be election? Yes or no? So if people are coming from your state, from your local government, and you cannot see the manifesto, and you cannot question, and you cannot question and hold them to the manifesto, what are you talking about? You don't need to ask local government to generate money before they have to use idea to generate money. It is the duty of the citizen to look at who can lead them properly, not someone giving order from the federal government. Okay, now the northern people, they want to Islamize themselves, they want to practice Sharia. Now, if you have northern leader now stay in Abuja now, so you want someone that want to do Islamization to tell you that I don't know the local Eastern local government too. Eastern from the local government from Edo. I want you to Islamize. So that is another too now. That's another. Why don't you, the people of that community, said, okay, we want to become shoemakers. We want to become carpenters. So let us invest in the skill trade of carpentry. Let us invest in the skill trade of shoemaking. That's exactly what I'm saying. But I'm telling you that as we speak today, we have resources unused in Ekiti now. I'm talking of Ekiti now. For me to be talking Ekiti, we have more in Osun State, probably. They have more in Oyo State, probably. Ekiti State today, you understand, if we use our water resources and what we have in Ekiti State economy should be at least $30 billion in the worth of GDP today. But what's the worth of Ekiti GDP today? Not even sure it's up to 10%, up to 10 billion. So that's what I'm saying. What we have in Ekiti today should keep Ekiti GDP should not be less than 30 billion in terms of dollar in terms of GDP. That's what I'm talking about. You don't need the center there, because the center, they are not coming to your land farm. If you want to create land settlement and you want to finance your agri, you want to segment them into cooperative and finance heavy agriculture. Now, instead of importing food, I'm telling you that in Ekiti today, because Ekiti is one of the major cassava producers today, anyway, for you to know. So if we can be one of the major cassava producer, for example, then we can be producer in some other things. Because that cassava production you see, they are the effort of individual that invest aggressively. But I'm not telling you that, okay, there are some other crops that you need irrigation to do, that, a gestation period of corn. You understand? 3 to 4 months. You understand? You can do something with tomatoes. You can have vegetable economy. You can have a lot of things that irrigation. We have rice that, but you plant rice during the dry season, during Amata, you understand? You have your system of irrigation to do all those stuff. You are supposed to
Ola, let me ask you a question.
See, hold on. Ola, so you don't need anybody to tell you.
I wanted to ask you a question. Ola, I agree with you. Everything you have pointed out. That is not what I'm arguing. My question is, since they are no longer doing it now, what can we do? What are the factors? Why are these people not really doing what you are suggesting? Take, for example, the money that go to Delta state government, Bayelsa state government alone is enough to take care for the entire SASA. Not to talk of the Niger Delta money they also bring in. Not talk of adding like Akwa Ibom and the rest to it. Why are these places so neglected?
Because the energy is more of Peter Obi. It's more of Peter Obi and Tinubu who is going to occupy Aso Rock. The energy is more of that.
Okay.
They are not even looking at ways of occupying
that is okay. That is to say that is what I always said. There is always a structural. Something must be very, very wrong, because these people cannot be having access to this big money and they don't invest in the life of their people, and yet they are not behind bars.
It's not.
They are not
structured.
They are not behind bars.
Guy, hold on. That is not structure. Okay, a garment industry is coming to Ogun State. Multi-billion naira garment industry is coming to Ogun State. Are you saying that's a structural thing? For example, is it a structural thing that we don't have that in Ekiti or that state? Is it structural? It's not structural. Now, hold on, guy. Hold on, guy. Some people are into tomato paste, for example, where they create. You understand? Now, is it a structural thing that Ekiti, Osun, or let's say Oyo, is it a structural thing that the state cannot create industrial hub? And that industrial hub, you really want to create it and separate it from others, you bring private investors, and those private investors, they will electrify the place, and you have industry there whereby you can develop your industry. Is federal government stopping that?
I beg making a good stage now. Don't give
I agree. This guy from France, they can talk.
You said what? Is it the foundation that make this Donald Duke of Cross River? He did very well there. When he was the governor, he did very well. Is it not the sense? Because when you have people,
we are in a different page when it comes to people are doing well. Because let me tell you, because why I don't agree with you, why I say we are in a different place. Now, I will use Europe as an example. Now, anything they want to address, even if it is good, or even America, if they don't put proper system or ground to check it, people will abuse it. And that's why I said we are all human everywhere you find us.
Oh my goodness, you are still coming to this corruption.
Europe was like Africa before. Don't forget Midwest.
What is the proper system?
Mr. Trump, please just give me a second. You are still finding a way to come to this issue of this corruption. If you use all our entire life to fight again, to be talking of this corruption, you understand? We are not going to move forward. Now, fighting corruption is not when you even talk about it itself. I'm telling you. Now, Tinubu is not talking of corruption, right? He's not talking of saying he's going to fight corruption. He removed subsidy, you understand? And he followed through the subsidy on he removed subsidy on the forex by floating naira, and he followed through the subsidy removal of that Petroleum Industry Act without talking, without even wasting energy or corruption. He did it in Lagos State without talking that I will fight corruption, I will do this, I will save money, I will do all those things. He removed corruption silently by implementing e-governance. He put system there to capture everything. So before sometimes we spend energy on fighting corruption and we don't even know how to implement it. Now, when you as a citizen, you are mounting pressure on your local government that, okay, you carry your skin, okay, we have this farm settlement to Baba. This is what we want to be doing here, because we know that we are very close to Ogbese Dam, so that Baba, we want you to support us this so that we can have some security, that we have some kind of pump action that be guiding us, that will be doing tomatoes plant. You understand? You are already putting pressure on that local government chairman to spend that money. Instead of focusing on, okay, who is going to occupy Abuja, you already presenting problem, and already maybe the local government chairman is getting like 200 million every month. You're already pushing project of 2 billion in his presence. Already you are looking at that money. You are not allowing that money to be idle. The people themselves, they got involved. You know that you keep mounting. You use every pressure to make sure that you do something.
See, Ola, everybody have, I don't know, everybody have some kind of philosophy about governance, about, how other people are succeeding.
But it has to be practical. It doesn't have to be theoretical. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not really, I learn from practical more than theory. I don't speak on theory. I speak on practical, what I see people doing. Even where we live across abroad, I carefully study very well how they are able to, monitor things that happens around them. So when I said a system, even where I live, I still go back to that place. System govern people. It put checks on people, and it also make people to think twice before they take they do anything. That is why sometimes it is easy for people to come together and be formulating a gang up or kind of mafia into a system, because somewhere along the line it will start involving nearly everybody. So this is what I believe. If anybody want to develop a dam, it involve money, whether private investors, there should be a very clear procedure how those money should be spent, how government should capture those expenditures, how the government itself should know exactly what they have spent, either through employment, through contract giving and subcontractors, what those people are reporting, how far they have gone. In case if the government has stopped, there will be clear record for another one to continue. If you look at our country very well, every governor that comes in wants to start his own project. They don't want to continue from everywhere. But minus Lagos to some extent, I don't know what Tinubu put in that place, whether it's because he's still, that trending of his people, or the foundation politically he lay, or the electronic system he put there is helping Lagos. But let's minus Lagos out of the rest 36. Now let's concentrate on the rest of them. If you look at it very well, once the governor is out of office, the next man want to start his own different something. So all these things, we need to look at it as a problem, because the long-term investment that people really want to put money whereby at least profit will be like for 15, 20 years. People are not interested. They want something they will start this year and start seeing the profit. Because once the governor is out of office, sometimes they may abandon their own responsibility or some terms and agreement they have signed. Because even those agreements they signed them in secrecy. They were not transparent. They were not honest. So you see, this is the way I will be able to put my own little submission. I believe we can do better than the way we have today in Nigeria. It's not a matter of they are building electricity, they are building irrigation, they are building this. How do you spend that money? You can't just come and spend 16 billion. This is what we used to do bridge. Okay, good.
Okay.
How many people actually work there?
No,
How many cement went there? Who supplied them the material? Even the contractors you employ, how were they able to spend that money? Which account you put money? So this is my...
Hold on, we will continue in the background. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. And so if you want to join us, you can come to the background and join the discussion continues. People where they can discuss for the next 6 hours. So if you want to be part of interesting discussion in the background, I will put the link here. You may come in, but I want to use this time to thank you for sharing the session with us, and I believe that we've learned from one another, and the purpose here is for us to come here and suggest solutions. See, guys, like what we discussed here, you understand, we know that we have structural problems. And despite the structural problem too, we've allowed our state governors, and by the extension now, we may now allow our local government to get away with impunity, with lack of initiative. You know, these guys, some of these guys, they use the government office as an alternative to employment. So someone that is unable to succeed in just getting the regular employment in the private sector or the public sector, you want to hand over your local government to that person, then you expect the same failure too, you know? Yeah, so that is where the failure of the local government, the failure of the state, is the responsibility of the people, because we don't, as a citizen of that country, we don't perform our civic right enough. You understand? We focus too much on where we are supposed to have less energy. So hope to see you guys next time. Thank you, everyone. Bye. So you may continue.
So, Ola, see, my own is this: whatever they want to build, the government should put a system to really capture how they spend this money, because